In this world, everyone has the opportunity to become a god. Anyone can be classified with their divine power into the following categories: divine creatures, demigods, true gods, principal gods, and god kings. When a person comes of age at 18, they awaken in the divine realm and then enter their own main clan. The clans also have different levels, and talented people can enter a clan with greater potential, later evolving into superior gods. Hanwoo is one of those people who awakened to the divine realm but received only the lowest possible residue level. The story begins in a high school where a bully is fighting with the protagonist, saying how dare he speak that way and claiming he has never lost before, so he must hand over the divine power, otherwise he will have his divine domain core destroyed. This bully is named Jung Bin and is a powerful assassin at the school with 5,000 members in his main army. Hanwoo responds that there is no divine power and that if he has one, then it depends solely on him to take it. The protagonist says that Jung Bin is nothing more than a mere member of the Locust clan. This makes him reflect on why on earth he is challenging the school bully, and it all started days ago when he traveled to the divine realm, where everyone can become gods. He imagines that the owner of that body is a scoundrel, a pitiful creature who awakened to the divine realm at 18 years of age but received only the Locust clan. A bedridden person tells Hanwoo that his parents are lost in the chaos of the Imperial College and are probably still alive, so if an opportunity arises in the future, he should try to find them. He also remembers when a girl named Qin Shuang asked him if he was willing to become her slave and provide enough locusts to feed her Thunderbird every day, she would ensure he graduated from high school, so he should think very carefully about it. Meanwhile, the bullies order him to always provide 100 divine powers on Monday at school, and if he doesn't, he will have to deal with the dwarf army invading and killing his entire clan, thus ruining his bright future. All of this makes the protagonist ponder how he could start this game on Hell difficulty, and in this way, if he continues in the Locust clan, he will never be able to enter the best Imperial universities, much less find his missing parents. This makes him think that his top priority right now is to pass the Yellow Knights massacre, but that's not his style. He enters the machine and puts on the accessory, saying that everyone managed to get where they are, so giving up without even trying is pathetic. With this in mind, he decides to connect to the divine domain until a notification appears that the login was successful. He is surprised, as that world is vast. He observes for a moment and notices the thousands of locusts from his main clan. He opens his system screen to check some of his data, see if there have been any updates, and says that according to his past life's memories, it seems there are only two options: the chosen son and the life sacrifice, and he is confused about what the difference between the two is. Asking the system what it is about, the chosen son of heavenly selection is one chosen by heaven to bring good luck. For each level raised, an additional ability with unique attributes is obtained. Meanwhile, the life sacrifice can sacrifice his biological life in exchange for products of equal value. The exchange products are generated randomly during the sacrifice process. This makes him thoughtful, as the chosen son of heaven should be his golden finger. Meanwhile, the life sacrifice is an additional ability he will acquire with unique attributes during the divine biological stage. Thus, with these incredible powers, he will be able to work hard to fulfill his grandfather's last wish. However, his biggest concern at the moment is to get through the school bully's blackmail the next day. At this moment, he notices something on his system screen, as there was a lot of additional information. He observes all the benefits listed in the system until he finally understands how it works. With this in mind, he decides to take a high risk, and if he wins, he wants the system to become his master. But if he loses, it will be a complete waste. The next day arrives, and already at school, Qin Shuang walks up to the protagonist table, asking if he has thought about becoming her slave, making it clear that she will ensure no one will bully him until he graduates from high school. Hanwoo says his answer is no, leaving her indignant as she doesn't understand why he gave that answer. After all, without her protection, he will be massacred to death by some group of people. He smiles and says that maybe that is the situation. However, although he has no power or influence, he still has his own dignity and despite understanding that she wants to protect him, he will not accept any of it. She turns around and says he will regret this situation. He takes a deep breath, but then the group of bullies approaches his table, asking if he brought the 100 divine powers they asked for, and if he doesn't deliver soon, he will deeply regret it. The protagonist tells them to stop bothering him, which makes Jungbin furious, as it seems he is crazy to talk like that, and if he doesn't hand over the divine powers now, he will have his domain core destroyed. He responds that he wants to see him try. The bully is surprised as Hanwoo is tougher that day, and it's hard to understand why. He also looks to the side and notices that Qin Shuang seems not to intervene. The other students start shouting for them to fight in the game. After all, they have never seen what a broken core looks like. One of them also says that the Locust clan is always dropping in level, so it will be easy to eliminate him and make him leave the school. They say that Jungbin's dwarf army can rank among the top 60 in the school, so it will be amazing to see that. The bully takes his card and tells the protagonist that he is looking for death, so later he can't blame him for not giving him a chance. Besides, he says that to deal with trash, he doesn't need to use more than 10 divine points. This is the intrusion card worth 10 divine power points. After blocking the target, a spatial teleportation portal will be generated within the target's divine domain, thus being able to invade the divine domain. Hanwoo immediately flies through the portal until he finally arrives in the divine realm. He stands before a giant door, wondering what it could be. Suddenly, it opens, and inside he can see numerous dwarves with a gloomy look. At the top of the gate stands the bully, saying that in the name of the dwarf god, he orders his army to destroy the fragile locusts until they finally destroy the divine core. With this order, the monsters start shouting excitedly. The other students can watch the fight on a screen projected by the system. They notice that the dwarf army is bigger than before, and probably the strength is already equivalent to the top 50. Another student disagrees, saying that each dwarf is equipped with an iron weapon, so the current strength is equivalent to at least the top 30. They also notice that there are elite-level life forms, and now Hanwoo will have no chance of winning. Qin Shuang observes this battle closely and notices the protagonist summoning his army of locusts. People are surprised, as they don't know what those red-colored insects are, and notice that they are explosive locusts, an elite life form, and as far as they knew, they were supposed to be common locusts. They didn't imagine there were elite-level explosive locusts, and there are many of them. Another student says that it doesn't matter, as even being elite, the combat power won't match that of the common dwarves. After all, trash is trash. The locusts fly towards the dwarves, causing a huge explosion shortly afterward. The protagonist smiles and remembers the previous day when he invoked a huge magic circle, as he was determined to make a big bet. He wanted to retain 10 million adults to maintain racial continuity, and the remaining 2,490,000,000 locusts were all sacrificed. With that, his magic circle is activated, creating a kind of pink fire, and within this fire were the sacrificed locusts. Then the system presents 3 options. The first is 10,000 elite goblin warriors. The second is the Eye of Life, capable of continuously emerging from the source of life to nurture and improve the surroundings. And lastly, a level 1 artifact, Explosive Heart. This makes him reflect that after the divine core, there is a certain chance of giving birth to contain explosions. The clan core gives the option of power division of the 10,000 goblin warriors, which will certainly solve the current crisis. But unfortunately, it is a disposable item, so it will not be able to handle a future crisis. The second option, the Eye of the Source of Life, seems like a long-term investment, but it will not be able to handle the bullying the next day. With that said, he decides to choose the third option, as it is an investment in the main clan and has a sustainable impact, being the only plausible option to choose. An ice stone appears in front of him, making him grab and destroy it with his hand. An energy emerges until the appearance of the explosive locust, an elite creature that can cause explosions. It has no wisdom, obeying only the commands of the gods. It has a life cycle of 180 days. He grabs one in his hand and throws it forward, causing a gigantic explosion. This makes him realize that such power will not kill a common dwarf, but considering the quantity, the story might be different. The smoke from the explosion dissipates until the audience asks how the war situation is, as they can't see anything anymore. The dwarves are all on the ground, except for the elite dwarf. He is holding his stomach due to the injuries, but managed to withstand the explosions. In front of him is Hanwoo, with his army of red locusts. Qin Shuang comments that it has become quite interesting now. The protagonist orders his locusts to attack the standing dwarf, but Jung Bin shouts for the surviving dwarves to return immediately to the divine realm. He laughs and says that it is too late to want to retreat now, and imagines that his entire clan will cross the portal to invade the bully's divine realm. Immediately, all of them fly towards the portal, creating a huge explosion shortly thereafter. Jung Bin becomes furious, asking to send the locusts away from his realm. However, it is already too late, and the explosions start to finish them off one by one. He says he gives up the fight and therefore asks to remove the locusts from his realm so the dwarves can return. The protagonist smiles and asks if he wouldn't have his core destroyed, as that was the threat he heard earlier. Since that's the case, it's only fair to destroy his core. This makes him even more irritated to the point of saying that his parents will not let this go unpunished, as both are demigods. He smiles again and says he doesn't care about that and orders the red locusts to attack the core within that realm. Jung Bin despairs to the point of crying and begs to stop, admitting defeat and even promising never to bully him again in the future, and if there are any other conditions, he will fulfill them. But all he asks is not to destroy his core. He says he doesn't care about any of that and just wants to destroy it for everything he has done so far. At that moment, he hears a voice in his head saying he has done enough and to stop in his name. The voice is from Professor Liu, asking to stop. After all, the fight already has a winner. Jung Bin begs the professor to help him stop that madman who wants to kill him. However, it is of no use, and the locusts continue to approach the core and start to crack it bit by bit. He becomes increasingly weaker as he asks to be saved. Liu calls the protagonist's attention, asking if he heard what he said about stopping. Hanwoo smiles and decides to ask why a teacher is there. He says he is a class teacher, so it is natural for him to feel everything that happens in that school. The protagonist decides to ask another thing now, since he feels everything that is happening. Why did he never appear when he himself was being beaten by the bully, extorted, and even intimidated? Why didn't he intervene at those times? He gets irritated with the question since Hanwoo doesn't even have demigod parents, so helping him would be like offending Jung Bin's family. With this in mind, he responds that he will explain this matter as soon as he stops the attacks. He decides to ask one last question, saying that if his own divine realm core were being attacked instead of Jung Bin's, would he have intervened to help? The teacher remains silent, not knowing what to answer, but Hanwoo asks him not to worry about it, as he already knows the answer. He says this, and his red locusts explode on the class bully's core, making him cry for having his divine realm destroyed. After that, the protagonist asks the teacher to please leave his divine realm. With that, the screen showing the fight is turned off. Jung Bin lies on the ground, frustrated, saying that it's all over, and now he is nothing but a cripple. The teacher runs to the classroom, calling for Hanwoo. A student responds that he has already gone home, as he didn't appear after the fight. This makes him furious, imagining that he should be expelled for what he did. Meanwhile, inside the protagonist's divine realm, he requests a battle report, and the system reports that, at the moment, there are 18,090 self-destructive locusts and 4,050,643 common locusts. Seeing this, he thinks that he needs to cultivate more self-destructive locusts for the future. In his possession is the fragment of Jung Bin's divine realm, which he can now use to merge with his own. With this in mind, he activates the ability to merge, emanating enormous energy from the fragment. The system informs the details of the current divine realm area and that the level has risen to 2. This evolution makes him happy, as it was not bad and should last at least until graduation. However, something still worries him as Jung Bin threatened him, saying his parents will not let this slide, and that is a problem since both are demigods. To make matters worse, the teacher is on the bully's side, so the school will not protect him, meaning he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible. He decides to sell the iron dwarf hammer he won in the battle, hoping to find someone who wants to trade for good items. He notices that someone quickly appears wanting to accept the trade and offers the item Fire Crystal Lava. This reminds him that this fire crystal can increase the fire resistance of the familiar, as well as enhance explosive power. With this in mind, he decides to accept the trade, as with this item, the self-destructive locusts can evolve again. The fragment begins to overflow with enormous energy, slightly changing the structure of the locusts. They remain elite creatures, but their talents are lava explosion. The reproduction capacity is 20 times higher, and they have a lifespan of 250 days. He grabs one in his hand and throws it forward to test. A stronger explosion than the previous ones occurs in front of him, making him excited, as that explosion level is equivalent to a grenade. Plus, it has a lava splash effect. With this, it will cause enormous area damage. This makes him think that he basically has a bunch of highly explosive grenades. At school, inside the principal's office, Jungbin's father's shouts for explanations can be heard, as his son had his divine realm core broken, and now there is no possibility of remodeling it. Dean tries to explain what happened and says that the battle was caused by his son, and there are several records of rule violations, as well as bullying in the classroom. He becomes furious, as his son had the core destroyed, and the school does not want to take responsibility. After all, if this happened, it was the teacher's fault. Jungbin's mother joins the conversation, saying that the student who did this deserves to be punished, and not only that, but he should also be expelled immediately. Hanwoo continues training his locusts, asking to use growth acceleration to regenerate some explosive locusts. At this moment, Principal Dean calls the protagonist, making him worried as the worst is yet to come. He answers the call, and she says that it is Principal Shu and needs to tell him something. She explains that Jungbin's parents went to the school and are asking for him to be punished for what he did, and tells him about the conversation with them. The student's mother was furious, demanding that the protagonist be expelled immediately. Dean explained that after an investigation, they discovered that it was their own son who initiated the invasion of the Divine Realm, and that Hanwoo only won using his own strength, without any cheating. With that said, there are no grounds for his expulsion. She became furious to the point of asking if the school was really going to try to cover up for a bad student who goes around destroying his classmates' cores. The principal asked her not to distort the facts. After all, Hanwoo has always been an excellent student who follows the rules. Moreover, the school has plenty of evidence that their son bullied him multiple times. She, already enraged, said she just wanted to know if they were going to expel him or not. Dean apologized, stating that this would not be possible. Jungbin's father began to emanate a tremendous power, saying that he might accept that the school would not punish Hanwoo severely, but as revenge, he would vent his anger, and said that if they refused to agree with what he was about to say, then he would no longer consider the school's reputation. The principal, explaining all this to the protagonist, concluded by saying that Jungbin's father also threatened to send a legion of 1,000 men to invade his divine realm, regardless of the outcome, and informing him of this was the most the school could do to protect him. After all, a legion of 1,000 men from a demigod is enough to be more than an army of 50,000 ordinary students. With that said, she asked if he would be able to handle the situation. He thanked the principal for her help and said he would go to the school the next day to face this challenge. With that, he ended the video call and imagined that he needed to hurry to become stronger, so it was time to launch the second sacrifice. Again, he activated his power, initiating the sacrifice of a few billion more locusts until an enormous volcano erupted due to the presence of such power. The system again presented three options. The first was a level 1 sacred artifact. The second option was a level 1 skill crystal, the fireball, and lastly, the familiar Jianfeng. Reading the options, he thought that having a treasure in exchange for 4,800,000,000 locusts was not bad. He decided to choose the third option. A familiar appeared in front of him. Its name was Jianfeng, and it was a swordsman. In addition to possessing numerous skills, it had 500,000 faith power and a lifespan of 800 years. currently being 150 years old. The familiar called its master by the name of God and said it needed a sword. The protagonist replied that this would not be a problem, accessing his system to the equipment option for deities. Meanwhile, he pondered that in recent days he had cultivated many locusts until his faith power reached 100 million. Therefore, he currently had 54 divine power points. The equipment was divided into 4 levels: common equipment, faith equipment, divine power equipment, and finally, deity equipment, each requiring a greater prerequisite to use. With this in mind, he decided to buy the Great Storm Sword, handing it to his familiar. He made the first test, delivering a blow to the ground that made several cuts in the air, but told his god that he still needed 3 more identical weapons to fully unleash his potential. This left Hanwoo stunned, as he needed 3 more of those swords, and just one cost 150 divine power points, which were not easy to obtain. Knowing this, and what is to come, with a battle likely involving 1,000 men of a demigod, the MC cannot afford to be careless, checking what else he can find in his system. At this moment, in the divine kingdom of Qin Shuang, she is focused, channeling energy, while several electric birds gather around her, always keeping her eyes closed. All she can imagine is when she was younger and was drowning. Hanwoo ran without thinking twice and pulled her out of the water, giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save her. She opens her eyes at this moment, and remembering all of this makes her extremely embarrassed, saying that the MC is annoying and deserves to be squeezed to death, adding that she has a grandfather who is a true god and 23 demigod relatives, so she didn't need protection. At this moment, her system rings. It's a call from Hanwoo. She answers, already asking if he has changed his mind about being an obedient slave. He responds that he hasn't since, at the moment he just wants to borrow her divine power. She asks what he has that's special to offer in return. After all, the familiars he showed in the fight are trash, and he shouldn't think he's someone just because he defeated Jungbin, making it clear that she found the explosive grasshoppers to be worthless trash. After all these insults, the MC simply apologizes for the inconvenience and ends the call. She panics because she has no idea why she said all that since the words just jumped out of her mouth, and, dying of fear that there was a misunderstanding, she decides to call him back. Hanwoo answers, asking if there are more insults she wants to say. Embarrassed, she just asks how much he wants from her and requests the account number. After getting this help from her friend, he provides more swords for his familiar, saying that he risked everything buying these countless swords, so he hopes, from the bottom of his heart, that it's worth it. The next day, in the classroom, voices of students could be heard saying that the MC is crazy to show up there, and apparently isn't afraid of the 1,000-man army of the demigod. Another one wants to see if he'll stay so calm after his core is violated. Hanwoo observes everyone talking about this, and, apparently, they all already know what's going to happen, and are clearly hoping it all goes wrong. At this moment, Qin Shuang enters the room, saying that now it makes sense why he called the day before, since it's to compete against a demigod. But she advises him to give up on this effort, because even a legion of 1,000 men from a demigod is enough to ensure he can't do anything. He smiles and says that, in any case, he has no other choice. She responds that he does have a choice. He just needs to become her slave. After all, her family has a true god and 23 demigods, so she could easily talk to Jungbin's parents to stop this. He turns around, thanking her for the offer but declining, going to prepare to face the demigod's 1,000-man legion. A person, watching from afar, becomes furious at how Qin Shuang treats the MC so well, and all they wish for at the moment is for him to die. At this moment, a teacher opens the classroom door with Jungbin's parents and points forward, showing who this Hanwoo is. Mrs. Du immediately becomes furious, calling him a bastard for destroying her son's core. John Lian asks her to calm down because they can't break the school's rules. The teacher asks Hanwoo to come to the front since they can't waste the precious time of the Zhang family, but he smiles, saying he wants to wait for the principal to have a witness. Lei Tian says that such a small matter isn't worthy of the principal's witness, and that he himself is enough to witness what will happen, and asks him to comply quickly or else things will get complicated. At this moment, Principal Shumei enters the room, asking the teacher who he is being disrespectful to in this way. He asks her not to worry since he is dealing with a small matter and taking the opportunity to discipline his students. She reminds him not to forget that he is a teacher at a respected school and not a guard dog for a demigod, making that very clear. The students' parents are satisfied with the principal's presence and ask if they can begin. She asks Hanwoo if he's ready, and he, full of confidence, replies that he is. Janlin wastes no time and plays his invasion card. The MC also begins his journey to the kingdom, immediately encountering several gazes directed at him. These are the gazes of fierce wolves. A student watching on the big screen notices that the wolf cavalry, led by a cavalry captain, has power beyond the ordinary. Another boy responds that this wolf cavalry is a combination of green orcs and dire wolves, and they also have a combination of high-level equipment, meaning that Hanwoo is finished. The wolf army prepares to face the MC, as does Janlin, overflowing with immense power as he calls him a bastard for destroying his son's divine core, and for that reason, he will pay with blood. Qin Shuang observes the troops used by the man, and the wolf cavalry is clearly counted as 2 units. Originally, they said they would send a legion of 1,000 men, but at the moment, there are 2,000 combat units, which is a major cheat. The principal remains silent since there is nothing she can do about it. The wolves advance on their master's command, just as the explosive grasshoppers also appear in favor of the MC, impressing some students. After all, there are 7 million elite grasshoppers, and they find it strange since the day before there were only 20,000 left, having no idea how it was possible to cultivate so many in such a short time. It's almost frightening. Another says it won't make a difference since he's facing the elite of the elite, which are the mounted wolves. And unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done. Several explosions begin to happen, and they realize that millions of grasshoppers were sacrificed for nothing, since only a few mounted riders were slightly injured. Letian says that, indeed, Hanwoo is talented, but he has encountered an obstacle he won't be able to overcome. Otherwise, he might have made a name for himself at the school. Another student finds the unfolding of the fight strange and asks everyone to look closely at the screen. A giant cloud appears in the sky, surrounding the wolves, and it begins to rain explosive grasshoppers, scaring the monsters. The explosions from these grasshoppers were colossal, wiping out all the wolves within the blast radius. Qin Shuang is impressed by what she's seeing and asks what the hell is going on. After all, what kind of grasshopper is this that causes such a powerful explosion that it shoots magma into the air? The principal looks back and asks if there is any student or teacher who has the ability to detect the grasshoppers to provide accurate information about them. A young man uses his power and says that those are evolved elite forms of the explosive grasshoppers. Sumei is pleased to hear this and says it was an excellent job by her student. Janlin, however, is unfazed by so little and asks if they really believe they can destroy his cavalry with so little, and orders his monsters to use their supernatural powers. With this, the leader howls, overflowing with powerful energy, as do the other wolves, who begin to blow a blue wind, thus creating the penetrating aura of ice to successfully counter the explosions. A student says that in the end, a demigod is a demigod, and logically wouldn't be defeated with so little, even admitting that the elite forms of the explosive grasshoppers are truly powerful, and says it's a shame that only 500,000 grasshoppers remain, and to make matters worse, they are all exhausted. Janlin, determined to show what true fear is, says he will completely destroy the MC's core, and, with that, he will be expelled from school, reaching rock bottom, and orders his wolves to run and completely destroy Hanwoo's core. The principal turns around, saying that unfortunately, it's over. However, someone in the room asks what that divine form in the MC's core is. This catches Qin Shuang's attention, and she looks to see what it is. She only sees the wolves staring at a shadow, and upon looking closer, she notices that it is a familiar. One of the students asks if those aren't the storm swords that cost 50 divine powers, so 4 would cost 200, and the math doesn't add up since Hanwoo is an orphan and shouldn't be rich enough to buy these weapons. The principal explains that this is Jian Feng, who belongs to a clan with extraordinary life forms. A student says that it probably doesn't make a difference anymore. After all, they are facing the army of a demigod, and the cavalry captain will likely deal with that warrior while the rest of the wolves destroy the core. She reflects more on what she's seeing, and, judging by the appearance of that familiar, it's not an extraordinary life form, but rather a genuine heroic life form. Janlin is also surprised by what he's seeing. After all, in his entire life fighting for decades, he only managed to produce one heroic form, so how could a high school student have achieved such a feat? He orders his wolves to destroy the core immediately, because after doing so, he will be able to capture this heroic life form for himself. Jian Feng begins to gather energy in his eyes, and prepares as several mounted wolves are coming his way. However, they are all repelled with his level 3 ability, Storm Cuts, and he also launches others into the air, using his level 1 ability, Whirlwind. A monster uses its freezing breath, and with that, it manages to freeze the familiar's feet. The wolves take the opportunity to attack, but he simply raises his 4 swords and activates his Iron Cut ability, creating an energy circle in the air that becomes increasingly powerful until it activates, causing a massive hole in the area and destroying everything around. The students are surprised because they didn't imagine a familiar could have so much power. Meanwhile, Jian Feng simply stands before the defeated wolves. Janlin starts to get worried about the situation and asks the wolf cavalry captain to defeat the enemy. The monster positions itself and, overflowing with enormous power, prepares for battle. Suddenly, a voice asks if the demigod really intends to break the promise. He turns around and notices that the director is present and immediately responds that no, he would never dare do that, and asks the cavalry captain to retreat along with the entire army. The director looks at the MC, and immediately, Jian Feng steps in front, leaving him surprised to see this scene. After all this confusion, still at school, the principal says that Hanwoo did a good job, but he can't relax just because he has a heroic life form, as despite being powerful, they are not invincible. He hears this and says that he has a request to make. She asks what it would be. He says that he would like to change classes, leaving the teacher surprised by this, apologizing to him for not paying much attention, but promising to teach well from now on, and also receiving a significant amount of resources for daily practice, so he asks for a chance to correct these mistakes. He says, this thinking that clearly this student will become strong and enter a university, so he himself will receive incredible rewards for having helped. However, it's no use since the MC responds that he doesn't want that. His only desire is to change classes. The principal explains that he can't just change classes as he wishes since the school has its own regulations, and says that if he insists so much on it, he must pass the test assigned by the school, and if he succeeds, she herself will help him with the change. He accepts the test and says he will do as she instructs. Qin Shuang immediately shouts that she would also like to apply for this test. The teacher feels embarrassed and asks his student that if she doesn't like something about her teacher, she can speak up, but it's not necessary to go so far as to want to change classes. She replies that she has no dissatisfaction, she just doesn't want to stay there anymore. Xiaolong also stands up, telling the principal that he would like to take this test. Letian asks the class monitor what he is doing. He thanks for the help he's received so far, but he doesn't want to stay in that class anymore. He also turns to Qin Shuang, imagining that he can't let anyone else have her. The principal informs them that she will prepare the test for the following day. Outside the school, Qin Shuang runs up to the MC, asking how on earth he managed to obtain a heroic life form. He says that this matter is none of her concern, but she responds that it is. After all, he owes 150 divine power points, and if he cannot pay it back, he must become a slave to settle the debt. So the least she is entitled to know is how he acquired a heroic life form. He makes it clear that if she wants to collect the debt, he will pay 5 divine power points as interest. But if she wants to know about the heroic life form, unfortunately, she will remain in the dark. He says this and teleports away, leaving her furious. Inside his divine kingdom, the MC consults his troops and notes that he has 1 billion common grasshoppers, 1 million explosive grasshoppers, and 30,000 detonating grasshoppers, feeling a bit concerned if this will be enough for the class change test. At that moment, Jianfeng appears, informing him that the wolf cavalry is hiding inside the mines, and asks if he should destroy them immediately. This makes him think that indeed, many wolves escaped, and that this army inside his divine kingdom could be a problem, but killing them directly would be a great waste. With this in mind, he orders his familiar to capture the cavalry and ensure they are kept alive. 2 hours pass, and he returns with all the wolves tied up. The system asks if he would like to sacrifice 1 billion grasshoppers and 24 wolf cavalry units. He selects yes and activates his sacrifice ability. This sacrifice grants him a wick, a furnace artifact, and 3 watchtowers. He notices that the wick is indeed good, but how on earth would the grasshoppers handle it? The same goes for the furnace and watchtowers, and he thinks that, unfortunately, none of these items are interesting to him. At this moment, he remembers that he captured a few hundred dwarves in his battle against Zheng Bin, and wonders what happened to them, activating his god's eyes. The dwarves are currently working and notice their master's eye watching them, causing them to thank their god for the wonderful life he has granted them. He realizes that after capturing the dwarves, he ordered them to mine, and definitely, mining and equipment crafting are the dwarves' talents, while the fool, Zheng Bin, forced them to fight. Knowing this, he imagines they have the talent to craft equipment and without a doubt will be very useful in the furnace. He sends them there and asks them to forge the best equipment possible. The dwarves are surprised, as the gods have sent a divine gift. Meanwhile, the teachers are gathered. Li Tian explains that everyone is already aware of the class change test that 3 students will take, and that the school has given authority for everyone to create something. One teacher says he has nothing to say except thank you, as they are giving away 3 of the best students as a gift. He says he doesn't care about the tests for 2 of the students, but demands that Hanwu's test be raised to the maximum level since he hates a student who doesn't respect the teachers, and asks all his colleagues to please make this happen. The teachers agree to help, while Li Tian is just furious about being reprimanded by the principal, in addition to having his semester salary cut. The next day, already in the classroom, the teacher presents the 3 envelopes containing each student's test. Xiaolong and Qin Shuang take their envelopes, as does the MC, who is surprised to read that his evaluation test is at level 10, requiring him to defend against 10,000 foreign invaders. The principal asks the teacher if he would like to reconsider Hanwu's absurd test, but he responds that this was a decision made by all the teachers together. The MC asks the principal not to worry, as Li Tian is eager to see his abilities in action. This irritates him, prompting him to say that he should not regret it later. Qin Shuang once again asks him to become her slave, and if he does, she will ensure that absolutely no one at that school dares to intimidate him again. He thanks her for the kindness and says they will see each other after the test. She replies that it's fine, calling him ungrateful. Meanwhile, Xiaolong is eager to see the MC make a fool of himself in this test. The test begins with thousands of goblins appearing in front of him. The people watching on the big screen comment that they heard Hanwu's test is the hardest of the 3, and say it's well-deserved for having offended Professor Liu. The MC is not pleased, considering that Li Tian can't even be called a man for putting so many fire-resistant goblins against him. The professor, on the other hand, claims this is for his student to learn a lesson, as 10,000 red goblins should be more than enough to destroy the divine kingdom, and he makes it clear to other students that there is no hatred between teachers and students, and that after this small test, Hanwu will certainly understand the good intentions behind the teachers. Meanwhile, the principal is rooting for him. The MC begins his attack, sending his legion of grasshoppers into battle, but the goblins simply summon their fireballs and launch them, exploding all the grasshoppers. The MC already anticipated that mere common grasshoppers would not inflict any damage and decides to use his explosive grasshoppers for the attack, scaring the red goblins. Then, numerous explosions occur, eliminating 400 goblins at once. Qinshuang and Xiaolong return from their tests, and she runs to the principal, asking how the MC is doing. Shumei says the situation is not very good, as grasshoppers are inferior creatures, and even if well cultivated, they still wouldn't reach the top. Hanwu, seemingly calm, continues to send more and more explosive grasshoppers, eliminating another 3,000 red goblins at once, while the rest desperately try to reach the crystal to destroy it. A student comments that, unfortunately, it's over this time. After all, he may have a heroic life form, but there's nothing he can do against 6,500 red goblins. Qinshuang also laments, as an insane army like that will destroy her classmates' core. The principal immediately contacts the MC, asking that if he can't hold out, he should just admit defeat, as there's no shame in it, and with time, he can rise again. He makes it clear that he's already decided to change classes, and will attempt it until his last breath, adding that he hasn't lost yet. He says this while his familiar delivers numerous blows to the approaching goblins, finishing them off one by one. The goblins become enraged, using their roars and launching their fireballs, causing countless explosions on the ground where Jian Feng was, making them believe it's unfortunately over, as the familiar must have suffered serious damage in these attacks. The professor is the most excited, saying that Hanwu must learn the lesson this time, until a student asks them to look closely. An army of dwarves emerges in the middle of the battle. They position themselves asking to protect their god, leaving the red goblins frightened, as an army of dwarves is attacking everyone. The students watching are surprised, asking if this isn't the same faction Zheng Bian had, and, with all this talent, Hanwu must be at the very least in the top 10 of the year. With the dwarves' victory over the red goblins, the MC celebrates, having won even while at a disadvantage. The principal and Qinshuang are also pleased with the result, unlike the professor, who is irritated by this victory. With the return of the 3 students, all the teachers want to recruit them for their respective classes, making it clear that they will provide the maximum resources possible for each one. Xiaolong can only imagine going wherever Qinshuang goes, regardless of which class it will be. The MC is bothered by something, asking the principal why his test was so difficult. She explains that the level of each student's test was chosen collectively by all the teachers of that grade. He says he understands and kindly asks to check each vote. She agrees and hands over the summary of opinions about the class transfer test evaluation. All the teachers are dissatisfied with Letian, as it was a disaster supporting him against the student. Hanwu goes to 2 teachers who clearly voted fairly and asks what resources they would provide if he joined one of them. The first teacher says that this test made it clear that MC's ability to cultivate dwarves, and if he joins his class, he will provide an army of 10,000 dwarves. With this, he will easily make it into the top 10 and have a bright future. The other teacher says that central family cultivation is the most important and has several resources on hand that will be useful in cultivating insects. So, if he joins his class, he will fully assist in the life transition of grasshopper species. With that decided, Hanwu tells Professor Tianwen that he would like to join his class. The girl, knowing the MC will go there, says she also wants to join that professor's class. The same goes for Xiaolong, as he will go wherever the girl goes. The professor is delighted that so many students decided to join his class, and that's how you win the Outstanding Teacher Award. Besides that, it is great that so many good students are joining his class. He presents a gift to the MC as thanks for deciding to join his class. He notices it is a hive construction letter that occupies a square kilometer of land and can hatch 1 million insectoids annually. This makes him happy, as it was literally tailor-made for him, and he begins to think about his future strategies, as after setting up the hive in his divine realm, he will be able to bless it with 2 level 1 relics. The hive will perfectly amplify the power of both relics and, consequently, the eggs within it. Thus, he will be able to obtain 1 million grasshoppers every year. With this in mind, he thanks the professor for the generosity, and the professor says there is no need to thank him. Just deliver the best results, and that will be a reward in itself. The principal calls everyone's attention, saying that the test of the day is a simple test, so there's no need to take it so seriously, but that in 7 days, the exam will cover the entire school, as it will determine the allocation of resources among classes in the future. After that, within the MC's divine realm, he checks his situation and currently has 2 million grasshoppers, 5,000 self-destructing grasshoppers, 300 explosive grasshoppers, 52 dwarves, and Jianfeng, which is a heroic life form. He worries when analyzing his situation, as with this level of strength, participating in the exam that will cover 7 days will probably result in the worst score among all students, and he definitely needs to find a way to increase the number of grasshoppers as well as strengthen the ones he already has. He also notes that the name of the dwarves is different, now being Redforge dwarves, and flies off as he wants to see with his own eyes what this means. Upon arriving where they are gathered, he notices that the dwarves are indeed different, now being an elite creature with various talents and extremely higher power. This makes him think how great it would be if they were from his main family, as he can only use growth acceleration more frequently with his main family. After that, 4 days pass, and with 7.3 billion grasshoppers currently, he hopes to get something good this time. Activating his life sacrifice ability on all the grasshoppers, he wonders what he will gain this time. The system gives the first option, saying, Sacred Item Level 2, Law of Gluttony. Once charged in the Divine Realm Core, the main race gains the ability to eat voraciously. If the total energy of the consumed food exceeds its own energy by 1,000 times, it can complete its own evolution. The second option says, Hero Model. Giving this to an extraordinary life form can help it be promoted to a heroic life form. And finally, the third option will give a bit of divinity. The MC is pleased as these are definitely all good options, making it hard to choose any, and he thinks about the 3 options. The first option could transform various grasshoppers into elite life forms, but he may not be able to afford it. The second could make a life form evolve to the heroic version, and the third option would give him power equivalent to 100 billion faith, something like winning the lottery. After much thought, he decides to choose the first option. 3 days pass, and Hanwoo is unsure if what is in front of him is a gigantic grasshopper or a gigantic lizard, declaring that it will be the explosive plus grasshopper. Later, at school, Qin Shuang goes to him asking if he has considered becoming their slave, as he has no support or resources, making it impossible to stand out among the various demigods, and says she really thinks his grasshoppers are strong, but in the end, they are not a big deal. She also says she thinks the dwarves are cool, but that they are not part of the main family. The MC thanks her for her kindness, and says he will find out all of this only after the exam. She does not like this at all, and comments that he is driving her crazy. Xiaolong just watches from his desk, wishing that the MC would disappear completely from Qin Shuang's sight. The professor explains the importance of this exam for the future in terms of resource distribution and asks everyone to give their best, making it clear that he has several sacred relics, domain lands, core fragments, among other resources, available if needed. He also emphasizes the importance of reading the rules of this exam carefully. The first stage is the elimination system. Next comes the ranking system, where everyone will receive an evaluation of the same difficulty. Those who fail will be directly eliminated from the school. The MC notes that being expelled from the school upon elimination is very harsh, but the rewards must be excellent. The top 100 will receive a divine territory. The top 50 will receive a level 1 sacred relic. The top 30 will receive a creation card. The top 20 will receive a first grade building. The top 10 will receive a divine weapon of the student's choice. The top 5 will receive a transcendent seed that can accelerate an elite life form. The top 3 will have their divine core evolved, and the first place will win a point of divinity. Reading all this excites him, as he will fight until the end for these rewards. With all these explanations, the professor says the general exam is starting, warning that the first round of the general exam elimination test will begin soon, so everyone should prepare. The MC begins to head toward his divine realm until he teleports completely. Asking all his family members to prepare for battle, he notices his enemies approaching and realizes they are flesh and blood puppets, definitely an ordinary life form, with elite-level combat power, as well as extremely thick and resistant skin. But fortunately, they are slow. With that, he orders 50,000 grasshoppers to explode in magma form, causing several explosions among the monsters, which only roar in response. He gets excited, as the smell of roasted meat is strong, and wonders if he could feed his grasshoppers with those monsters, asking the Red Goblin dwarves to recover the bodies from the battle. After a while, he notices that there are great supplements there and is confused if this isn't a test, as if it continues like this, the upcoming exams will be intense. The teachers watch on the big screen, lamenting that another student they were optimistic about has been eliminated. Tianwen says that 20 of the eliminated students were from his class, reducing it to a third. Another professor says that his situation is worse, as half of his students were eliminated, and questions if the level isn't too high. The principal explains that she had the 3 vice principals compete for positions with the Demon Abyss civilization at the forefront, so there must be a reason for choosing the flesh demon puppet as an invader, and since they are demigods, it isn't interesting to speculate. Tianwen is excited, as his student turned everyone's nightmare into food for himself, and asks if there are still any relatives who can resist the toxins in the meat and blood of those demons. Another professor is curious about this, as if the grasshoppers can ignore the toxins of the demonic puppets. It is a great discovery worthy of research. Li Tian responds that it is just luck, as in terms of strength, those grasshoppers are trash. Tianwen makes it clear that luck is also part of strength, and definitely those grasshoppers have been well cultivated, so they are not weak, stating that, despite being an extraordinary life form, it still crossed the threshold of extraordinary life forms. Li Tian asks if these extraordinary life forms are not, in the end, just grasshoppers. After all, their combat power is generally equal to that of goblins, which are common life forms, and even worse than them in other aspects. The professor makes it clear that his colleague is being one-sided, as he is comparing the deficiencies of the grasshoppers with the advantages of another race. For example, grasshoppers can expand their population 100 or 1,000 times a year. Asking if goblins can do the same, he says he will not discuss useless things and only wants to see the results, proposing a bet that, in the end, Liumo's score will be higher than Hanwu's. Tianwen responds that the MC will definitely have the best scores. Letian says that all the teachers are there as witnesses, and the result will cost the loser 5 points of divinity. He says this thinking the bet is already won. After all, Liumo is his nephew, and definitely, Tianwen will not provide the same resources. On the big screen, it is possible to see that after the eliminations, 430 candidates were approved, and the number of students selected for the exam is 300. Lichen says that there are only useless bastards, as there are still 130 people left who passed. Another professor asks him not to blame the students, as it is not uncommon to fail due to the level of difficulty. The ranking test will begin, with various skeleton warriors appearing. The teachers ask if that's really all there is, as it seems more like a giveaway. The MC gets excited, as he has 1 billion hungry baby grasshoppers, and suddenly, so many skeleton soldiers appear, it must be a joke. He orders his grasshoppers to completely devour that army. The skeletons, despite having glowing eyes, had nothing they could do. 2 hours pass and he feels relieved, as it was a great appetizer. However, the second wave of skeleton soldiers begins, but are immediately exploded by the self-destructing grasshoppers. He observes that if the lava continues to rise higher and higher, these skeleton soldiers will not be able to swim through it, increasing the temperature more and more. With this in mind, he asks the Red Goblin dwarves to pour out the melted lava from the great furnace. They immediately obey, killing all the skeleton soldiers as they come out of the portal. One of the professors is surprised, as Hanwu is definitely coming up with great ideas. Tianwen says that it is obvious after all, he is in the best possible class. Li Tian is not intimidated, as the MC has just reached the 7th wave, but Liumo is also at this level. At this moment, in Liumo's divine realm, he is positioned with his arrow towers, lightning towers, fire towers, among various other things, imagining that this student must really come from a rich family. The professor is excited, as he invested many resources in his nephew to ensure that he will be in first place this year, until he hears another professor asking to see Qin Shuang's divine realm. Observing her realm, he notes that there are 100 lightning towers, as well as 300,000 elite thunder natural life forms, and 100 giant ancestral trees. This impresses everyone, as her family is truly powerful. Even many demigods do not have as many trump cards as she does, and there are even rumors that the girl is among the top 3 in the series. Li Tian is furious, as he knows all this is because of Hanwoo, and says that the boy will pay dearly for this. After all this, the 10th wave ends, leaving only 18 candidates, and he announces that the 11th wave will begin soon, making it clear that the level of difficulty will increase drastically. A shadow emerges from a red portal, leaving everyone in disbelief that this is a heroic life form. The monster in question is the bone collector of the skeleton race, and it is indeed a heroic life form. It continues walking, and as it passes by, all the bones on the ground begin to tremble, while a pink aura surrounds it. It raises its staff and creates a completely gigantic skeleton being. The bone collector raises its hand, asking its new creation to attack with all its might. The enormous skeleton attacks, saying it only wants to kill, and stomps on the ground, causing a huge explosion, leaving the professors surprised, as only 3 minutes have passed, but 8 students have already given up due to the excessive difficulty. Letian is annoyed, asking why the giant skeleton is so small in Hanwoo's divine realm, and starts accusing him of cheating. Indeed, the skeleton generated in this realm was quite insignificant, even trembling with fear. Tianwen explains that the reason is simple. The bone fragments in the MC's divine realm were burned to ashes by the lava, so the bone collector did not have enough resources to create such a large being, leaving only the bone collector, who is disintegrated by the iron-cutting style of the familiar Jianfeng. The MC begins to yawn, insinuating that it is too easy as he has just passed the 11th invasion wave. The professor does not accept this result and accuses him again of cheating, insinuating that the student should already know what the tests would be. Tianwen asks what evidence he has for this accusation. The professor accuses him of protecting his own student, saying he will report him to the educational authorities, making it clear that everyone there is sensitive. But Hanwoo's unusual fighting style is suspicious after all. Who would think of cleaning the battlefield after defeating the skeleton soldiers? If he did that, it's because he knew that eventually the bone collector would appear needing bones to summon its greatest creation, and he makes it clear that he strongly suspects that Hanwoo already knew about the tests in advance, which is a cheat that the school should investigate. The principal makes it clear that the content of the exam was decided by the Supreme Director before leaving, and that even she did not know the content of the tests, asking the professor if he really thinks the Supreme Director would have done something so stupid. He panics and says no, that he must have been wrong, and that Hanwoo defeated the bone controller by sheer luck, but insists that even if there is no cheating, his scores are very unfair compared to the other students. She asks if Letian, as a demigod, is aware of how ridiculous these words are. After all, the civilization of the divine realm has never been about justice, but rather about survival, and one cannot compare the scores of anyone with anyone else. Highlighting the justice that the professor mentioned, she says that he himself used his authority in favor of his nephew, providing him with resources. Knowing this makes Tianwen angry, as it seems the professor is favoring his own nephew with a colossal amount of resources. And now, it makes sense why the bet was made, though it's a shot in the foot, since the MC passed the wave while his nephew is facing great difficulties. In the divine realm of Liumo, he notes that he is facing a colossal challenge, as his army has been defeated, and says that he gives up on the test. Tianwen informs that the results of the exam are out, as Hanwoo has passed and his nephew has failed, asking if he will pay the 5 divinity points, reminding him that the other professors are witnesses. He hands over his card, making it clear that he will eventually recover the points he lost. An hour passes, and now there are 3 people left to face the 13th wave: Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. The professors are eager to see who will take first place among the three. In Huang Fei's divine realm, he gives up on the 14th invasion as the level has become absurd. Qin Shuang, reaching the 16th invasion wave, also gives up. The principal is pleased to see Hanwu in first place, continuing strong with his explosive locusts in the 20th invasion wave, causing explosions throughout the battlefield. A giant skeleton is generated as the smaller ones are killed, but the familiar Jian Feng appears with its annihilation technique, cutting the giant into pieces. 15 minutes pass, and the system announces that the 21st invasion will begin, making it clear that the difficulty level will increase dramatically and asking everyone to be prepared. He gets excited, as it seems a great challenge is coming. He notices that a colossal portal has appeared before him and is surprised, as it is much larger than normal. Emerging from within, sitting is the Supreme Lady of the Skeletons, and, as the system made clear, the difficulty level has indeed increased dramatically. Even the teachers are surprised, as that is the Supreme Lord of the Skeletons. The MC observes closely and is aware that the difference in strength is colossal, imagining that the best thing to do is to stop there. That said, he raises his hand in surrender. She, frustrated, asks why he is doing this, and the portal begins to pull her back out of the realm. She roars, furious, and throws a piece of bone that flies past him, causing a giant explosion, even though it was just a simple attack. He asks what the hell that was until the portal finally closes, and he is sent back to the normal world, ranking first on the leaderboard. The final result was, Tianwen's class scored a total of 252 points, placing first, 20 points ahead of the second place. Meanwhile, Letian's class scored 192 points, placing 8th. The teacher is furious with this defeat, as in his mind, his class had more than the obligation to be in first place. The other students who failed are worried, as they don't want to be kicked out of school. Hanwu only cares about celebrating since he came in first place. An hour passes, and the rewards start to be distributed. The MC received an iron ore resource card, a divine territory worth 100 divine powers, a card that can be exchanged for a level 1 sacred item, a level 1 temple, a divine weapon worth 100,000, a card of extraordinary seeds, one more level in the divine realm, one extra point of divinity, and lastly, a familiar reproduction card. The students are surprised to see these rewards on the big screen. The MC is thoughtful since he needs to carefully consider what types of rewards would be best to trade with the cards. Tianwen tells him not to worry, because he will guide him on which are the most suitable. This makes him happy, as his teacher is really reliable. In the MC's divine realm, he uses his territory card, expanding it to 20 square kilometers. Additionally, he uses the relic, and all the items he won were applied. He carefully examines the weapon and is aware that the trade card only allows for one exchange, and giving just one to his pet is useless. Imagining that it might be interesting to give a hammer or something like that to the dwarves, he finds a war hammer, valued at nearly 1 million divine power, and it was forged from the core of the infernal hydra of the Supreme Lord. The minimum requirement is to have a heroic fire life form. He knows that unfortunately, he won't be able to use it immediately, so he will have to wait for one of the red dwarves to become a heroic fire life form. An hour later, still at school, the teacher comments on the overall exam and firmly believes that those who remain at the school are the elite. He also mentions that he would like the top 3 students in the class to come on stage to receive their prizes. The 3 go to the front, while the teacher explains that Hanwu performed excellently in the overall exam, securing first place, and the reward will be the choice of any superior resource. Hearing this makes the MC thoughtful, wondering what is in the treasure chest of resources. The system lists the options, which are Giant's Fist, Fountain of Life, Iron Mine Core, Level 2 Skill Frozen Missile, Level 2 Buildings, Goblin Nest, and finally, an extraordinary life form, Linger. Without thinking twice, he chooses the Fountain of Life. Basically, it is a water fountain with vital energy, which can be used in large quantities to nourish life and improve the environment. The teacher acknowledges how incredible Hanwu is for this choice, as he is not stubbornly seeking power, but rather recognizing his own strengths and looking to develop them. After that, a person approaches, congratulating the MC since he suddenly became rich, and asking his colleague to sell the divinity he won in the overall exam, offering to exchange it for 105 million divine power. He just wonders how this guy comes in wanting to give orders, even though he seems rich for offering 5 million extra, asking why he wants it. The boy responds that there is no specific reason. He just wants to know if the MC agrees to make the trade for 105 million divine power, as that's enough power to focus on the locusts or wherever he wants. The MC refuses the request. The student insists, saying that his grandfather is preparing to be promoted to a true god and needs divinity. So, if the MC sells that divinity, the student himself will owe a favor, in addition to the agreed divine power. This makes him think, as 105 million divine power is really a lot, and with all that, he would be able to greatly increase his locust army. He replies that it is indeed an interesting offer until his phone rings, and when he checks it, he's shocked, as Qin Shuang is sending a message asking him to sell the divinity to her for an incredible 150 million. He can't believe such an absurd amount and thinks that this girl definitely has money to spare. She asks if he really thinks 1 point of divinity is only worth 100 million. She also asks if he has no common sense. Although it's true that a bit of divinity can be condensed with 100 million divine energy, that only happens if the god produces and sells it. Moreover, if it were mixed with the power of faith from other gods, the success rate of divine power condensation would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the current price of divinity is 145 million divine power, but there's not even a market for it. He starts to understand better after this explanation, which means that Shuju was trying to scam him. With that in mind, he makes it clear to his classmate that he rejects his offer, leaving him nervous, asking the MC not to get so cocky just because he got first place in the general exam. However, the MC no longer cares about anything, as 150 million divine power has just been deposited into his account, feeling rich at this moment. After that, in his realm, he directs that the level 1 temple should be built near the Red Goblin site, and it is built right away. As for the fountain, he imagines it should be constructed near the desert, as with the temple, that land will become fertile soon. After that, he goes to the Red Goblins and gives them the new artifact, the Infernal Warhammer. They are amazed and thank him for everything their god has provided so far. Hanwoo takes the seed of supremacy in his hand and gives it to them, saying that from now on, that Red Goblin will be known as the Hammer of God, placing trust in him that he will become a hero soon, to the point of lifting the infernal hammer. He is moved by such honor and bids farewell to the MC, praising his god. While flying, the MC is looking at a crystal that the teacher asked him to choose, but he is not sure what it's for. He barely thinks about it when he gets a call from Tianwen, who, when answering, asks if he'd like to see him or something like that. The teacher talks about the question of who would be better, Hanwoo or Liumo, and with that, the teachers bet 5 points of divinity, with Tianwen himself winning that bet. He says he would like to give a divinity card equivalent to 150 million divine powers. Then, he explains the other war reward he won, which is the egg laid by the celestial demon insect king, and refined using a special method, which, even dead, will produce 10 liters of magic fetus every day. He emphasizes that, at the time, he said he would support him with every possible resource regarding the core familiars, imagining that for now, it is the only way to help the locusts make a leap in life. This makes the MC reflect that he doesn't have the support of the other teachers, as they consider the locusts useless. But he is aware that if the locusts mastered the path of life leap, assimilating with the celestial demon insects, they would have great potential overall. The teacher asks him to choose any of those rewards, as it's part of the bet he won. Without thinking twice, he replies that he wants the magic fetus egg. Tianwen points out that the combination of the celestial demon insect with the poison attribute is high, and it can carry the poisonous mist account of the level 1 sacred item, and with that, the result will be absolutely satisfying. He thanks him for all the information, saying that he will meet the expectations. Additionally, he asks if there is any way to provide a large amount of meat, regardless of quality, since the meat at the shopping centers is quite expensive. He suggests not feeding the locusts with meat and also not buying from shopping centers, as the cost is high and the benefit is low. He mentions that recently, the director has been invading the demon abyss, and there should be plenty of blood and flesh puppet corpses there, suggesting he inquire about it. The MC thanks him for the recommendation and ends the call. As he continues walking, he imagines that the effect of level 2 gluttony is quite powerful, as his locusts in the divine realm ate very quickly. Now, the realm's standard production cannot satisfy their appetite, so the best policy will be to find a food source as quickly as possible. He thinks about it and places the magic fetus egg under the ancient tree to make it produce essence faster. After that, 2 days pass, and he notices that some locusts apparently have already eaten the magic fetus eggs, becoming anxious to see what kind of creature will emerge from the cocoon. He also wonders how much longer it will take since 2 days have passed and still nothing. No sooner does he say this than he sees the cocoon cracking, feeling happy that the time has come. A new familiar emerges in front of him. It is the celestial demon insect. It's an ordinary creature. Its talent is cruelty, and its level of faith is fanatical. Hanwoo is pleased, as even though it is still in the common phase, it is 100 times stronger than the locusts. He also noticed that there is no information on the creation, probably because every demon insect must be assimilated by the magic element. By using a few magic drops, he notices that his familiar grows twice as large. Additionally, the law of gluttony also works on this familiar, and it doesn't take long for it to be promoted to an elite life form. With that said, he uses his sacred poisonous mist item, completely changing the form of his new pet. Now, it has become an elite life form, the poisonous mist insect. In another location, the Supreme Director wonders how this could have happened. He is in a place with thousands of skeletons everywhere, wondering what to do with so many broken bones. And even though the corpses are sealed in the card, if the divine power in the card runs out, the corpses will explode again. Suddenly, he receives a call from Tianwen. The professor says he's calling hastily just to ask if he'd like to provide the body of the demon puppet of flesh and blood, as he has a student who would like to buy it. The director asks what a student wants with demon puppets. He responds that they will be used to feed his main familiars, as they are locusts and could eat these flesh puppets with ease, just like they did in the elimination test. The director asks if this particular student isn't the genius who fought a demigod a few days ago, surprised that a small locust could be so useful, and adds that it's a pity that location isn't suitable for the locust's life, as they could introduce a large group of them to eat the flesh of these puppets and save a lot of divine power. He says this and pulls out a card, stating that it contains 1 million flesh and blood puppets, asking him to give it to the student. A day passes, and the professor calls again, saying that the student ran out of meat and asked if there would be a permanent supply. The director can't believe that he used it all in 1 day, and to make matters worse, wants a permanent supply. He asks for a moment to think of something. After coming to a conclusion, he says that there are indeed enough corpses, but it's not something he can provide for free. He makes the proposal to sell 100 demon puppets for 10,000 divine powers. 5 minutes later, the professor returns the call with the MC's response, saying that he agreed to the terms and wants to start by paying 1 million in exchange for the meat. A few days later, Hanwoo is ready with his most powerful army, once again using his sacrifice ability. The options in exchange for this sacrifice are: Option 1, Giant Warriors, which are an extraordinary life form; Option 2, Level 3 Skill Crystal; and Option 3, Decomposition System, which breaks down matter and extracts pure energy. He considers all the options, taking into account the 12 billion elite life forms he used in the sacrifice. He thinks about the giants, as they are quite intelligent and their power is overwhelming, and just one of them could be sold for 10 million. However, he is also interested in Option 2, as the Level 3 poison explosion combined with the celestial demon insects, the poisonous mist, and the relic would be a perfect combination. Yet, he knows that his current divine core is at Level 3, and has no open slot to carry this new skill. After analyzing everything, he decides to choose option 3, as it's said that energy crystals are the food of magical familiars, and they are quite expensive. Upon choosing this option, a huge machine appears in front of him. He decides to start by experimenting with a bit of iron ore. 5 hours later, the result is 3 iron crystals. He takes one in his hand to analyze, and knows that an iron crystal can be used as food for some special races, in addition to being useful for forging weapons, and each one is worth 5 points of divine power. He will definitely be able to make a great fortune in the long run. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head, saying they were attacked by the undead during mining, injuring 3 companions. At the moment, the leader of the Red Dwarf clan is in battle, asking for their god's support if possible. He is surprised, as apparently the temple is contacting him, but he doesn't understand how on earth there are undead in his realm. To better understand what is happening, he uses his divine vision and sees the Red Dwarf facing an undead, but finds it strange that the undead's clothing is very similar to the Supreme Lord's. He also finds it odd that the enemy is handling such a powerful dwarf so well. He gets excited, as this is incredible, and tries to consult the information on the monster, but is startled to find that the consultation failed, as the skeleton is not his follower, and he has no other means to view the information. Suddenly, Jian Feng appears to face this new challenge, delivering the first blow quickly and making the skeleton's head fall to the ground. However, right after, the skeleton rises again with its entire body. The MC appears, trying to make the skeleton submit to him, but his hologram is attacked. He comments that this monster is really naive, as if the divine realm remains intact. His divine form will last forever as well. He orders his familiars to put pressure on these skeletons until they submit. 3 days later, all the undead are on their knees, finally surrendered. Hanwoo decides to check if this time he can access the information on these monsters, and now he succeeds. This is a weak undead lord from the skeleton clan. Its talent is crystal bones, and its faith power is 1 million per day. The next day at school, the teacher asks if everyone is ready for the new challenge, warning that the next test will really increase the gap between everyone, directly impacting the acceptance into the future colleges they will enter. The MC already imagines that his grandfather's last wish was for his grandson to enter the Imperial College to search for his missing parents, and this college is one of the best regarding the civilization of the divine realm. The teacher informs them that everyone will be transported to the Demon Abyss, and that the specific content of the exam will be sent via email. A student comments that in this abyss, it is said there is always a demonic aura that corrupts anyone who enters, turning them into a servant, and that only undead demons can survive. Xiaolong, smiling, is confident, believing that the time to defeat Hanwoo has finally come. Suddenly, an unknown call appears in his system. When he answers, he realizes it's Professor Ledian, saying he needs his help to eliminate someone. The student asks if he's talking about Hanwoo, because if so, there's no need to say anything, as he will face him in the upcoming test anyway. Letian thanks him, calling him his favorite student, and also says he has a gift to help a lot in the exams. The Demon Dragon card, an extraordinary life form, a race as powerful as a heroic life form. With that, the test begins, and everyone heads to the Demon Abyss. The exam requirements are presented. In summary, you can only assume one familiar incarnation at a time. If the incarnation dies, the student will come in their true form, being able to summon one familiar per day. With a limit of 100 familiars, you must destroy more than 90% of the skeletons. The weakest creature is the common undead, and the strongest is the extraordinary undead. The MC receives a notification asking him to choose one of the familiars he wants to appear. His options are the Locust, the Red Dwarf, the familiar Jian Feng, or the weak Skeleton Lord. He decides to bet on the Skeleton Lord, as it's an undead and therefore immune to the Abyss's demonic aura. However, he is startled to see an aura surrounding his body until he is teleported in the form of the incarnation he chose. He notices that the Demon Abyss is indeed a paradise for the undead, and he then summons 100 locusts. A dark curtain begins to rise, and he notices that, as he suspected, the demonic energy is truly the nemesis of familiars. After walking a bit around the area, he finds the Bone Demon Fruit, and orders his locusts to harvest it. No sooner does he give this order than he feels something strange, looking behind him and seeing a giant army of the undead. As they approach, he gets excited, as it's the perfect time to test the attack and defense of that skeleton form. 10 minutes pass, and the MC feels confident after testing his movements. He imagines that, despite all this hard work, the demon fruits will only provide 20 evaluation points, but the 100-point task requires defeating a demigod, and he stands no chance if he continues like this. He orders his army to go gather more fruits, betting on quantity. A day passes, and he is in possession of all the demon fruits in the abyss. He opens his system, since he has a plan, asking if anyone wants to buy 100 bone demon fruits for mission 49. He adds that he's also open to trades. The first person to read this asks how he can do that, saying it's cheating. Another person replies that it's not cheating, it's called resource integration, and also says they'll take some fruits, offering 50 points of divine power. Another person responds that they'll also want 50. Lastly, Professor Tianwen asks him to only trade resources obtained in that plane, giving him the first warning. With 3 warnings, he'll be disqualified from the test. The MC can only think that he's truly a business genius, as he finds a solution to every problem. A person transformed into a familiar says they were worried about where to find Hanwoo, but with these messages revealing the location, they wonder how he'll survive this time. It's revealed to be Xiaolong in his dragon form, accompanied by his fierce wolves. The MC notices his ranking dropping and becomes frustrated as he has a very weak familiar, making it quite difficult to gain points. If he doesn't complete advanced missions, he'll be surpassed in no time. Suddenly, he spots an army of skeletons behind him and decides to walk toward them. As he approaches, he lets out a loud roar and comments that he isn't sure if his incarnation as a skeleton lord can control them. One of the monsters observes the MC closely, and they all stand still, staring at him. He asks if they recognize him by any chance. Immediately, the skeletons bow. These are the common undead class skeleton soldiers, and their faith is that of true believers. Hanwoo is surprised, not understanding what's happening, as suddenly, more than a dozen skeleton soldiers, all true believers, submitted to him for no apparent reason. Without thinking too much about it, he asks his familiars to rise and patrol the camp. An hour later, his army grows. He now has a skeleton knight with the talents Iron Bones and Skeleton Summoning. His faith is that of a true believer. Hanwoo simply can't believe what he's seeing, as his small army suddenly became incredibly powerful. The Skeleton Knight reports that he was a member of the First Skeleton Legion during the confrontation against the Flesh and Blood Demon, and after the team separated, he had to stay behind. He also explains that due to the invasion of corrupted corpses, zombies, and puppets, his soldiers dwindled day by day, so he ended up sending skeletons to search for the Bone Demon fruit. The MC better understands the situation and is pleased that this new troop is under his command. Pondering how to make them stronger, he decides to check the current ranking and has already dropped to position 178. Seeing that his situation isn't great, he decides to start playing for real, announcing that he'll give bone crystals and leave the rest of the equipment for his soldiers. 10 minutes later, the army appears stronger, with the MC announcing that the current target will be the Flesh and Blood Demon puppet. They stand before the cave they are about to invade, and he explains to the army that the mission states there are about 10,000 Flesh and Blood Demon puppets in the lair, and they need to work as a team, as their current strength is 1,000 skeletons. They then enter the lair, but soon notice several creatures running toward them, trying to determine if they are human or monster. The skeletons take position and begin killing all the approaching puppets. The MC watches from afar, hoping that the slain Flesh and Blood puppets could transform into skeleton soldiers, adding more strength as members of his team. An hour passes, and now his army consists of 7,000 skeletons. This fills him with confidence, as only 3,000 Flesh and Blood puppets remain in the lair, so the time is now. He shouts for his troops to advance with all their might. 3 hours pass, and a soldier returns with an item in hand, offering it to his master. His points increase by 60, rising to rank 108. Meanwhile, outside the lair, a wolf is sniffing around while its master is furious, as he can't find Hanwoo anywhere. Xiaolong decides to check the ranking and notices his target just gained 60 points, meaning he defeated the Flesh and Blood Demon Lair, exceeding expectations but making it clear that his luck ends here. With that said, Xiaolong heads toward the demon's lair and is enraged to see that Hanwu secretly created a skeleton clan and, apparently, intends to use it to score high marks. Without wasting time, he orders his hellhounds to attack, running and leaping toward the MC, but the skeletons step in, protecting their master. The fight begins between the two sides, and Xiaolong admits that, in just 2 days within that dimension, Hanwu descended to the Abyss Demon Plane and had already gathered so much power. If they waited a few more days, he'd have a colossal army. With this in mind, Xiaolong decides to join the battle too, in his dragon form, but is immediately blocked by the Skeleton Knight. The MC, curious, says to his classmate that he has no complaints but wants to know why he's attacking his family. Furious, he shouts that he simply doesn't like his appearance and demands that he die once and for all, unleashing several slashes with his roar and hitting him directly. The skeleton army is outraged by this scene, but the dragon sees them as a bunch of riffraff not even worth killing. They remain furious about what that dragon did to their master until the MC gets up. Relieved that, fortunately, the skeleton lord can resurrect. He orders his army not to stand still, gathering all their strength and escaping as quickly as possible, leaving a warning that next time he meets Xiaolong, his death will be certain. Meanwhile, the little dragon decides to check the ranking and wonders why on earth Hanwu hasn't been removed yet, until he takes a closer look and notices that this guy is at position 163, meaning he somehow managed to escape death. He becomes furious at this and decides that even if it takes all the time in the world, he needs to eliminate all those skeletons, flying straight to the front of the lair. But upon arrival, he realizes it's empty, with not a single skeleton in sight. He immediately orders his wolves to search within a 100-mile radius and not let a single skeleton escape. Some time passes, and the MC is still with his army, granting them bone crystal stones, imagining that, due to his classmates' attack, only 5,000 skeleton soldiers remain, who still need to develop. This item makes them more powerful. He checks his system and realizes that their strength is still insufficient, especially since, to be more recognized by the Imperial Capital Academy, they need to conquer even more notable achievements. The mission is to wipe out the Fallen Demon's tribe. The reward will be 80 evaluation points, plus a level 2 skill crystal, Chain Fireball. He is aware that the Fallen Demon is a native creature of the Abyss Demon Plane, but quite weak in strength, yet it's offering 80 points in the evaluation, possibly even allowing him to eventually use the Fallen Demon to mass-produce soldiers. With that, he informs his army that they are heading to the Fallen Demon's tribe. 2 months later, in the teacher's meeting room, a teacher comments that his class's student, Huang Fei, currently has an army of over 100,000 demonized goblins, and his points have reached 3,200, securing first place. Another mentions that Liumo is also doing excellently, with 3,010 points holding second place. Someone else asks Professor Tianwen why Hanwu, who ranked first last time, isn't performing well this time. Letian interjects, saying he already mentioned that this boy relied on luck to get first place, but some short-sighted professor treated him like a treasure. Tianwen asks him to please show some decorum, as he's still a professor and should at least show a bit of decency. Letian asks if he's wrong since that student really is a waste, no matter how many resources are given to him. He says this while wondering if that boy will even make it out of the evaluation alive. The confident professor asks if he would like to make another bet, saying this because he is confident the MC will win. Letian asks if he's serious, and he responds that he's betting 10 divine points this time. The professor says he doesn't have 10 divine points but does have divine duties, and wagers his level 3 divine healing. Tianwen accepts and informs them that Hanwu has begun handling a task worth 80 evaluation points and is about to succeed. He imagines that a task worth 80 evaluation points is extremely difficult for a high school student, and once completed, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of universities. And even if the final score isn't excellent, just appearing in front of the universities will be worth it. Meanwhile, in the Abyssal Plane, This place originally had millions of desolate demons, but now fewer than 100,000 remain. The MC is on top of a mountain, content as his strategy has worked so far, having gathered 900,000 skeleton warriors and ordering them to advance, as it's time to collect the debt. The army begins attacking the monsters until they are cornered. 20 minutes later, he raises his victory flag. The skeleton mages use their resurrection spells, and the corpses on the ground come to life shortly after. This new monster is the Skeleton Reviver from the Skeleton Clan. It is a transcendent undead with talents of hard bones, as well as skeleton resurrection. Its belief is universal. This surprises him, as the Skeleton Revivers are even stronger than the Skeleton Knights. The new monster laughs while summoning more skeletons to the army, which form even stronger than usual. The MC asks him to store some things so that his army will not suffer any damage. Suddenly, a soldier approaches, presenting the loot to his master. He notices it is a sacred item, the Fireball Staff. After being charged in the Divine Realm's core, it can grant some Central Clan members the ability to cast level 1 fireballs. Additionally, it is immune to demonic energy erosion, increasing various negative resistances. He also notes that the Source of Desolation can trigger a life transition, deciding to test it later with his locusts. Now that his army has over 1 million soldiers, he feels more confident in facing Xiaolong's army. He checks the task in his system and, after earning 80 mission points, his rank rises to 401, receiving a level 2 skill crystal, Fireball Barrage. The next task is a native race with 70 evaluation points. Knowing his next mission, he orders his enormous army to march immediately. 3 days pass, and the professors are watching the Abyss live. The system reports that Han Wu has completed several consecutive tasks, rising to 4th place in the ranking. One of the professors comments to Tianwen that his student is truly incredible, having climbed from rock bottom to 4th place. Ledian says it doesn't matter if he's in 1st place, he's still not the first. Suddenly, Battle Fury Academy sends a message, wanting to interview the student Han Wu after the evaluation. At the same time, Hidden Dragon Academy does the same, wanting to schedule an interview with Han Wu. The same goes for Qingshan College, which sends a message saying that if Han Wu agrees, he can skip the college entrance exam and enroll directly. Letian becomes furious with Director Shu, asking why he's only showing university invitations for Han Wu and not mentioning the others. He replies that currently, there are no other invitations for the other students. The professor can't believe this, as the MC is only in 4th place at the moment, with 3 students ahead of him. The director explains that the prerequisite for university invitations is a total score of 3,000 and having completed at least one task worth 80 points or more. Currently, Han Wu is the only one who has met these requirements. Soon after, Qin Shuang also meets the 2 requirements and receives an invitation from Battle Fury Academy. The professor is no longer interested in university invitations, as there are fewer and fewer tasks left to complete, and Han Wu won't be able to take 1st place. With this in mind, he contacts Xiaolong and informs him that only 3 tasks remain, and the evaluation is almost over, urging him to work hard to finish before Han Wu takes the lead. Xiaolong replies that he understands and will complete a 90-point task before his classmate arrives. The MC decides to check the tasks still available. One gives 100 points, and requires exterminating the Black Frog demigod people. Another gives 90 points and requires annihilating the Minotaur tribe. Lastly, there's also a task worth 90 points that requires eradicating the Traiant's evil forest. He knows that he currently has 3,480 points, exactly 130 points behind the 1st place, and is currently in 3rd, meaning he needs to complete at least 2 tasks. But all of them are extremely difficult, considering that he currently has 20 million skeleton warriors, along with 2 heroic life forms and 190 transcendent life forms. He decides to start by exterminating the Minotaur tribe. Meanwhile, within the Minotaur tribe, several explosions are happening. Xiaolong is battling them, but he is frustrated because it is too difficult. Suddenly, a giant Minotaur appears, roaring and smashing everyone. Xiaolong orders a retreat, saying that as things stand, they'll only deplete their resources. The other student agrees, as even if they combine forces, they won't get past this evaluation level. However, he's shocked as he looks ahead and sees a colossal skeleton army, wondering what the hell this is. They assume they're unlucky to have encountered so many undead until they observe these skeletons fighting against the Minotaurs. The two notice that although they are numerous, their combat power is weak, and they could break through easily. The MC realizes that they want to flee, but warns them it won't be so easy, summoning his bone controllers. The powerful skeletons emerge and charge into the attack. The skeleton mage uses his magic and constantly summons the dead into battle. The two become desperate as they witness the dead lizard men turning into soldiers for the skeleton army, having no idea how they'll fight against this. Xiaolong decides to prioritize eliminating them, but a giant skeleton orders that neither of them move, leaving both paralyzed. The MC appears on top of the giant skeleton and greets both Xiaolong and Susun. Xiaolong can't believe it's Hanwu and asks if the main clan isn't supposed to be the Locusts. Since he didn't get a greeting in return, the MC simply says goodbye, as courtesy is essential. He says this as the giant lifts its foot, and Xiaolong begins shouting no until he is completely crushed with a single stomp. Susun says there is no conflict between them, apologizes if there was any misunderstanding, and argues that killing him won't bring any benefit. The MC responds that letting him live won't bring any benefit either. The lion begs, saying he can share all the treasure he took from the abyss, pleading to be spared. The MC agrees to the deal and tells him he can leave, and Susun runs off immediately, fearing for his life. 5 hours pass, and the Minotaurs are completely defeated. Those who survive surrender, promising to submit to their new master. With that, the mission is successfully completed, increasing his points by 90. Now, his total is 3,570, 40 points behind first place, with 2 missions left. Suddenly, there's only 1 mission remaining, meaning someone else completed one. He panics, trying to figure out who succeeded, and sees that Qin Shuang has moved up to 3,580 points, reaching second place. He's happy for her, and not surprised, as she's a powerful person. Now, he only has the task of exterminating the semi-divine Black Frog people, but he feels unsure, as the difficulty is very high. However, to attract the attention of Kyoto Academy, which is top tier, he needs to secure first place. He orders all his troops to move out, as their next destination is the nest of the Black Frog people. At the school, it is announced that 11 classes have already finished their evaluations, and only 3 students from Professor Tianwen remain. They check the leaderboard and see Qin Shuang in second place, Hanwu in third, and Susun in seventh, but they don't understand what they're still doing in the abyss. Latian comments that they must be confused, as the only remaining task is to kill a semi-divine being, and they are daring to face it, not realizing that if they fail, they'll lose everything, as it's a task none of the 11 classes dared to attempt since no one in history has ever succeeded. Tianwen agrees and says that's exactly what the two are going to try, as they are challenging the semi-divine frogman, having full confidence in their students. She starts her attacks with her birds, and several electric blasts strike down on the enormous frog, electrocuting everything around it. The powerful monster calls them reckless and activates his protective shield, shouting that they've just invaded the tribe and killed his people, so he will curse them all. She worries because this is not good, and a massive power rises toward her in the form of a bird, causing her to slowly fall as she's injured. She is forced to use her divine purification and recovers, regaining her confidence and launching more lightning at the chief's shield, which starts getting hit from all sides. Her army of sparrows also helps, using their electric attacks in unison, causing more and more damage to the shield until it completely shatters. The frog, which is huge, uses its mountain-devouring demon frog ability. She can't believe what happens next, as the monster grows absurdly, even though it was already massive before. The demon frog immediately lashes out its tongue and captures Qin Shuang, swallowing her right after. She simply refuses to accept this outcome, but with the frog's colossal size, her lightning attacks become completely insignificant. Suddenly, Hanwu contacts her, leaving her in disbelief that he's calling in the middle of this situation. She decides to answer, and he asks where she is because the decor of the place is quite unique. This makes her furious, telling him to mind his own business. The MC asks if she wants his cooperation, pointing out that in at most 10 minutes, all of her thunder sparrows will be annihilated. She asks why she should agree, but quickly changes her mind and says it's fine, making it clear that if they win, she will take the divine body of the semi-divine black frog, and he can have everything else. The MC says that's fine, and just asks her to issue a quick divine command, making the thunder sparrows pick up his elite troops, and he sends his location. The sparrows arrive at the scene, surprising him as they were very fast. He waves to show where he is and mounts one of them. The skeletons do the same, and they all journey through the skies, descending and attacking all the enemy frogs. The MC laments that the skeleton soldiers are really weak, as part of his army has been decimated. But on the other hand, the total number of fragments has increased. He continues flying over the area, saying it's time for the bone controller to take action. His soldier starts concentrating a powerful magic and summons a new giant skeleton, more powerful than the others, using the bone fragments scattered on the battlefield. The enemy frogs are performing a ritual, but the giant skeleton stomps on everything with its colossal size. The MC orders the Bone Restorer and his demon shaman bull to attack with full force. They waste no time and charge at the enemies, attacking every frog they come across. The Bone Restorer uses his power, summoning several skeletons from the dead bodies of the frogs. The monsters are confused by what they've just witnessed, but due to this distraction, they suffer several electric attacks from the sparrows flying overhead. The chief admits he underestimated his opponent and, for that reason, decides to fight seriously, using his dark magic dusk. This causes a black moon to appear in the sky, frightening Hanwoo, as it is a terrifying magic that drains the life force of all the skeleton soldiers. He worries about what to do since all his familiars are there. Suddenly, he hears a telepathic message from his other familiars, who say they are willing to fight for their god. He is happy, as it is John Feng and the dwarf Red Forge, and the situation has just turned perfect since a new day has arrived, meaning he can summon them. That said, the gate opens, and his familiar enters the battle, with all the dwarves following him. Not only them, but the locusts also arrive at the battle, telling their god they are ready to be used for the sacrifice. This catches his attention, and he immediately activates his sacrificial ritual on all the locusts. He notices that the reward for the sacrifice is simply perfect, and wonders if the heavens are on his side. The item is the Sacred Flame of Hope, a special item that dispels darkness, eliminates any negative status, and grants positive energy to the familiars. Raising the torch, he asks for the light of the sacred flame to dispel all the darkness in the area. This worries the monsters, as their advantage has just gone down the drain. The MC simply smiles and says now it's time for the counterattack. The chief can't accept that this person has a divine item and is dissolving his dark art, as this should be completely impossible. Meanwhile, the MC flies over the battlefield, dispelling all the dark magic in the area, and upon observing the monster, he begins to suspect that Qin Shuang was swallowed by the demon frog, which devours even mountains. Thinking this, he asks his strongest familiars to kill this chief. The battle between them begins. The familiars focus on the monster's belly, which gives Qin Shuang an opening to escape. As she split the monster's stomach, she flies as high as possible, gathering an enormous amount of power, and releases it all at once, hitting the monster. Then, she gathers all the sparrows to attack as well, along with the Red Forged dwarves, causing several explosions on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the giant skeleton keeps trampling the remaining living frogs. The monster, despite losing, warns them not to get too cocky, but before he can finish saying that, the MC appears with his sacred item, illuminating the area and giving Qin Shuang the opportunity to unleash her most powerful attack on the chief, thus winning the battle. She informs him that, as promised, she will only take the chief's body and the rest can go to him. The demon frog begs for its life and is willing to give everything it has in exchange for its survival. The MC says that after killing him, everything will be his anyway. He says this, and his familiar finishes off the enemy. Half an hour passes, and they gather all the treasures from the area. He asks if she's sure she doesn't want to keep any part of it. She says that a deal is a deal, so everything will go to him. Except for the chief's body, he puts a crown on his head and asks if he can at least keep this as payment for her help. She feels embarrassed, but says it's fine, she'll accept. The professor speaks telepathically, congratulating Hanwoo for doing a great job, and tells him that the directors of the top universities are interested in meeting him, so he asks him to return as soon as possible. Tianwen asks both students to follow him, but warns them not to say anything foolish, since they are about to meet some professors who are in the true God realm. They arrive at the place where everyone is gathered. The MC starts wondering if these examiners can see his unique life sacrifice ability, since everyone there is a true god. The bald one starts talking about Qin Shuang, saying that she comes from a family of true gods, and that they have many resources. He mentions that she is in possession of a divine body, as she kept the demon frog's body, and will probably create a lordly life form. Having said that, he asks how much divinity she currently has. Another examiner is surprised to see that she hasn't even ascended to the demigod status yet, and is already preparing a divine body for cultivation, and it seems the chance of success is high. The most incredible part is that even the officials, when they were demigods for years, couldn't achieve a lordly life form. The girl replies that she has 4 points of divinity. The MC, looking at her, thinks she's very clever, as she secretly accumulated 4 points of divinity and was probably invested with about 400 million divine power. Definitely, she is the face of wealth. The bald man speaks again, saying that her qualifications meet all the requirements of all the universities, and that, after completing her cultivation, she will be able to apply to any of them, finally experiencing university life. She thanks him for his generosity. He changes his expression as he now begins to speak about Hanwoo, and starts by asking if his familiars are really locusts. The MC replies that they are. With that answer, the examiner already marks an X on his report. Then he asks if his current divine points are 1. He responds affirmatively. The examiner marks another X on the paper and says he will ask one last question, wanting to know how he obtained the hero Jian Feng and the weakened version of the Lord Skeleton's incarnation that he showed in the exam. He is somewhat pleased, as it appears the examiners cannot see his ability, so he doesn't need to let them know about it. With that in mind, he says he cannot answer that question. The bald man apologizes, saying that the student does not meet any of their university's requirements, and, if he still wishes to apply, asks him only to keep working hard. The director, seeing this meeting, regrets it, as it seems the 3 professors are unable to see how excellent Hanwoo is. He just smiles and says he understands, as he will continue to work hard. The bald man wishes him all the luck in the world from here on. Tianwen tells the MC that the top universities have high standards, so it's really hard to get in. But he also mentions that there are several elite universities that would love to recruit him if he's interested. He says it's not necessary, as his true desire is to enter Imperial University. He says this and leaves the room, meeting Qin Shuang. She tells him that she's going to cultivate a lordly life form and then join one of the top universities as a reserve student, where the resources are more suitable. Knowing this, she asks if he is really going to Imperial University. Hanwoo replies that he definitely is. He says this, imagining that his parents were lost in the Star Sea of Chaos, so it will be necessary to join that specific university to learn more about it. She says she understands and that she's also going to Imperial University in the capital. After all, as a reserve student, she will definitely progress greatly with the resources they will offer, and probably, when they meet again, they will both be opponents. After saying that, she tells him it's not too late to become her servant before she enters the university. He turns around and replies that he has made a lot of money on his own, so it makes no sense to become her servant. Besides, he informs her that he has some things to take care of, so he will be leaving. She says goodbye, thinking that, although he's a bit silly, he's still cute, especially in that skeleton form. Afterward, in his divine realm, he begins to absorb the divinity card. His level is that of a divine being. His divine talent is the Chosen One. He possesses various powers. Currently, he has 219 extraordinary life forms, 49 million elite life forms, and 2 billion ordinary life forms. His familiars include John Feng, the Red Dwarf, the Bone Controller, the Bone Revitalizer, and the Demon Shaman Bull, along with many others. He is pleased because with the money he has, he will be able to upgrade his familiars' equipment, drastically increasing their battle power. However, he is currently interested in building a life leap path for the locusts. Starting by using the immolation fountain, a black cloud moves toward the locusts. He notices that their resistance and toughness have increased. Essentially, there was a significant boost in their resilience and resistance to negative effects. Clearly, it is an evolution in the defensive direction. He then decides to use the Dark Frog's heart to build the path for dark spells. With this, they will be able to fly stealthily and cause all kinds of negative effects on enemies. Now they are on the path of assassination and should be called Dark Spell Insects. Suddenly, one of his familiars contacts him telepathically, apologizing for the stupidity of their people and explaining that during the decomposition process, they accidentally dropped the sacred staff into the decomposition machine. Apologizing once again, he flies off at full speed since this will be a huge waste, and he needs to check it out personally. When he arrives, he finds the younger brother of the Hammer of Gods begging for forgiveness, having dropped the sacred staff into the decomposition machine. He tells him to calm down and simply remember this mistake so that something like this doesn't happen in the future. After saying this, he looks at the machine processing the staff. In exchange for using such a great item in the machine, the system provides 3 different items, 2 fire crystals, a golden crystal, and a source of sacred artifacts that can be used to improve and repair sacred items. He is surprised, as it seems possible to repair sacred items, and wonders if his law of gluttony, which seems to be broken, could be repaired. He says this while looking at the options in his system. A notification informs him that common life forms can evolve into elite life forms by consuming more than 999 times their own energy. He notes that it used to be 1,000 times, but now the requirement has decreased, deducing that with the sacred source, it should be possible to completely fix the law of gluttony. However, the sacred artifact source needs to be disassembled from sacred items, and he can't imagine where he would get so many sacred items. He decides to check what people online are saying. The topic is, the user possesses a weapon that is both divine and sacred, damaged in a battle in the wilderness, and without it, their combat ability has decreased significantly. Now they are seeking help from someone in the divine realm to restore it, and any amount of divine power will suffice as long as the artifact can be repaired. The first person tells them to give up, as it's impossible. The second says they once tried to fix it, but to no avail. The MC wonders if the sacred relic source could repair a weapon that is both divine and sacred. With this in mind, he replies to the forum that he might be able to help, and if they want to try, they should contact him privately. This person quickly calls the MC, surprising him with the speed of the response, and when he answers, the person asks if he can really help him restore the weapon he has. He responds that he'll at least try since this guy posted so long ago and apparently hasn't found a solution, so he has nothing to lose. He asks him to trust him and send some sacred relics. The guy says he already downloaded the anti-fraud system from the divine realm, so there's no point in trying to trick him. After that, he asks what level of relic will be needed, mentioning that he can give anything below level 4, but if a higher level is needed, it will take some time to get it. Hanwoo is surprised that this person has level 4 relics, meaning he's pretty wealthy. The MC smiles and says that level 1 will be enough. Immediately, a giant box appears in front of him, startling him because it was sent so quickly. He stands up, surprised, thinking there are probably about 100 sacred relics inside, and wondering if he should block this guy and run off with the items. However, he decides against it since the Divine Realm's anti-fraud system seems quite intimidating. He just takes the relics and throws them all into the decomposition machine. 2 hours later, he receives 109 sacred relics. He keeps 9 of them for himself and enters the remaining 100 into the system, successfully sending them to the user who requested help. Soon after, this person calls him Master, saying that he saved him a lot with that help and begs him to assist in his divine realm as well. He notices that this person's name is Zhang and replies that what he enjoys most is helping people. This guy keeps channeling energy for now. At another time, at school, Tianwen is happy because he obtained the level 3 divine item from Letian. Back to the present, the MC calls the professor, who answers by asking what the problem is. Hanwoo says there isn't any major problem, and that he just wanted to ask a few questions, like how he could obtain resources to upgrade the core level of the divine realm, as he searched online and found nothing. The professor explains that resources like divine pulpits, divinities, battle fragments, and others are very rare to be available online, because whenever they are listed, someone buys them immediately. He makes an offer. If his student helps defeat Lydian, he will give his collection as a reward. The MC thanks him. The professor continues explaining, saying that actually, there is another way to obtain resources, and in fact, he himself had a similar problem with not being able to carry good relics due to a low-level core. In that situation, he sought help from a senior who took him to the Blood Arena, where the winner of each competition receives a Divine Realm core fragment. With this explanation, he asks Hanwoo what he thinks, reminding him that losing will result in a significant loss of his army. However, if he wins, he can get core fragments. The MC thinks about how he recently spent a lot of money evolving his followers and is looking for an opportunity to test them. For this reason, he decides to say there's no problem since he lacks everything except followers. The next day, at the Blood Arena, both are present, and the MC says the place is truly magnificent. The professor asks them to wear a mask that prevents detection by demigods or anyone below that level, as they are in the outer realm, which is quite dangerous. The examiner asks them to fill out the form first. Meanwhile, the professor explains that the competition is divided into 3 categories based on the level of the competitors, for divine beings, demigods, and true gods. So, unless competitors specifically request a match, battles between different levels usually don't happen. Additionally, there is no limit to the number of followers in the army, so the defeat in the competition is declared when the follower mortality rate exceeds 50%. Some people persist, and the mortality rate reaches 100%. Shortly after this explanation, the system informs the MC that he has been matched with an opponent, so he should prepare for the broadcast. Then, he is sucked into another dimension, startling him as he didn't expect things to happen so quickly. Soon, he appears in another place. His opponent begins by intimidating him, asking if he's a rookie but tells him not to worry, as the Rat Lord will finish this quickly. The audience laments that an inexperienced rookie will face the brutal rat right away. Hanwoo starts to reflect that his first opponent seems to be a rat disciple, and has a terrible reputation for being brutal. The system requests him to release his followers, as the match will officially start in 3 minutes. The buck-toothed guy wastes no time and summons his rats as followers, declaring that he will kill everything in front of him. The MC laughs, asking if he really wants to compete in numbers, and summons his army of locusts. The Rat Lord laughs upon seeing that his opponent's main followers are locusts, and is even more certain that the match will end before it starts. He says this, and a notification appears, informing them that the battle is about to begin. The rats prepare their bows, and, at the signal, shoot all their arrows. The MC immediately commands his locusts to activate their shields, successfully defending against the attack. The buck-toothed guy orders them to keep shooting, but Hanwoo shouts for his dark insects to launch a surprise attack. The familiar was flying over the rats' backs and, as commanded, uses its special ability on all of them, leaving them in a state of confusion. Then, he shouts for his demonic insects to kill all the enemies. They prepare their stingers and charge toward the still dazed rats. The audience is left in disbelief, as it was overwhelming. The current survival score for Hanwoo is 99%, while the buck-toothed guy's followers are at 22%. He screams that this is impossible and begs for it to stop, admitting defeat. Because of this, all the insects stop attacking, and under the pile of dead rats, an item appears. Hanwoo approaches and notices it's a fragment of the divine core, commenting that it looks very much like his life sacrifice ability. The system announces that the game is over, and both will be transported back to the waiting area. The professor greets him, saying he did an excellent job since he won the first competition and also gained a lot of divine power, and asks if he would like to proceed to the second round, as the family members did not suffer many losses. He further explains that if he wins again, he will earn 10% more fragments of the divine core than before. He responds that he would love to, excited since his family members need to train anyway. After that, 32 days passed, and he is happy because he won everything, but exploded 100 million of his locusts. However, it was worth it, as after 89 consecutive victories, he obtained many fragments of the divine core. With the current amount, he can upgrade his level to 7. Even though he is pleased with this, He thinks that it is becoming increasingly difficult to get stronger, as the amount of fragments required to reach level 8 is greater than the combined total of the previous levels. The professor comments that, in fact, with the current strength of his family members, he could try challenging the demigods. The MC asks if he will receive more rewards for challenging a demigod while only at the divine level. He replies that he would earn 10 times more than he would in regular competitions. He gives an example, saying that if Hanwoo wins the match, he will have 90 consecutive victories multiplied by 10, resulting in 90 times the normal amount of fragments from the divine core. He ponders whether it is worth the risk. The examiner presents the form for inner-level challenge registration. Then, he asks if he has really thought this through, as it is a cross-level challenge. The MC replies that he definitely wants to. In the arena, everyone is commenting about the Locust Boy, who has been in the bloody arena for about 30 days and now thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is the big star of the tournament, challenging the strongest. One guy comments that the demigods have higher levels of divine core and can carry superior sacred artifacts, so it is crazy for a Locust Boy to challenge them. Another comments that the kid needs to get a beating to learn a lesson. The professor warns that at that exact moment, the odds are 1 in 100, and even the entire audience does not like him. He says he is fine with that, and since he cannot bet on himself, asks the professor to bet 10 million power on him. Tianwen enjoys seeing all this confidence and says he will bet an additional 5 million from his own pocket, since all hopes rest completely on him, and also warns that if he wins, he will gift a magical weapon. The MC thanks him for his generosity, thinking that he doesn't even care about a magical weapon, as he is just excited to fight someone so strong. He goes to his divine realm, as he hasn't added any sacred artifacts to his divine core, and wonders what he should add, as the law of gluttony and the pearls of poisonous mist seem almost insignificant. Suddenly, the guy who had helped him before contacts him, asking if his master has extracted the source of sacred items that day. Hanwoo confirms if this guy can really find level 4 or lower sacred items. He replies that he has a large stock of level 4 or lower sacred items and can send them if needed. Excited, he responds that he actually needs powerful level 2 sacred items, preferably with poison, earth, darkness, and fire attributes. Hardly asking for this, a giant box appears before him, coming to the conclusion that this guy is definitely very rich. He starts by acquiring the level 2 sacred relic, Lava Orb of Earth and Fire. It has earth and fire attributes, which can improve the defense and resistance of his family members, as well as enhance their recovery rate. The second item is a level 2 sacred relic, the Nail of Shadows. This has a shadow attribute. When charged to the domain core, it allows the compatible family member to understand the level 2 ability, restricting the opponent's movement by nailing their shadow. He finds both interesting, as they are good for the submerged locusts and the locusts of the Dark Curse. That said, he decides to combine the two relics, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Then, he summons his locusts to absorb the new power, and immediately they become more powerful, as they have evolved once again. This makes him more confident, as future battles will be promising. Hardly finishing this thought, he is summoned by the battle arena, which asks the competitors to go immediately to the preparation arena. He teleports right away. Upon arriving at the battle arena, he finds the crowd cheering frantically for Mr. Elephant. The demigod is pleased, as it must be quite a stroke of luck to encounter an inexperienced rookie in the bloody arena, and he asks if he is ready to die along with his family members. He also says it is admirable for someone of low level to challenge a demigod, but makes it clear that courage is not strength, and for this reason, he will show the terror that someone of this level can be, subsequently summoning his army of giant mammoths. The audience supports him, urging him to crush everything and put on a show in this battle. He mounts his giant mammoth and asks the MC to do his best to entertain the crowd. He responds that it's fine and asks for his swarm of locusts to appear, feeling confident in his Dark Curse locust, as it has been nurtured by the combination of the law of gluttony and the shadow nail. The explosive submerged locust also had a combination of gluttony and the lava of earth and fire. His opponent finds this interesting and believes the fight will be cool, then asks his army of mammoths to attack the locusts that are on the way. Hanwoo does the same and commands the dark cursed locusts to attack, then launches their stingers, completely immobilizing the monster's shadow upon hitting it. The big guy asks what cheap trick he is using, but before he can finish, another swarm of locusts attacks using toxic explosion. However, the thunder mammoth remains still, showing no reaction. His master makes it clear that it doesn't matter if the locusts have become a transcendent form of life, as his giant mammoth would never be harmed, even if it stood still forever. The MC asks if he is sure about that. Then, a colossal explosion erupts in the arena. Mr. Mammoth realizes that Hanwoo is trying to win by numbers and decides not to let that happen, ordering his army to advance as quickly as possible. The MC does the same and commands them to explode, causing more explosions towards the mammoths. The demigod decides to resort to 3 divine arts: armor, blood chi, and healing. His wounded mammoths begin to rise, gaining significant resistance against the explosions. He admits he didn't expect to have to use a divine art, and for this reason, he acknowledges Hanwoo's strength. Therefore, he states that after killing 50% of his army, he will allow him to surrender to avoid further losses. The MC simply smiles, asking if he thinks that's all he has, and shouts that giving up is not an option, calling for his demonic bull clan to emerge. They charge toward the mammoths, leaving his opponent frightened, as Hanwoo indeed has a demonic bull as a familiar, watching as his mammoths are defeated one by one. Then, the gate opens, as it is now the skeleton clan's turn to attack, led by the skeleton lord, bone controller, and bone restorer. The MC asks the bone restorer to decide what will happen in the battle, making the controller jealous. His servant leaps toward the mammoths on the ground and begins to use his magic to summon them from the dead. Mr. Mammoth starts to worry, as these skeletons are far too annoying, but makes it clear that it is not enough to shake a demigod, ordering his family members to attack using the war gun skill and commanding his powerful mammoths to completely crush the enemies. The MC orders the demonic bull clan to retreat and asks the bone controller to advance. He stands in the middle of the arena, gathering all the bones present, and his size grows in a surreal manner, giant, dozens of times larger than the giant mammoths. Mr. Mammoth is intimidated by this heroic form of life, but uses his multiplication ability, making his mammoth grow colossal as well. After that, he charges toward the giant skeleton and tries to destroy it with his tusks, but he is blocked. Furthermore, he starts shouting and lifts the mammoth with all his strength, throwing it down to the ground. Then he jumps and attacks with his fist, but the mammoth manages to hold the punch with its trunk and throws him to the ground this time, raising its legs and trying to stomp on him. However, the bone controller manages to jump back in time to avoid being crushed and counterattacks, kicking the mammoth in the face. The MC shouts that it's time to end this, and his familiar obeys, jumping on the monster and attacking multiple times, grabbing one of the tusks and breaking it in half. Mr. Mammoth is terrified of the situation, asking his family members to get up and react, but the bone controller doesn't give him time and grabs the other tusk, breaking it as well. Hanwoo admits to being surprised, as he made the bone controller learn hand-to-hand combat, but he didn't expect it to work so well, especially since it is gigantic. Hardly finishing this thought, his familiar kicks the mammoth, sending it flying toward its master. He orders his army of giant mammoths to surround the enemy until they wear him down. They obey and start running toward the bone controller, but without giving much of a chance, he stomps, exploding some mammoths on one side and kicking others away, finishing with several punches to the ground, tossing the mammoths all over the arena. However, the army of mammoths is still very large, and many of them manage to reach the familiar, hitting its leg and making it fall to the ground, allowing everyone to swarm and attack. The enemy shouts to finish off the giant skeleton at all costs, but the MC doesn't stay still and asks his demonic bull to rescue the bone controller. The army arrives at the battle, beating the enemies, and the skeletal mage takes the opportunity to use his resurrection magic, summoning the dead mammoths and using them to attack as well. The audience is incredulous at the battle, as the family members of the Lord of Elephants are already outnumbered, and the Grasshopper Boy has achieved total annihilation. Then, he admits defeat and gives up the fight, resulting in a fragment appearing on top of the pile of bodies. The MC approaches to pick it up and notes how heavy the fragment is coming from a demigod. Suddenly, someone calls for Hanwoo, saying that the administration of the Bloody Arena wants to meet him, being teleported immediately without even realizing it. Upon arriving at the location, a person asks him not to be afraid, as they will not harm him. He asks what they intend, dragging him forcefully there. The administration explains that they watched the fight, and it was an excellent demonstration of talent, proof that he is worthy of being the heir of the Bloody Arena, explaining that this place is a test to choose a successor for the master, and that anyone who manages to win the challenges and the rankings will be in a position to be the successor in the Bloody Arena. With that said, they ask if he would like to be that person. He is left speechless, having been caught off guard by such news, especially since this arena gathers an absurd number of people and races that visit it every day, and the amount of divine power obtained by these individuals is no small matter. He doesn't understand how such a great opportunity has fallen into his lap so easily. Taking a deep breath and imagining that, before making a decision, he needs to know how many successors still exist in this arena. He then asks what the advantages and responsibilities of being a successor of the Bloody Arena are. The hologram soon notes that Hanwoo is not there for his own interests, and this is surprising. Due to this sincerity, they decide to explain, stating that there are currently 349 successors, among them 221 divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and only 1 supreme god. They also explain that upon becoming a successor, he will receive the eternal coordinates of the Bloody Arena and will be able to teleport, without any equipment, to any of the realms of the arena at a cost of 1 million divine power per teleport. In addition, he will also receive the license to build a special blood arena in his divine realm to create familiars. He then explains that upon reaching 500 successors, the Bloody Arena will initiate the succession ceremony, which will take place in the arena itself, and the best among the 500 successors will become the master of the Bloody Arena. The MC quickly realizes that, given the nature of this arena, the succession ceremony will definitely not be simple, as there will be 500 people fighting, and only the last one standing will become the master. However, he imagines his current position, now entering as the 350th, and concludes that it will take a long time to reach 500 people, potentially having become the supreme god by the time it arrives. The leader of the arena asks once again if he is willing to become a successor. He replies that he is. With that, a notification arrives, congratulating him for being the 350th person to become a successor of the Bloody Arena. Suddenly, a laser hits his chest, leaving him confused, and a light appears above him. The teacher who was in the room runs toward him, telling Hanwoo that he is indeed a lucky star, as they made a fortune there. Hearing this leaves him confused until Tianwen hands him something, asking him to keep it. He looks at the screen of the cell phone and simply cannot believe that there are so many zeros there, as his account now stands at 1 billion. He comments that it is really hard to imagine how to spend so much, but suggests that he buy a suitable magical weapon first. Hanwoo asks if he is sure about that, as he is still just a divine being, not even a demigod, so he is not sure if he could control a magical weapon. He asks him not to worry, as a teacher, he would not suggest something that would harm him. Moreover, he knows a very good store that he can recommend. The MC says that this is perfect, as it is quite a coincidence since he wanted a new weapon. Suddenly, Mr. Mammoth appears running, calling out, "Grasshopper Boy," and saying that he finally found him. The MC runs behind the teacher, asking him to save him. The teacher protects him, saying that in his presence, no one would dare harm one of his students. The bearded man asks them to calm down, as he is not there for revenge or anything like that, and explains that he would just like to befriend them, saying his name is Meng and he is a freshman at Western University. The MC greets him and asks if he is really from that university, making sense of why he is so powerful. He comments that Hanwoo is still not old enough to take the exams and would like to know which university he is thinking of going to. The MC replies that he is not going to any, as he is still a high school student and therefore cannot even take those exams. The guy is flabbergasted, unable to believe that this is true, and says it is impossible. It must be a joke. He asks why he would lie, adding that the person behind him is his teacher and could guarantee it. Tianwen confirms the information and mentions that the MC was even invited by some universities, but his goal is to get into Imperial University. However, the professor responsible for that university was not interested in him. Mr. Mammoth says he understands and praises him for thinking big, as Imperial University is the most powerful among the top 3, and wishes him all the luck in the world to succeed one day. He explains that he will report this case to his own university that night, and probably the higher-ups will contact him, in addition to asking him to keep his family members updated as much as possible to get on the university's reserve list. Hanwoo, suspicious, asks if he will really help him like this, just out of the blue. The bearded man laughs and says that this is obvious, as he sees great potential in him, but makes it clear that the path to becoming a demigod is long, and it is naturally easier to have several partners who can trust each other than to fight alone. He also explains that after recommending him to the university, and if he gets in, he himself will also receive a bonus in the form of resources. So it is a mutual gain. Hanwoo says he understands and thanks him for the help. The demigod says it's nothing special and only asks that he continue working hard. He suggests that he invest heavily in the main familiars and, in the near future, in heroic life forms. After all this, the MC goes to Wanbao Street, heading towards the treasure pavilion. The professor accompanying him asks to enter, and a beautiful woman is inside, welcoming the two of them and asking what level of equipment they are looking for, or perhaps if they are there to meet the master blacksmith. They walk inside, and she mentions that she has already contacted Master Tony, informing him that Tianwen is there to see him. The MC finds the name Master Tony strange, as it sounds more like a good hairdresser, and wonders if he is really a professional blacksmith. After walking a bit, she politely asks them to enter the portal. The two stare at each other for a moment and decide to cross it. Upon arriving on the other side, Tony tells Tianwen that this time he brought a very fat sheep. The MC laughs, wondering if it's too late to run away. The professor steps in front and asks the blacksmith to be serious, as there is a student present. The hefty man decides to explain how things work there, stating that the shop is friendly to everyone, but there are no special discounts for students. This leaves him upset, as there should be some student packages since it's not easy to make money as a student, and he had to work so hard to earn $1 billion. The professor tells Hanwoo that, despite Master Tony's tough talk, he is an excellent blacksmith. The hefty man feels happy to hear this, as, after so many years, he finally hears a kind word from the professor. But inside, he wonders who he is calling tough. He invites the MC into the tent, as he will show him his work. The place is huge, truly impressing Hanwoo. The master craftsman explains that each piece has his seal of approval and is made by him personally. As they walk around, the professor asks the MC what he liked most inside. He ponders, considering the possibility of having to face a test from Western University in the future, noting that goo pots are worth 4 divine beings, which is less than 600 million divine beings. But without thinking too much, he says he wants that. The 2-star magical weapon, the goo pot, explaining that this item contains a space that can host up to 100,000 insects for the goo refinement ceremony. The insects will fight each other, and the last survivor has a certain chance of leveling up, potentially reaching the heroic life form. The professor is pleased with this choice because, although the goo pot is not very powerful in itself, it is the most suitable artifact for Hanwoo. Tony informs that it costs 4 divinities or 580 million divine power, and asks if he thinks it's worth paying such a price. The MC is shocked by the price, but Tianwen draws the blacksmith's attention, asking him to charge less or give it for free, or else he will scold him. He says it's fine and charges 600 million, even throwing in a 0-star artifact, the Eye of Detection. After that, the two leave happy with their purchases. But the blacksmith calls out to his guest, saying he created a new special artifact based on the remnants of a lost civilization and mentions that it might suit his style. The professor takes the artifact in his hand to check what it is, and, after analyzing it carefully, begins to yell at his friend because, despite treating him well, he's still treating him like an idiot, and says that this ball has no power at all and asks why he's trying to trick him. Tony asks him to calm down, saying he will explain, and informs him that it's called Greedy Wolf and came from a civilization lost long ago. This greedy wolf frequently liked to plunder, and, as everyone knows, artifacts can't be used by another master. After plundering these items, they were treated as mere scrap. The ruler of that civilization was particularly saddened and mobilized all the skilled artisans, finally creating the divine artifact, Greedy Wolf. Having said that, he informs the MC that he will offer a special discount, and because it's an artifact from a lost civilization, he will charge only 1 billion divine power. He finds this price very cheap, as it's an artifact that caused the destruction of a powerful civilization, and wonders if this is some kind of joke. The chubby guy comments that the artifact still has minor flaws. It can devour artifacts to grow, but it will grow 10 times slower, and after devouring, it can inherit some passive abilities, but it can't inherit divine spells. The professor asks if this isn't just a waste. He replies no, asking to be insulted all he wants but never dare insult his work. Hanwoo immediately says he'll buy it for 400 million. Tianwen asks him not to do that, as 400 million is a lot of money. In the MC's mind, this greedy wolf can devour artifacts, so he could take them from enemies to strengthen it, and tells the professor that he misunderstood, saying he really appreciates the artifact created by Master Tony, who was able to forge the greedy wolf with just a few fragments, but says that unfortunately, he's poor and only has 400 million left, asking him to sell the artifact for that amount. The chubby guy asks if he really values this item so much. He replies that of course he does. Knowing this, Tony decides to sell it for 400 million divine power, as money can't buy anyone's trust, thus handing over the item and saying the deal is done. After that, the MC returns home and begins a ritual, dripping a drop of blood on the goo pot, the greedy wolf artifact, and the Eye of Detection. The blood gathers in one place, and this makes him happy, as the goo pot has recognized him as its master. At that moment, a frog emerges from the item, and the MC asks it to start practicing immediately. Then, he wonders why the greedy wolf isn't reacting, and thinks maybe it wants more blood, questioning if it's a vampire. Suddenly, the artifact starts to glow brightly, and a wolf appears in front of him. He wonders if it's the greedy wolf, as it looks more like a dumb dog. The wolf immediately says it wants to eat artifacts, and the MC becomes thoughtful, as the law of gluttony affected it right after being summoned, and he doesn't know how on earth he's going to find artifacts to offer, since he's broke at the moment. Throwing a crystal he had at the moment, the wolf immediately jumps to devour it. Meanwhile, he decides to check on what his other familiars are doing. The locusts are training, the red dwarves are mining, the demon bulls are reading about building structures, Jian Feng is still meditating to increase his power, and the skeletons are feeding on crystals. He knows that thanks to the source of sacred items he obtained earlier, he finally repaired and upgraded his law of gluttony to level 3, and the effect at this level is quite strong, making it possible to evolve an elite life form just by eating. With his eyes still gleaming, he imagines that with a few more upgrades, common life forms could evolve into extraordinary life forms. So his locusts will evolve significantly if they have enough food. A week later, the time for a new sacrifice arrives. Raising his hand and saying he will sacrifice 13 billion locusts this time, a giant vortex appears, and he immediately notices the reward for sacrificing 13 billion locusts, which is much better than the last one. The first option is 10,000 Night Demon Hunters, an extraordinary life form. The second option is a 3-star artifact, the Steel Blade. It allows core familiars to summon a steel blade as a weapon, increases strength against beasts by 15%, and adds a divine art called Sovereign. The third option is a level 2 sacred item, the Stone of Enlightenment. There is a chance for a core familiar to be transformed into a semi-human form. He thinks the last option is incredible and decides to choose it. The item then appears in his hand, and he immediately breaks it. A beam of light from the sky shooting toward the elite locusts, evolving all of them, leaving the MC amazed at what he is witnessing. Now, he possesses the Locust Man. It is an extraordinary life form, and its talents are flight, low intelligence, and a humanoid body. He is impressed because the faith power of his new familiar is extremely high, at 50,000 per day. At that moment, he receives a call from the professor. Tianwen tells him that Western University has issued a notice for him to take the test again, and an admissions professor will be coming to the school the next day to test him, asking him to prepare in advance. He thanks him for the warning. The next day at school, Shuju approaches him, asking how the Divine Realm has been lately, and says that if he needs some resources, just let him know. Although he can't get them himself, he has many demigods in the family who can. This makes him happy, and he asks if by chance he could get some divine core fragments, since he needs a certain amount to go from level 7 to 10. His friend says it won't be a problem, but unfortunately, it's quite expensive, and even considering their relationship, it will still cost 400 million divine power. He says he understands, thinking that poverty really limits a person's evolution. Shuju offers an alternative, saying that his family made a proposal to sell him 1,000 skeleton knights, an extraordinary life form, which could compensate for that amount in divine power. The MC, without thinking twice, says it's a deal, since they're talking about skeleton knights. His friend feels a bit annoyed by such a quick response, thinking maybe he should have asked for the Bone Controller, a heroic life form. At that moment, Tianwen enters the room calling for Hanwu, informing him that the evaluator from Western University is waiting in the teacher's room. Upon arriving, he sees the bald man again, who comments that he remembers him as a student who didn't pass the test, but managed to get an internal recommendation, and says it won't help much since Western University is much harder than the high school exam. He also mentions that to prevent cheating, only core familiars authorized for the test will be allowed, and as far as he recalls, his familiars are locusts. After saying this, he asks the student if he has any questions. The student replies that he does not. The evaluator explains that the test is to invade a small civilized village on the outskirts of the field called Duolong City, and this place has a solid hierarchy and career system that will directly affect both the familiar and the master. Once recognized by the system as a disaster demon, the professionals in Duolong will hunt him down to completely destroy him. The mission is simple. He must kill at least one master who guards Duolong City. The MC asks how many troops and masters there are in this city. The man with the mustache replies that although the city is not large, the average population is 10 million, with more than 10% being professionals, and there are 5 heroes. For any additional information, he will have to explore on his own, and he is told that he has 1 hour to prepare. Hanwu tells his professor that he would like to use the recently obtained class points to exchange for 3 level 1 sacred items. He is told to simply choose. After this, back in the core of the Divine Realm, he places the missing fragment, and with that, his divine core is upgraded to level 10, and the space has expanded. Now he decides to equip the 3 sacred items he just obtained, starting with a level 1 item, Poison Gland. Once loaded into the divine core, there is a chance that core familiars will acquire the poison attribute and develop a poison gland. The second is a level 1 sacred item, Earth Core. Once loaded into the divine core, there is a chance that core familiars will gain the earth attribute and improve their defense. Lastly, another level 1 item, the Goblin Short Bow. It is both a sacred item and a divine weapon. When loaded into the divine core, there is a chance that core familiars will gain the ability to summon a goblin short bow as a weapon. The host god will also gain the ability to summon the bow himself. All items were successfully loaded. The MC is excited since most of the locusts have poison glands. Half of the immolated locusts have improved defense, and almost all the locust men can now fight using the bow, so he is looking forward to an easy test. The next day at school, the evaluator informs Hanwoo that he and his familiars will be teleported together to the outskirts of Duolong City. He then touches the crystal and feels a strange sensation being thrown to the test site right after. Several notifications appear, stating that an intruder has been detected, and asking him to leave the current realm, or he will be labeled as a demon and eliminated. Since he did not retreat, the MC was identified as the Demon Locust King. He notices a panel opens in front of him, where it states that he is the Demon Locust King and is at level 80, even showing his equipment and abilities. He is surprised they can even see the levels of the two newly born heroic locusts. The Locust Man is at level 60, possessing some talents in addition to abilities. He tries to understand what it means to be at level 60, as it's difficult to know without references. His familiar approaches, saying that there are creatures attacking them. The MC immediately mounts on its back and asks to go check out the enemy. At the scene is Thorn, a second-class adventurer who is impressed by the absurd number of monsters appearing. By his side is the Fist of Fury, a first-class adventurer who tells his friend to cheer up. After all, the more monsters there are, the more rewards they will get, and when they get enough money, they can advance their classes. Nearby is a ghost, and by his side is a female adventurer, the Water Sage. Also present is the Fire Mage, saying that the locusts are weak. No matter how many appear, they will keep dying. Thorn warns them to be careful, as it's impossible to predict what will come next. The MC arrives at the scene and sees these adventurers killing his locusts, deciding to use the Firefly Detection Eye. First identifying Thorn, who is at level 37, and his profession is warrior. He also notices that all four of them wear the same style of badge. The difference is that Thorn's emblem is made of silver, while the other three have bronze emblems, leading the MC to conclude that this guy is the team leader. The adventurer is visibly surprised by the absurd number of locusts appearing and tells his group to retreat, saying they can't kill them all. Hanwoo orders the Locust Man to go test their strength. Landing on the ground, the Locust Man makes it clear that no one will be leaving. The adventurers are in disbelief, realizing it's a third-class monster, and they all start running, trying to buy time. They unleash one of their most powerful attacks, but it only leaves a scratch on the Locust Man. One of them admits that there's nothing they can do since the monster before them is too strong, just before he gets kicked, sending his sword flying away. The familiar now decides to hunt down the remaining adventurers. Afterward, all four are captured, and the MC stands before them with a menacing aura. One adventurer begs the ugly monster in front of them to stay away. Hearing this makes the MC furious, saying he's a handsome guy and asking why they're calling him ugly. He then says they can live if they just answer one question. He wants to know how he looks in their eyes. The boxer responds that he will never answer a monster's question. For saying this, he gets punched hard in the stomach by the Locust Man, even shocking Hanwoo, who remarks that he was just trying to scare him, but his familiar actually hit him. The girls start screaming in panic as their friend lies unconscious on the ground, but the MC orders his venomous insect to silence them all at once. Thorn asks what the MC really wants. Changing his expression, the MC says he's already asked once and just wants to know how he looks in their eyes. The swordsman answers that he has big eyes and long antennae. This makes the MC think that it's the description of a giant locust man. Apparently, the area is deliberately tarnishing his image for the invaders. He says, "This is great," and asks them to keep answering his questions. 3 hours later, he unties Thorn, saying he got everything he wanted and that he can leave now. Thorn flees at full speed, knowing he urgently needs to report to the Adventurers Guild. Naturally, the MC begins following him through the air and becomes aware of the location of the others. He apologizes, saying he can't have his whereabouts exposed so easily, and asks him to rest a bit before leaving, casting a spell that puts him to sleep. Hanwoo becomes thoughtful, realizing that according to Thorn, There are millions of adventurers in the city, and if they attack the place directly, they will likely lose. He concludes that he must find a way to boost his army's combat power to at least level 60 or higher. Nearby, he notices the presence of goblins, which, like it or not, are better than nothing. He realizes that all the goblins are low level, but their leader is at level 62, reaching the 3rd level, and wonders how he obtained that class. Curious, he asks the leader how he achieved it. The leader responds that he ate many class fragments left behind by adventurers, and that's how he got a class. The MC is pleased with this information, realizing that apparently, if his locusts eat 39 class fragments, they too can obtain a class. He immediately summons his locusts and gives 2 orders: to keep an eye on the Adventurers Guild and to collect class fragments. 3 days later, he has gathered plenty of fragments and thinks it's time to start fusing them. He begins his ritual, and the class selection appears, offering options like Mage, Fighter, Warrior, and Archer. Choosing the last option, Archer, he figures that a long-range attack method is perfect for the Locust Man. The MC is pleased since the bow worked perfectly on his familiar, and now he wishes he could absorb another corresponding 1st-level class to boost it straight to the 3rd level. At that moment, one of his locusts reports that they found a cave, and the pressure emanating from it was terrifying. He asks them to take him to the location. Upon arrival, his locust says the place is just ahead, and Hanwoo immediately senses the terrifying aura coming from within, as it even has a hint of divine power, making it definitely worth investigating. He enters the cave accompanied by 2 locust men, and looking down, he notices a giant dragon sleeping in the cave. He recalls the professor once saying that some civilizations from other realms used to isolate enemies they couldn't easily kill, and apparently, the black dragon in front of him is a poor creature sealed there by some powerful being. A locust then uses its detection eye. This is the black dragon Elphis, level 103, sealed. Its original level is 149. Its profession is a rebel, belonging to a special race, with other details unknown. Suddenly, the dragon opens its eyes, leaving the locusts stunned. The MC yells at his familiars to stop, but both are trembling in fear. Elphis stands up and asks how they dare interrupt the meal of the great rebellious black dragon. He says this and prepares to attack, while the MC shouts for everyone to retreat. Several explosions follow, 5 minutes pass, and he returns to the dragon's lair, asking if it's done venting. The black dragon gets ready again, calling Hanwoo insignificant scum since he's trying to take advantage and, for that, will never be forgiven. The MC runs again, knowing there are still 4 minutes left. After 10 minutes, Hanwoo returns and tells the dragon he's not there to provoke him. On the contrary, he's there to help. Elphis says he has already seen through his tricks, so he asks him to leave immediately before he has to devour him whole. The MC grabs his bow and asks if, being trapped like that, he could devour anyone, launching an arrow that bounces off the dragon's scales. The dragon asks if he's really going to keep making insignificant attacks since, as a black dragon, he has absolute defense. Hanwoo summons his sword and says he'll pay to find out, delivering an attack that barely scratches him. Enraged, he asks to infuse 10,000 of divine power, knowing he needs to cause at least some damage for Elphis to cooperate. Then he unleashes much more powerful attacks, and this time, blood begins to flow. The dragon becomes furious, asking how he dares wound a supreme being in such a way. The MC replies that he has many more weapons, and if Elphis keeps talking nonsense, he might end up dead. Elphis asks what the MC wants after all. The MC says he has a dream, which is to kill the hero of Doran City, but with his current strength, that's not possible. Facing this hero is impossible, and for that reason he needs help. The dragon says he's been sealed there for many years and has no way to escape, so how could he help? He also explains that the chains binding him are special artifacts, created by the guild itself, and not even his dark power can destroy them, much less a common sword. Hanwoo asks if he's sure the chains are artifacts. He replies that yes, he is sure, as he would never stoop to lying. Knowing this, the MC summons an item, as he has a solution to this problem, then asks for the wolf cub to appear. The aura begins corroding the chain until it's destroyed, leaving the dragon surprised by what he's seeing, and he asks for help to quickly break the other chains. Since the great black dragon Elphys commands him, Hanwoo gets irritated and asks what he just said. He repeats, saying to hurry and free the great black dragon that commands him. The MC points out that he just broke one of the chains and asks him to show a gesture of goodwill, as he hasn't done anything for him and even claimed to command him. The dragon asks what he wants. If it's to kill the hero, he already agrees, asking again to hurry and break the chains. Hanwoo changes his mind, asking the dragon to serve him for 100 years as a reward for freeing him. The dragon gets furious, asking if he's delusional. The MC makes it clear that he can save him, yes, just as easily as he can kill him. And if the dragon isn't willing to help, he can still be used as a stepping stone to increase his power, as he's heard that dragons are treasures from head to toe, and even the bones would fetch a fortune. Elphys is intimidated by this, and with no other choice, agrees to serve him for 100 years, begging him to break the chains, as he doesn't want to spend another second trapped there. The MC tells him not to rush, as they still need to sign a contract. The dragon asks if he's trying to enslave him, warning that dragons will never be enslaved. The MC summons a crystal and says he's already sensed his weakness from afar, and will let him eat that resource only after signing the contract. The dragon sees no way out and signs, using his paw. With everything settled, the wolf cub jumps to devour the rest of the chains, as they are artifacts, destroying all of them. The cave completely explodes due to the dragon, who is happy to finally be free. After that, in Doron City's town hall, a meeting is taking place, and the martial saint hero reports that the black dragon has just been freed and asks for everyone to join forces to destroy him, as the seal must still be weak. Rose, who is also a saint hero, says the dragon will probably hide to regain all his strength, and since the area outside the city is vast, she suggests asking for the help of all adventurers in Doron City. Another hero says that the dark power emanating from the black dragon will cause a large number of monsters to grow stronger. This is Jamie, the ice and fire sword hero, emphasizing that they should take the first step and initiate action before the monsters revolt. Carl asks if a single weakened dragon is really a reason for all this concern, and asks his dragon slayer brother what he thinks about it. He responds that a simple dragon isn't a reason for such a fuss, saying he's already killed one of the wind element alone, and although it was difficult, it wasn't impossible. Gordon says he understands, but warns that this dragon is different, as according to records, this one specifically is from the rebel race, so they shouldn't underestimate him. Ben asks if he's underestimating his strength. After all, he himself is a 4th Revolution dragon slayer, chosen by destiny itself, with the sole purpose of obliterating these monsters. The bearded man stays silent after hearing this. Ben only asks everyone to take care of the city's defense, while he personally deals with the escaped dragon. The archer says he supports him, and will also accompany him on this journey. At this moment, the MC is gathering various monsters, taking advantage of the black dragon's presence. He asks them all if they want to continue living under the massacre of adventurers, telling them that the great rebel, the black dragon Elphys, has summoned all the monsters to unite and form a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurers Guild. The monsters ask if it's really possible to gather the forces for such a thing. He imagines that, after all, the strength of his familiars is limited, so if he wants to win, he will need to use these shrimp and crabs to keep them under control. With that in mind, he tells all the monsters that he can help them improve, as this alliance offers a reward in the form of power crystals. In other words, any monster of any race can trade equipment and fragments. A few days pass, and the black dragon is offering his blood to help the MC advance to the 3rd level. However, he says he's getting a little dizzy from the blood loss, so he asks for 500 black crystals, as it's not a big deal. Hanwoo turns and tells him not to pretend to be weak, and besides, 500 black crystals are not cheap, and he'll pay that in installments. After that, The system informs him that there has been an advancement from the second transformation profession to the third transformation profession, Black Dragon Warrior. The talent is Black Dragon Blood. Its effect is a 50% increase in physical performance, a 50% increase in resistance to all elements, along with a huge increase in strength and affinity with the darkness attribute, as well as the ability to transform into the Black Dragon. He finds all of this interesting and asks to activate the transformation. His body immediately transforms into the new form. Now, his level is 125, with 85 max level familiars, along with divine creatures. His class is Black Dragon Warrior, among several other changes. He imagines that now he should be able to face the heroes alone. Suddenly, the Black Dragon becomes restless, prompting him to ask what's wrong. At that moment, some beams of light appear in the sky, and two heroes appear in front of him. Ben looks at the dragon and says he expected nothing less from a pureblood, commenting that his class will rise significantly after killing him, asking his colleague to raise a barrier so no other monsters can disturb them. The archer says it's fine, as he won't let anyone get close. He says this and uses his skill, creating a huge shield that covers the entire area. After doing this, he notices that the level 125 Locust King is present and didn't expect such a powerful monster to exist near the city, saying that in reality, it doesn't matter since he won't allow it to interfere in the fight. Hanwoo is pleased as he wanted to practice his new skills by finding a hero to kill, but it turns out they came right to his door. He imagines this and uses the detection eye on the green archer. Upon doing so, he discovers that the hero's name is Carl Smith, and his level is 131. His occupation is Windrunner in the fourth transformation, and he has various skills. He wastes no time jumping and throwing his swords. However, the hero dodges and soon appears behind the MC, delivering an attack from two different directions, making him wonder why there are two of them, and he asks his locusts to urgently break the barrier. Meanwhile, Ben's aura is overflowing as if there were several dragons charging to attack Elphys, and the battle begins with a dragon-on-dragon fight until he appears behind him, ready to attack with his sword, landing a direct hit that sends Elphys crashing to the ground. The hero goes to his head and asks the dragon spirits to take the Black Dragon back to Doran City, then asks his colleague if he needs any help. He replies that he doesn't, as he can handle that demon locust alone, and asks him to return to the city, saying he'll join him soon. With this response, the Dragon Slayer begins to leave, taking the Black Dragon along with his spirits. The MC becomes furious and orders his swarm of locusts to break through the barrier at all costs. His familiars obey and begin attacking the shield, which cracks shortly after, leaving Carl in disbelief that the barrier is really breaking. He starts using his techniques to kill the locusts, but becomes worried because the number is colossal, and his mana is running out, so he needs to find a way to escape. Shouting for the insects to die once and for all, their numbers only increase until the massive army finally reaches him and, after covering his entire body, devours every last inch of flesh, leaving only the bones behind. At that moment, the evaluation professor tells Hanwoo that he did an excellent job completing the mission and mentions that the portal will open for his return. He asks to wait, as he can't return yet. The bald man asks if he has his mind set on rescuing that captured dragon. The MC responds that that's exactly the case since he needs to save him, because he's his contracted partner. The professor makes it clear that if he goes to the city, he won't just face Carl, like before, but rather 4 heroes at once, as well as millions of armed adventurers, something that even a demigod would have a high chance of failing at, let alone a small divine being. Hanwoo says he's aware of the situation, and that's why he formally requests permission to release all the races within his divine domain to fight by his side. In exchange, he's willing to increase the difficulty of the mission by capturing the entire city of Doran. The examiner is surprised, as it takes a lot of courage to challenge an entire city, but he approves the request. With that, a portal opens, and his familiars begin to appear, along with John Feng, who is at level 140. The Red Dwarves, God's Hammer, are at level 113. The Demon Bull clan is at level 135. Lastly, and not least, the Bone Controller at level 75, the Bone Reviver at level 86, and the Skeleton Lord at level 132. He is aware that there are many adventurers in the city, and while his familiars are strong in combat power, they are still few in number, so he imagines he needs to find a way to keep those low-level adventurers away. He then asks his locust to send a message to the allied monsters. Meanwhile, in the forest, a wolf is gathered with the goblins, saying that the black dragon is dead, so there's no point in the alliance, and also says it's ridiculous for a small locust servant to have come to invite them to rush to the city to rescue him, suggesting they should just kill him and take the power crystals. No sooner does he say this than his head is cut off, leaving the goblins scared and confused. Hanwoo laments this bunch of ants, since not only do they lack honor, but they also want to kill him, threatening them all, as it seems they are looking for death. One of the goblins asks how he dares to do this, considering they are already vassals of the Black Dragon. Hanwoo simply unleashes a wave of energy that throws him violently to the ground, adding that he's not asking them to attack the city, but commanding it, making it clear that disobedience will result in death. Immediately, they all bow, praising their god and saying they are ready to follow orders. With this conclusion, the MC orders all under his command to attack the city. At this moment, the Black Dragon is imprisoned inside the city. An adventurer approaches the Dragon Slayer, saying that the ceremony to execute the dragon has already been organized in the square, and also mentions that Rose asked why Carl hasn't returned yet. He ponders this, as it really has been 12 hours, and the Wind Hero hasn't appeared yet. With this in mind, he says that perhaps the boy was delayed on the way, and, after the ceremony, he will personally go after him. No sooner does he say this than he is startled by a sound. It was the city guards announcing that a massive horde of monsters is attacking the city, asking all adventurers to prepare to fight, except for the women and children who should seek shelter underground. It also warns that it's possible to see that the monsters are Ents, goblins, and others. All the monsters are united. The guards shout for the mages to use magic to bring down the flying monsters as quickly as possible. But just as they say this, they get several arrows to the chest. The attacks came from the Locust Men. The mages counterattack with their spells, but despite the large explosions, the Locusts simply fly away. Meanwhile, a large goblin wields a hammer and strikes the gate hard to knock it down. Hanwoo immediately orders his skeleton commanders to attack while reviving a new army. They promptly obey and begin to revive those who died in battle and soon charge toward the humans. Finally, the big orc manages to knock down the gate. Rose was already waiting on the other side for this to happen. She summons several thorny vines that head toward the giant goblin, trapping it. Then, the Dragon Slayer appears, setting everything on fire, preventing the goblins from invading due to the flames. Meanwhile, Gordon orders the adventurers to hold their positions. The mages prepare and fire their powerful attacks, causing several explosions where the goblins were. Ben, who is near the Black Dragon, asks the adventurers to successfully repel the invaders and, as a reward, promises to give a show of slaughter with that dragon. The MC wastes no time and asks the Bone Controller to take action. He positions himself beside the numerous bones on the battlefield, and a new body begins to materialize, forming the giant skeleton. It moves toward the burning vines, grabbing one and pulling it out, clearing the way for the entire army to enter the city. Hanwoo is with them and yells at Elphys, who is present, to save him. At that moment, the dragon opens its eyes and asks how he managed to get there. The heroes watch from afar, wondering how he dares to cause so much trouble. Gordon leaps, flying to attack, shouting that miserable monsters were made to be pulverized, yelling for him to die once and for all. However, the demon bull appears, delivering a solid blow, asking how he dares insult his god. Rose decides to help, summoning her thorny vines, but a red dwarf appears with his divine hammer and counters, setting all the vines on fire. While she wonders what the hell just happened, Ben is also displeased with the turn of events, as only a few minutes were left, and asks how he dares ruin the plans like this. He then summons his dragon spirits and orders them to die immediately. One of them prepares to devour Hanwoo, but the giant skeleton appears, landing a solid blow. The dragon tries to retaliate, and the two begin exchanging blows. The skeleton lord, observing this, simply says he's very hungry and immediately leaps onto the dragon's back, biting it. The dragon can only scream in pain since it cannot attack its own back. At that moment, Ben appears, yelling how a mere skeleton dares to try and devour the dragon's soul, and asks if it's looking to die, delivering a solid blow that sends the skeleton lord crashing to the ground, even knocking its arms off. However, its body immediately reassembles, and it leaps again, biting the dragon's body once more, while the hero stands in disbelief at what he's witnessing, asking what kind of monster this is. Hanwoo immediately summons the greedy wolf and asks him to bite the chains. Elphys tells his trusted partner that he has the word of the great black dragon, that he will always remember this act of kindness. He then asks to serve him for a few more 100 years to repay this favor, asking him to eat some black crystals to regain his strength. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and looking back, he sees the red dwarf, Divine Hammer, being brutally attacked by the vines. He immediately shouts for his army to help, realizing that things cannot continue like this, or he will be completely annihilated. Elphys calls his dear friend, saying he would like to give him a gift by granting him his own name. So from now on, Hanwoo will also be the great rebel. He then casts a spell with his eyes. The system informs that the rebel has been acquired, but the effects are still unknown. The MC, feeling all this power in his body, targets the Dragon Slayer and charges full force into the attack, landing a blow that, although blocked, causes the hero to bleed from the devastating force of the strike. The Skeleton Lord, who was nearby, takes advantage of this distraction and delivers a solid hit, piercing Ben's chest. After finishing him off, he begins to summon his dead body, and a heroic mutant life form appears, the Blood Skeleton. The MC, losing patience, delivers a flying kick to Rose, sending her crashing to the ground. Furious, she says she can't believe the Dragon Slayer is dead. Hanwoo tells her not to worry, as she'll be next, and tells the Hammer of God that it's time for revenge for the attacks he received from that woman. He thanks his god, and with his hammer, approaches the heroine, finishing her off instantly. The MC now looks at the other battles, and finds Jian Feng fighting a hero. He decides to help by striking, but his attack is blocked. However, this distraction gives his familiar an opening to get close and land a blow, sending the hero flying and knocking him out on the ground. Gordon panics when he sees all his friends falling and runs in desperation. However, someone steps in front of him. It's the Blood Skeleton, Ben. The hero freezes, terrified to see his friend like this, but because of that, the Demon Bull gets close and finishes him off with his club. With this outcome, the MC orders the entire monster army to sweep the city and bring anything they find to the crystals. The goblins celebrate, wishing long life to their master. Hanwoo asks his dragon friend to recover soon. Elphys thanks him for his concern and says he's willing to follow him. At that moment, the examiner professor contacts him, congratulating Hanwoo for completing the mission and creating a miracle, informing him that the teleport portal is ready and that he has 3 hours to organize the war spoils. He thanks him and asks if he could build a stable portal to his divine realm from there, offering to trade all the war spoils for it. The professor says it's understandable to want to build a good civilization, but asks if he has thought about the potential risks. As if he's not careful, his divine realm could be violated. Hanwoo replies that he has considered all of this. The professor agrees and says that within 10 days, he will help stabilize the portal. 10 days later, Hanwoo tells the Skeleton Lord that he will leave Duolong under his command, leaving the Skeleton Tribe and the Demon Bull Tribe to protect it and prevent professional adventurers from counterattacking. He asks that if the city cannot be saved at some point, they should just teleport back to the Divine Realm without losing many familiars. He says he understands the instructions. With everything settled, the portal opens for Hanwoo to return. And upon arriving at school, he begins walking down the hallway when the teacher asks what happened to his eyes. He doesn't quite understand the question and decides to check with his phone camera, noticing that his eyes are black and yellow, and he suspects it's because of his special profession, rebel. Deciding to access the system to check the current information, when he tries to learn more about the rebel talent, he is blocked by a notification stating that he must at least reach the semi-god level to qualify to view this talent, which he finds annoying since he is still far from that. At this moment, the bald teacher appears, informing that Hanwoo successfully completed the test and received a recommendation to Jinxie Academy, but still needs to meet certain conditions to enroll. He explains that one of these conditions is having special abilities and fulfilling at least 2 out of 4 requirements that will count. First, family cores as elite life forms naturally born. Second, create a heroic life form. Third, have 4 or more divinity points. Fourth, possess a saint or lord life form. He emphasizes that 2 of these conditions have already been met, so only 2 more are needed to be admitted to Western University as a reserve student. The MC doesn't like this at all, as they are quite difficult requirements, but the teacher simply asks him to work hard since the university's doors are open. Hanwoo decides to ask Tianwen if there's any way to quickly obtain divinity points, and he responds that it's too late now. As if he had asked a day earlier, he could have even saved some divinity, but now he has already used it all. He explains that in 28 days at school, Hanwoo could be rewarded with 1 divinity point, asking him to please stop giving that suspicious look. He swears on his own honor that he is telling the truth. After that, in the divine realm, he doesn't see many options and slams his hand on the ground, creating the enormous tornado of life sacrifice. However, he gains a total of 0 divinity points, thinking it would be better to try again the next day. The same happens the following day, and it keeps happening until a week later. He laments, as he once had a divinity card in his hands but didn't value it, trading it for 150 million divine power, and now he regrets it. He says that if he ever gets another chance, he will hold onto the card tightly to avoid selling it. At this moment, a notification arrives in his system. It's Yuan, calling for his master, and asking if he has already received the sacred relic source that is part of that day. He is aware that this person is a true god, and maybe could even lend him some divinity. With this in mind, he asks if he could borrow a few points. The guy receives the message and thinks about it, knowing that his master is not a true god, but maybe at least a senior semi-god, wondering if perhaps he doesn't intend to pay it back, although he couldn't offend this great person. Sending back a response, the MC is pleased to see that he received a gift and didn't expect it to be so fast. However, upon opening it, he notices that it's the ruins of the Divine Ravine and asks what the hell that is, deciding to check some information online. The ruins of the Divine Ravine are a place abandoned by divine civilization, where radiation caused by excessive research turns life forms into mutant monsters. These monsters consume radioactive minerals, which crystallize in their bodies, forming gene stones. These stones are valuable and used to cultivate familiars, popular among semi-gods and true gods. Hanwoo is surprised since his new colleague really thought big, as it's something that allows a divine being to compete with semi-gods and true gods for the gene stone, and he wonders how many points this ticket will yield. He then checks out some artificial mutant beast farms, feeling pleased since he owns a decomposition machine. So, the low-quality radioactive minerals can be refined, and if these beasts eat them, they would undergo rapid mutation and condense genetic stones. Because of this, he decides to visit a city outside the divine realm. He is wearing his mask, as he is not familiar with the place, so safety must come first. At this moment, a person approaches, assuming the MC is visiting the ruins of the Divine River for the first time, and says that he will need an honest and reliable guide. Hanwoo thinks about it and asks for at least one reason to hire him. He says he knows the 18 gathering spots of mutant beasts in the ruins, and that each place has unique characteristics. He also explains that he knows all the supply points in the city, knowing who is honest, who is cunning, who loves to play tricks, ensuring he will get genetic stones at a good price. The MC says that's good enough, as he just wants to know if there's a merchant around who can sell radiation ore. The man gives a mysterious smile, understanding better the reason for his visit, and says that maybe he doesn't know, but recently a god king bought a lower-grade radiation ore, causing the mutant beast to die before even completing their mutations. And the breeding farm, which had been invested with 1 trillion divine powers, ended up in ruins. At that moment, someone says that the person simply didn't buy from him, making the MC turn to see who spoke. The person greets him, saying his name is Heiko. The blonde guy says that person is the biggest mine boss in the ruins of the Divine River. He smiles and says he really is the biggest dealer in that city, as more than 70% of the radiation ore in the entire place is his, and he assures there are no low-quality products. The MC asks for some samples, as he needs to test them in the Divine Realm, requesting 10,000 divine powers of each purity of ore. Heiko says it's not a problem. After that, in the Divine Ravine ruins, the MC is in possession of 21 radiant ores for the cost of 40,000 divine powers, thinking it's a good price but not knowing exactly the effectiveness, as he will need to test first. At this moment, a level 1 mutant beast approaches. He immediately notices that it must be a wild wolf that underwent some mutation, and apparently their lifespan is only 20 days, and to live longer, they need to consume radiation ore to get stronger. Realizing it's the perfect moment to test the radiation ore, he asks his Pikachu to advance. The wolf runs and starts licking the ore on the ground. Immediately, a horn begins to grow on its forehead, and its whole body grows exponentially, completely changing its appearance. The MC is surprised witnessing this, as with just one lick, it reached level 2, deciding to throw a new ore into the wolf's mouth, which, upon devouring it, again changes its appearance, becoming even more powerful. Hanwoo admits being surprised, as it took only 10 minutes for the mutation to rise from level 2 to 3, and he wonders what would happen if he used it on his familiars in the Divine Realm. Then, the wolf explodes, and a red ore drops on the spot. He notes that radiation indeed seems risky, and mutations must be handled with caution, as they can explode due to the power, since the side effects are obvious. He notices that the gene stone dropped. It requires level 3 permission to be carried into the Divine Realm. Its effect is to induce genetic mutations in the teeth of familiars, resulting in large and long teeth. The side effect is that it reduces the lifespan of the mutated familiars by 3 years. Suddenly, someone appears, saying that if the boy is smart, he will hand over the genetic stone and the other green stone. Otherwise, he will regret it. The MC turns and can't believe who he is seeing, as it is the demigod gang, father of the first student he faced at school, and he wonders how he ended up running into this person, feeling relieved to be wearing the disguise mask. Because of this, he asks what will happen if he doesn't hand over the stones. The man says he might die, summoning several wolves that stand ready to attack. Hanwoo immediately bites his hand and activates his black dragon transformation. The wolves are startled by this, but it's too late, as the MC begins to attack them one by one. The demigod activates his enhancement in the art of the God of Fury, asking the wolf cavalry to attack again. The animals obey and begin to run, but he just jumps, leaving the wolves confused since his target is now flying in the sky, making it impossible for them to reach him. The MC calls the old man an idiot, asking what he will do about this. Gang finds this trick petty and asks how he dares to show off like that, raising his hand and using his magic to force him down. The MC feels his body being pulled and goes straight to the ground, making him realize that the demigods really have many tricks up their sleeves, being forced to flee as he is chased by the wolves until he notices a sign that says, "Do not approach." He decides to head in that direction, and the demigod tells his cavalry to stop. Only then does Hanwoo realize the reason for that sign, as there are several bizarre mutants in the vicinity, and he worries because they are moving in for the attack. He starts running again since all those monsters seem like trouble, and concludes that running is the best strategy he has. At that moment, the beast noticed the presence of the wolves, and begin to attack them. Gang doesn't let this go and counterattacks with his punch, finishing off the mutants that were there and asking where the hell the boy went until he looks to the side, sensing a slightly frightening aura, and for that reason decides to leave. At this moment, the MC is in front of a river, relieved to have managed to escape and dying of thirst. At this moment, a fish approaches and jumps out, startling him with the shit he is seeing since it's a fish with legs, meaning that the river is also full of radioactive waste. He then decides to look at the map, wanting to find a river, but realizes that he is lost. At this moment, more mutants are approaching, and he tries to calm down since he's there anyway, so it's better to gain some more genetic stones, throwing his red stones at the monsters. After they eat, they all explode, and he realizes that it's not so difficult to obtain the genetic ores. After a while, already at night, the MC worries since it's getting dark and it's not safe at this hour in nature, imagining that he should go to the top of the mountain since it seems like there's something there, because as far as he knows, that area is abandoned, so there should be buildings with no one inside, as it's safer to rest in an abandoned building than in the forest. Transforming into a black dragon and flying to the location, as he approaches, he notices that it's actually an abandoned castle, and as he walks, he realizes that the place is deserted, but is aware that he needs to be careful since there could be wild animals living inside. He then notices some papers lying on the ground and seems to sense an energy fluctuation coming from within. Upon checking what it is, he sees some people performing a kind of ritual and wonders what the hell this means. One of the men in black comments that, despite being condemned for investment failures, the God King paid the price of hundreds of billions of divine power to create the opportunity for that ceremony, so the operation must be successful, stressing that time is almost up, so they should proceed with the ceremony at once. The night passes, and the stones are positioned in a magic circle. A huge light rises above the castle, and the magic circle becomes gigantic in the air. They are happy since this means it worked, as they have definitely managed to touch the seal of the ancient civilization. The MC worries about this since the internet says that the project for that location had been abandoned and sealed by the divine civilization due to its high risk factor. And apparently, the rumors were true, since the God King used the mutant beast farm as a front while secretly researching a ritual to break the seal. He decides to sneak closer, pleased that the ruins have restrictions since only beings with a divinity below 10 can enter. And probably the fact that the God King cannot enter makes things easier. The beasts begin to look at the sky as something is happening. Suddenly, a warning notification appears, stating that it has been detected that the unlocker is not a superior warrior of the Kamigawa civilization and is considered an intruder. Therefore, the unlocking is suspended, activating anti-theft mode and releasing the Class 6 mutant, the Gamora. In addition, it is informed that the formation has been obstructed and the source of the mutation has forcibly broken the seal and is currently being suppressed. This causes the heads of those responsible for the ritual to start aching. Hanwoo is confused, wondering what the hell is happening for the people to be like this. At this moment, something emerges, greeting the lovely players present and stating that it is the source of the mutation and would like to thank them for helping him free himself from the chains, weakening the seal. Because of this, he will give a gift that will actually make them become a vessel. Everyone starts to panic, asking who the hell he is. The monster explains that unfortunately, only one can become the vessel and asks them to play a little game. Then, a strong green glow appears, and this being begins to walk towards everyone. The source of the mutation explains that the objective of the game is to cultivate a mutant beast capable of defeating the Class 6 mutant beast, and that he will give each one 10,000 units of high-purity radiation ore, which will be used as test subjects for their familiars. One guy responds that he has no interest in becoming a vessel and demands to be released immediately, and if not, he will free the familiars from the dominion of God to completely destroy that place, deciding to do so right as he speaks. However, he gets frustrated since, for some reason, he cannot connect to the divine realm. Then, Gamora appears and devours this man, fully manifesting at the location in front of everyone. At this moment, the MC politely asks for permission and explains that he cannot communicate with the divine realm alone, so he cannot summon the familiars for the test. Everyone is startled, asking who the hell the kid is and why he is there. The source of the mutation states that he will not regret this mutation and invokes the portal to the divine realm, leaving him worried as things have become complicated, since the setup was made so that it is only possible to take the familiars out of the realm, but he himself cannot enter, so he will not be able to escape. 3 hours pass, and one guy comments that the situation is not good at all, as most of his familiars died after consuming the radiation ore, and only 10% improved slightly. Another comments that, unfortunately, less than 20% of his familiars are still alive. Meanwhile, the MC comments that the decomposer is a true gem, as 6,000 high-purity radiation crystals were obtained, and it only took the sacrifice of 100 million locusts to produce them. Because of this, his mutant beast is at level 3, and he says he is counting on his familiar since it has a strong recovery power, asking it not to be shy since all those crystals are just for it. 3 months pass, and the cultists cannot believe what they are seeing, asking if the kid is some kind of monster. He says this while observing the Class 6 mutant beast that the MC created during this time. The source of the mutation gets excited and asks Gamora to go for the test. The monster turns and starts devouring one of the monsters without much difficulty. Then, the green monster warns that losers cannot continue living and orders Gamora to devour all the cultists, making them scream in despair while they are already inside the mutant's mouth. Next, it's the MC's turn to show what he is capable of. Hanwoo is aware that he had to give many gene stones, and with this, his familiar underwent excessive mutation, but he laments that now its life will not last more than a day, asking it to show what it can do. The source of the mutation says that it is getting excited and tells Gamora to go for the attack. The two begin to run, and the locust starts launching its attack. Godzilla gets furious and retaliates with a headbutt. Chiang, which is the name of this mutant grasshopper, decides to fly, and his body immediately begins to regenerate. Just like Gamora, who screams furiously activating his power, the green mutant says it really wasn't too bad, as he ended up provoking the opponent, and it will definitely be a good show to watch. The fight between the two lasts an incredible 18 hours, until it ends with the mutant grasshopper as the victor. The source of the mutation says it was definitely an excellent confrontation, calling the MC a dear receptacle. He asks what the hell it is talking about and which operator it belongs to, wanting to know what it intends to do with that pure body. The monster begins to use its power, saying that from now on, they will share the same body. Hanwoo panics, as he wasn't expecting this, until everything disappears, wondering if he is dead. He then sees the system screen showing that this is Hanwoo, the source of the mutation, in addition to informing all his current statistics. He only focuses on the name, as it is saying it is the source of the mutation, and a green aura asks if his dear receptacle is awake. He asks who it is, and if, by any chance, it is the source of the mutation. It answers that yes, it is indeed a superior gene, and asks for thanks. As with this parasitism, it will grant many powers beyond divine civilization. It also mentions that it has overwritten the growth acceleration ability, as direct mutation is more suitable, and asks not to worry about safety, as they are one and should help each other, saying that he can call it Kamigawa for now. The MC asks not to waste time with so much information, as he only wants to know how the hell to get out of there. It explains that it is simple, as the seal was controlled and the guardian beast is dead, so they are free, being teleported to the castle where it all began. Kamigawa states that there is just one problem, as the breaking of the seal made a lot of noise, and that attracted the attention of many demigods and true gods. Hanwoo panics, as he should have said this earlier, and asks how they can get out, then has an idea to activate the blood arena coordinates. Since he is an affiliate, the demigods start running toward the castle, as they felt an aura, and upon entering, they scream that they want the treasure. However, they find nothing in the place, thinking this is strange. Gang, who is with the demigods, finds the body of a grasshopper and wonders if it is the person he is thinking of. After that, someone returns to the castle asking who the hell stole his treasure, ordering everyone to continue sending signals day and night to locate the seed. After this, in the bloody arena, the MC notices that teleportation costs 1 million divine power, wondering what will happen if he goes back to school. At this moment, the system appears, stating that it has been challenged by another divine being, the evil dragon, and asks if he wishes to accept the challenge. It also reminds him that by refusing the challenge 3 times, or failing, he will lose his status as the heir of the bloody arena. This cheap intimidation irritates him, and he asks if a beating is what it wants. Then, he will deliver it. He accepts the challenge and immediately crosses the portal. The big screen warns the competitors to prepare, while the entire audience shouts that the evil dragon will prevail. On the other hand, there is also support for the locusts, urging them not to disappoint. Additionally, they shout to send the bone controller and make the evil dragon fear the giant skeleton. Hanwoo hears the crowd betting 500,000 divine power on the dragon's victory and asks them not to cry after losing so much money. Palme, the evil dragon, finds this amusing, since the main race of his opponent is locusts, who take advantage of an army of skeletons to cheat. But this time, it will be different, as he has found an opponent worthy of him. The MC starts by summoning his swarm, asking for less talk and more action. Palme agrees and summons his army of half-dragons. The battle begins between the dragons and the locust men, but this doesn't please him, and he questions whether he is being underestimated, as he wants to see the army of skeletons. Hanwoo asks him to first defeat the army of locusts. Otherwise, it isn't even worth showing the skeletons. This leaves his opponent furious, and he orders the dragons to unleash their flames. Meanwhile, the MC shouts for his army to defend themselves, simultaneously summoning the celestial demon locust, which moves silently and appears shooting attacks at the dragons. Palm commands the counterattack, summoning the half-dragon hero to also shoot arrows at the cursed locusts. He mocks, saying that all this resistance is useless since they are nothing but locusts and will die like nothing. Hanwoo is pleased with this, as his goal is to sacrifice them, wondering if he should summon his army of demonic bulls. He raises his hand to summon the army of the divine realm, but Kamigawa appears, asking how the hell he is enduring these insults, causing him to doubt the choice of operator. He asks what she means by that, and the source of mutation responds that she wants to see the locust race teach the half-dragon's idiot a lesson. The MC says that, unfortunately, they are no match against dragons. The green slime asks if the locusts are weak by chance, reminding him who devoured the 6th-level grimoire, since with the mutation source she possesses, there are no weak races, only races that are content with self-destruction. Then asking him to use the directional mutation ability granted to finish off this arrogant dragon. He calls one of his locusts, imagining that he doesn't want to follow this advice, although he wants to test this new ability. A yellow aura begins to emerge in the area, and the mutation source asks in which direction he wants his familiars to mutate. Hanwoo comments that that kind of locust is suitable to be a tank, so he wants to make them more resistant to damage to replace other members of his species. The first option is armor mutation, which makes the bodies of the immolated locust thicker and more resistant, enduring up to 10 times physical damage, reducing their lifespan by 50 days. The second option is gland mutation, which causes the glands of the immolated locust to mutate to secrete a large amount of mucus, increasing their resistance to elemental attacks at the cost of 90 days of lifespan. Lastly, the total mutation directs the locusts to mutate, increasing their size and strength at the cost of 24 hours of their lifespan. He imagines that the half-dragon's attacks are fierce, and many locusts die every second, so if he wants to resist, he needs to take risks, thus choosing the third option. Immediately, his immolated locust mutates and becomes gigantic, charging at the dragons, which, on the first strike, throw them far away. He is pleased with the great result, and asks his immolated locusts to accept the mutation. All the locusts begin to grow, mutating their entire bodies. The same happens with the demonic locusts, since the MC ordered them to accept the mutation as well. Because of this, they can now make multiple shots and attack at full speed. Palm doesn't understand what the hell is happening and asks if the army has taken any steroids. Questioning where the referee is, since it's clearly cheating, Hanwoo laughs at this and asks his locust men to accept the mutation. With that, they create armor all over their bodies and begin to frantically attack the half-dragons, who are forced to retreat. He then orders them to completely annihilate the half-dragon hero, but his opponent falls to the ground, asking him not to do that as he is surrendering. The gamblers shout indignantly as they bet 500,000 divine power, and the garbage made them lose everything. The MC loves hearing this since he warned they would cry after losing the bet. With this victory, he obtains another fragment of the divine realm, as well as a mark in the bloody arena. After that, in Hanwoo's divine realm, he is presented with the special bloody arena building, where the family members can enhance their skills. The winner has the chance to be promoted, and there's a small chance that the hero model's guidance will be ignored, allowing the extraordinary life form to be directly promoted to a heroic life form. He notices that defeating an heir changed from an extremely small chance to a very small chance. Being surprised by this absurdity, he is also surprised by the core of the divine realm, as it is brighter than before. The source of the mutation asks why he is surprised by so little, as, compared to his value there, that is just the tip of the iceberg. Hanwoo agrees, saying that the chief is correct and that it will definitely improve more. Kamigawa replies that this is correct and asks him to kneel. This stresses him out, imagining that when he becomes more powerful, he will definitely kill that filthy green slime. He then activates his life sacrifice to see what reward he will get this time. The first option is a level 4 relic, the Armor of Temperance. Once charged in the Divine Domain's core, the clan can gain the ability to summon the armor. The second option is a level 3 building, the Observatory. Established in the Divine Realm, it allows clear observation of situations 10,000 kilometers away. The third option is the Book of Production of Flesh Puppets. Use the flesh and blood of powerful creatures to create a flesh puppet with powerful biological characteristics. When a puppet is created, its strength and ability are constant and cannot be enhanced. He thinks the last option is amazing, deciding to choose it, wondering if he will get a great upgrade this time. Half a year passes inside the Divine Realm, 10 days outside. The MC imagines that the investment of 10 million divine power was very worthwhile, as just looking at his new creation makes his eyes shine. He imagines that the strength of this flesh puppet is equivalent to that of one of the strongest heroic life forms, also noting that it is as resilient as a wolf, naming his new army member Chiang. He then imagines that it is time to face the real challenge, telling his grandfather that he has already entered the Imperial University of the West, but asks him not to worry, as he will still go to the Chaos Star University to get news about his father. 3 days later, at the Imperial University, he is surprised by the place, asking if it is really the best university available, as even the passers-by on the streets, more than half of them are emitting demigod power. At that moment, someone catches his attention, asking if he is Hanwoo, the reserve student from the Imperial University. He turns and replies that yes, he is. The man greets him and says he is there to pick him up, politely asking him to follow him to the aircraft, as he will take him to his new accommodation. He decides to follow, and they leave through the air. After flying for a while, they arrive at the location, and the man informs him that he will take him to the dormitory. The MC is curious about the place and asks where the other students are. The professor replies that this place is just for him, leaving Hanwoo in disbelief, as this is far too extravagant. The man bids farewell, wishing him a good rest, and reminding him to arrive on time tomorrow. He decides to absorb divinity quickly, as there must be many talented people in that place. The next day, he continues walking through the hallways while hearing gossip from people saying there is a new transfer student who is probably just trash, as good students pass through the special process smoothly and do not need to enter through the back doors. Hearing this makes him worried, as those people are clearly trying to pressure him down. Hardly thinking about it, he gets startled when he sees a woman approaching stealthily, asking if he is Hanwoo. She explains that she is the teacher of the reserve student class, asking him to call her Lena, and offers to show him where the classroom is. The two enter as she asks everyone to be quiet. Qin Shuang, who studies at that university and in that class, shouts Hanwoo's name. The other students, seeing this, ask what is happening. As it appears, the goddess knows the boy who entered through the back doors. The teacher demands silence, informing that the new classmate's name is Hanwoo and that he used to study at the same school as Qin Shuang. A boy, dissatisfied, shouts, wanting to know why the new student was admitted to the reserve class. The teacher begins by saying that she doesn't know exactly what he learned at other schools, but makes it clear that in her class, one must raise their hand before saying a word, and if they don't understand, she will find a way to teach them very well. She says this with her frightening gaze. This terrifies the student, who apologizes, as he shouldn't have asked a question so hastily. She says it's fine, asking him not to make any more violations, in addition to suggesting they ask Hanwoo himself how he got a spot in the reserve class. Zudi, careful not to irritate the teacher, asks Hanwoo if he would mind saying how he got into the reserve class, as he wants to challenge him to see if he is truly worthy of being there. The MC raises his hand and says he will need to decline. This infuriates him, calling the MC trash for not being man enough to accept a simple challenge. Furthermore, the whole class supports him, calling him a coward. At that moment, Qin Shuang slams her hand on the table and tells them to stop, saying that Hanwoo has never provoked anyone, so she wants to know why they are slandering him without even knowing him. The MC just watches, imagining that it was to be expected from Qin Shuang, as no matter where she goes, she always finds a bunch of little dogs. Moments later, the teacher leaves the room, and a group heads toward the MC's desk. However, his friend steps in front, asking what they are doing and requesting that they go over her first if they want to intimidate someone. They inform her that the matter has absolutely nothing to do with her, asking her to please get out of the way, and calling Hanwoo, saying that if he has the courage, he should not hide behind a woman. He takes a deep breath and stands up. At this moment, Zudi approaches, saying that a mere transfer student who entered through the back doors shouldn't be studying there, in addition to accusing him of not even being qualified to study with everyone. Because of this, he asks him to leave the reserve class, warning that otherwise, he will beat him until he does. The MC turns to Qin Shuang and says that it must be quite difficult to study with that bunch of idiots. She replies that they are usually normal and does not know why they are only picking on him. Hanwoo thinks this is good since she apparently doesn't know them very well, so she can beat them without a guilty conscience. She asks not to underestimate Zudi, since his main relative is a rare and naturally elite Iron Man, imagining that even her Thunder Sparrow might not be a match. He replies that if she's afraid of seeing them get hurt, then that's fine, but she says she doesn't care. The student asks if he heard correctly about hurting him, since just a few simple relatives would be enough to eliminate the rookie from existence, asking to go to the training field. Qin Shuang doesn't understand why Hanwoo is so stubborn and wonders how she could help without hurting his self-esteem. After they arrive at the location, the system politely asks them to choose the battle method. The options are Heroic Battle, Extraordinary Battle, Elite Battle, Legion Battle, 5 against 5, and 10 against 10. He notices that there are various ways to fight, asking to go with 10 against 10 since it's a good opportunity to test his 10 strongest relatives. The two position themselves in the battle arena, and Zudi is unsure whether his opponent is arrogant or simply ignorant for not choosing the Legion battle, but rather 10 against 10. The MC immediately starts invoking his flesh puppets, which shocks his opponent, who asks what the hell that is, as it is indeed a form of heroic life but exudes a strange aura. For this reason, he decides to take it seriously, as he can't embarrass himself in front of his goddess. Deciding to summon his Iron Men, he notes that it is a formation difficult even for Lord-level warriors to face. Outside, Qin Shuang watches on the big screen and asks when Hanwoo got those relatives. Next to her is a boy using his eye to check the battle information. stating that Hanwoo is actually using puppets, all equivalent to a form of heroic life, and he doesn't understand how he's going to use something of that level in this battle. Other students comment that he must really be rich, as he created 10 puppets at once, knowing that just one of them must be worth around 30 million divine power, wondering if that money is the reason he can enter through the back doors. She starts reflecting and doesn't understand how someone completely alone, without any support, managed to get so much money, thinking it's better not to dwell on it since she just wants to watch and can ask about it later. The battle begins with Zudi ordering his Iron Men to attack, starting with delivering several maximum power punches. He warns that they will soon hear the monsters turning into toothpaste, but the MC taunts him, asking if he's sleeping or can't take it anymore. He doesn't understand this provocation, but when he looks back at the arena, he sees his soldiers being subdued, being punched one by one with extreme ease, forcing the robots to go completely defensive. The students can't comprehend what kind of monsters these are that can resist the attacks of the Iron Men, and not only that, but they counterattack, copying the same move, even injuring the robots severely. Qin Shuang doesn't hide her surprise, as she is witnessing Hanwoo much stronger than before. Meanwhile, the MC bored asks if the little girl wants to continue. This infuriates him since he hasn't even used the trump card he has saved, asking his Iron Men to merge. Hanwoo finds this amusing, since now the robots will combine, asking if the little boy watched a lot of Transformers when he was young. The relatives now have a completely different design, making the MC feel nauseous, as there's too much shine to process. The arena starts to explode until the big robot finally forms, causing Zudi to burst into laughter, asking if he's scared now, as his new piece of art has 10 times the attack power of a common Iron Man, asking him to die already. The robot prepares and starts running, attacking all the puppets at the same time. He warns that he will show the true strength of someone from the reserve class of the greatest university of all time. The MC mocks, asking if he is that strong, but Zudi gives a second chance, warning that if he hears a plea for forgiveness on his knees, he will spare the remaining members of his clan, and makes it clear that the offer is valid for 10 seconds, starting the countdown. However, Hanwoo says the number 0 and wants to see what will happen since the countdown is over. This irritates the boy, asking not to be blamed later for what will happen. He barely says this and becomes scared, as all the MC's monsters simply healed. Then, they jump and begin to attack the metal armor, biting from one side and tearing off the cables from the entire armor. The students watching come to the conclusion that the fight is brutal as well as humiliating, since even the robot's head was torn off. Shudi falls to the ground screaming that this is simply impossible, while the MC just exits the portal victorious. Qin Shuang is about to say something, but another person calls for the grasshopper boy. He turns to see who it is, and the guy hugs him, saying he was sure he would pass the academy test, as he knew he wouldn't disappoint him after recommending him. He notices that it's Xian Meng and asks how the hell he looks decades younger. The Mammoth Man is happy that he recognized him, saying he just changed his look, shaving his beard, as his previous appearance intimidated the girls a lot. The other students overhear this conversation and apologize, as they didn't know he was a recommended student and accused him of pulling strings to get in. He asked them not to worry, as everything is fine. Xian Meng warns that he is a first year at the Imperial University and also Hanwoo's protector. He makes it clear that anyone who dares to mess with the boy will be messing with him, taking the MC to another place, as he has some friends to introduce. After going up the stairs, he informs his two friends that he is with the boy they mentioned. Ziaxian introduces himself, saying he is a freshman at the academy and that it is a pleasure to meet him. The girl does the same, saying her name is Yelling and asking if he really defeated Xian Meng in the arena. He greets the two seniors, saying that he is a rookie at the university and that defeating their friend was pure luck. She makes it clear that having luck is also a strength, sharing that they discovered that the next class of the reserved class will be a survival simulation in Outland, the zombie city, a low-level secret realm. And with that said, She expresses her wish for him to bring something for them. The MC comments that the three seniors seem to be specialists in demigods, so why would they need a mere novice? The girl laughs, asking him not to be so modest since he is nothing like a novice, and explains that the zombie city is the low-level secret realm of the university and, according to regulations, can only be used to simulate an important class for reserve students, so they cannot enter. Mr. Mammoth says that's true because if he could enter, he would completely destroy the city. His friend, laughing, agrees with all of this. She also mentions that there is an extremely rare resource in this secret realm called Wisdom Fruit, which can help non-human races improve their intelligence, as long as they are willing to pay 1 divine point for each fruit. Inside, the MC imagines that he really needs those divine points, and, for that reason, replies that he will help. Yelling asks him to take the seed he has in hand, as it will be extremely useful for the next major class. After that, already at night, Hanwoo is lying down, thinking that he could prepare for the ascension ritual of the demigod after accumulating 6 divine points, but he didn't expect there to be such a long way to go, recalling that the teacher said he could prepare for the ceremony to become a demigod as soon as he reached 6 divine points. However, a demigod with 6 points is a hybrid and can only be fused with lower-level divine authority in the future. For this reason, the students of the Imperial University do not waste their potential in this way, and usually continue evolving. She also explains that after increasing divinity by 6 points, the required amount will increase, with the 7th point requiring 2 divine points to be absorbed, just as the 8th point requires 3 points, and so on, up to a maximum of 10 points, as promoting demigods at the 10 divine point stage have the greatest potential. So, in the future, he may even fuse 5 divine authorities. He is amazed by the amount of important information she shared, as well as realizing that she has many hopes for him. For this reason, he will do his best to earn those divine points. After that, a few days pass, and one of the students asks Hanwoo if he heard that in the next main class, they will do a supernatural survival simulation and go to the low-level secret realm called Zombie Tower. He even found out that some veterans are buying resources that novices find in that place. Zudi calls the MC to bet since it's an important class. He asks what this bet would be. Zudi suggests they bet on who will have the best grade, and if he himself gets the highest grade, Hanwoo will no longer be able to approach Qin Shuang, and if the MC wins, he, Zudi, will no longer have improper thoughts about her. Hanwoo can't believe the nonsense he just heard, and asks if Zudi has something against the principal, since he doesn't understand how he managed to get into the university with that level of intelligence, also saying that it doesn't matter if he has improper thoughts or not, as in the end, she doesn't like him anyway. Zudi says he doesn't care about that as long as Hanwoo stays away from her and is willing to pay any price. At that moment, Qin Shuang approaches, asking if she heard correctly that he will no longer bother her if Hanwoo wins. He gets frustrated, saying that he likes her very much, so why won't she just accept his pursuit? She asks him to answer the question quickly. The boy replies that yes, if Hanwoo beats him in this dispute, he will no longer have improper thoughts about her. Qin Shuang asks her classmate to accept the bet since it will help her, but he asks if they are not all geniuses there, as he cannot be blamed if he loses. She says that's fine because she firmly believes she will win. At this moment, the teacher asks if everyone is ready, commenting that they should already know the information for the main class, explaining once again that it is a supernatural survival simulation, so the difficulty will be higher than for the secondary classes. She then asks them to start right away. The system informs everyone that the survival simulation in the outer realm is activated and that, to avoid being detected by the consciousness of the outer realm, all services related to the divine realm will be automatically blocked. The gods have been affected by the scent of the outer realm, and their constitution has been reduced to that of ordinary humans. Moreover, the points leaderboard is open. Now, an introduction to the scenario. Zombie City is a beautiful place, and the hospitable zombies will kindly rip the brains out of guests and eat them to show their welcome. Whenever night falls, they go out to hold a carnival. The students comment that they are starving but don't understand why the spatial ring isn't opening since they have plenty of food inside. The MC imagines that everyone there are deities, so they could go 10 days or even half a month without feeling hungry. However, with the damaged divine artifacts, everything indicates that this is part of the survival test. Imagining that at least the most critical skills are intact, he figures everything will be fine. In this case, he is referring to his directional mutation ability and life sacrifice ability. He tells Qin Shuang that he wants to take a look around the city, and she says that's fine, slapping her hand on the ground and summoning one of her giant birds, asking to go together. He says it's not necessary, then transforms into his dragon form, and with that, the two travel through the skies. They land shortly after arriving in the middle of the city, and he notices that everything seems complete there, as there's even a cafe and restaurant. He then hears her stomach growl and bursts out laughing. She asks him not to laugh, but the MC merely suggests they go to the restaurant to see what's good there. Upon arriving at the place, they are greeted by the attendant, who asks what they would like and offers the menu. Hanwoo explains that they are travelers from another city and that, unfortunately, they are out of money. However, the bearded man doesn't take this well and pulls out a weapon, telling the beggars to get out of the restaurant and asking if they think they are the Jiangshi wandering the streets at night. Qin Shuang becomes furious at how they are being treated, but the MC asks her to calm down, explaining that they are currently ordinary humans and that if they get shot, it's over. At that moment, he remembers that Yelling gave him a seed and said it would be useful in that realm. Because of this, he decides to try, showing the seed and asking if the man would be interested. The restaurant owner immediately changes his expression, becoming honored to see such a precious seed and asking him to please sell it, offering 10 gold coins for it. Hanwoo asks him to first prepare food for the two of them since they are starving, and the man agrees. They are both impressed by the amount of food prepared for them, and while they eat, the MC takes the opportunity to ask a bit about that place. The restaurant owner explains that it is a magical city, telling them that in Jiangshi City, humans and monsters coexist. Humans hunt zombies for money and other resources. However, these zombies can consume human brains. So every night, countless zombies roam the streets, chasing any living beings they see, even invading houses. He also mentions that people need swords, firearms, and even other things like magical plants to survive, citing the MC's seed as an example, which seems to be of tier 3, and for this reason, he asks him to please sell it. He becomes pensive as that scenario feels quite familiar, since he used to play that game a lot when he was a top player in his previous world. He imagines that it seems like first-tier plants are equivalent to common life forms, and third-tier ones have at least the strength of extraordinary lives. Qin Shuang asks how they could get more seeds like those, and the restaurant owner comments that they can buy more at the town shop, but they are quite expensive. They can also obtain more by killing zombies, although they are harder to deal with since they are powerful monsters. Hanwoo worries, as it is clear that the place is dangerous at night, so they urgently need to find somewhere to stay. The bearded man comments that if they want to settle in the town, they should go to the mayor to buy a property. That way, they will officially become town residents. Additionally, they can find an inn to stay at, but regardless of their choice, he suggests they don't go out at night. Knowing all this, they leave, thinking it would be interesting to buy a property. After that, still at the restaurant, another student comes in asking for food. However, the restaurant owner screams for them to leave and then shoots, hitting the boy's hand, causing him to panic. In the system, it's shown that this student lost a total of 500 points due to this incident, which leaves Qin Shuang scared, thanking the MC for stopping her from arguing with the restaurant owner, since he shot without mercy at the first person who bothered him. After this, they go to the mayor's house, and he tells them that the seeds are worth 1,321, and the other is worth 1,160. He also mentions that the cheapest property in town costs 1,200 coins. She worries since she doesn't have enough, but the MC tells her not to worry, as he has some extra and can cover her part. The mayor suggests they could buy a house together, as the most beautiful houses are sold this way and cost 2,350 coins. The two are impressed, as the house is not only beautiful, but even has a pool, and for this reason, they agree without a second thought. Schwarzenegger says that it's all good, just mentioning that there are some rules in town about buying properties together, as the two need to be married for it to be possible. For this reason, he asks if they would like to get married. This makes both of them extremely embarrassed. The mayor notices this and asks if perhaps they don't want to be husband and wife, as if that's the case, they won't be able to buy the house together because it's a traditional town, so they don't allow random relationships between men and women. She feels embarrassed and she doesn't know what to do, until the MC thinks of suggesting something, but she interrupts him, saying it's fine, and they both respond that they are willing to get married. Schwarzenegger gets excited, saying they are definitely a perfect match, and just asks them to fill out a form, as after that, they will be legally married. He presents the key to the house, along with a gift of 130 pea seeds and 50 copper flower seeds, while congratulating them on their marriage. The two leave, and Qin Shuang makes it clear that she was forced to admit they are in this type of relationship, but asks him not to take it seriously. He laughs, as he understands this perfectly. She becomes furious because he is indifferent about it, because they acquired the property and became formal residents of the town. Both received 1,000 points, putting them in first place on the leaderboard. The two arrive at their new house, and he is amazed since the house is incredibly luxurious. She doesn't care that much about it, as a house like that is nothing compared to the one she owns. She then goes upstairs, saying she will take a shower and go to bed, as she is exhausted. Hanwoo decides to check what special abilities the pea seeds have, in addition to the 50 copper flowers, both gifted by the mayor. An hour passes after planting them, and he decides to walk around the house, heading to the room to tell Qin Shuang how the seeds reacted. However, he finds her only in her underwear and feels extremely embarrassed about it. In addition to being kicked out of the room the very second, he tries to apologize, as that wasn't his intention. The MC is outside, wondering if the seeds grew quickly, so they must be powerful. Suddenly, Qin Shuang arrives, asking what he is grumbling about. Only then does he notice her presence, getting embarrassed right away. This leaves her thoughtful, to the point of asking why he blushed as soon as he saw her. He, with the good memories he had moments ago, says it's nothing much. She is dying of embarrassment since she knows what it's about, and makes it clear that he didn't see anything unusual in the room, and that it should be forgotten. At that moment, they both hear a sound, and she uses her light technique to illuminate the area, noticing a horde approaching with several apparently hungry zombies. Hanwoo comments that the moment is perfect since he wants to see what the plants are capable of, asking them to fire their attacks. However, the peas barely move the zombies, leaving him frustrated since he didn't think the attack power would be so pathetic. Because of this, he decides to use the darkness attribute bonus, and the power of his plants increases considerably, also growing much larger. Now, with the more powerful attacks, the zombies begin to die, giving a point for each kill, and a few even drop some items. He notices that using dark abilities is very exhausting, and that soon they will be surrounded again, so he doesn't know exactly what they should do. Qin Shuang asks them to do something quickly, since apparently Suti has bought some property, as his score is at 1,300, and if it continues like this, they will lose. Hanwoo is deep in thought about the plants since they need to find a way to speed up their zombie kills, and he concludes that they are considered living organisms, so they must have genes that can mutate. With that, he decides to test his directional mutation on the plants. With this initiative, 4 options emerge. The first is the range mutation, which extends the range of the pea shooter. The second mutation is the firing speed, which accelerates the firing rate of the pea shooter. The third option is the multiple head variant, which increases the number of firing tips of the pea shooter that can attack. The fourth option is the root mutation, which increases the size of the roots of the pea shooter. He imagines that all are good options and decides to test all 4. Because of this, the peas change appearance due to the mutation, and the killing begins since they are much more powerful now. Suddenly, another monster appears, and they notice that now the zombies seem to be stronger. One of them firmly holds the flag and throws it with all his strength towards the plants. However, he misses the target, becoming confused since he could have sworn he threw it in the right place, but barely thinks about it and is mowed down by the mutant plants. The MC, who has the flag in hand, comments that he will confiscate it and remembers that he also has the copper plants since they can also mutate. The first type of mutation for them is multiple production, which increases the production rate of the coin flower. The second option is the absorption mutation, which increases the range of the coin flower in absorbing dead air. He gets excited, saying that he wants all of them since with that he will gain a lot of coins. Qin Shuang gets excited about this while looking at the leaderboard, as she managed to surpass Sudi. This guy can't believe it since he fell to second place on the leaderboard. However, he doesn't intend to let this slide, deciding to use his level 4 plant, the dragon grass seed. 2 hours pass and a dragon is formed from this seed, which with just one fire breath decimates several zombies at once. His points go up until they reach 1,610, surpassing Hanwoo. He calls the MC a bastard, as he is nothing more than a person without parents who wants to face a descendant of a true god, and for that reason will lose miserably. Morning arrives, and the sun grows stronger, decimating all the zombies present in the city, as they can only come out at night. Qin Shuang, on top of a giant pile of coins, admits to being impressed and asks how the plants became so powerful all of a sudden. He tells her that in fact, he mastered a directional mutation ability, which allows living beings to become more powerful. She thinks this ability is quite distorted, but laments since they are still behind in points. He notices that Zudi has 201,000 points, while he himself has 128,000. But even so, she asks not to worry since it's just the beginning, as they will still uncharm those plants to buy some better ones. Night falls again, and their plants are now level 2 and level 3. She is watching from the top of the house and comments that they are probably in trouble since the zombies are a bit different. She is looking at a horde completely approaching, composed of level 3 night zombies, as well as level 4 violent dancer zombies. Hanwoo asks if it's really a level 4 dancer zombie since he doesn't know how they would deal with that. She says the same, then asks what they will do about it. He asks to turn off the lights and all sound since zombies are attracted to that, then hopes they haven't seen them. The two follow the plan and leave the mansion completely dark, then watch how the zombies will react. Finding the result great, since the zombies are heading to Miss Sar's house next door, he notices they are distracted, wandering aimlessly, and asks Qin Shuang to use her lighting, since they could gain points by killing those distracted zombies. She says it's fine, and summons her energy ball, launching it at the zombies caught off guard. The remaining ones return to counterattack, but this time the plants spring into action, firing away at the remaining monsters. A mounted zombie managed to approach at high speed, but is defeated by the boxing plant. After that, the MC notices that Shutier is growing way too fast and doesn't understand how this is possible, since the difference between them is almost 100,000 points. At this moment, someone laughs, asking Hanwoo if he's scared of how fast he is evolving. Looking back, he asks what the hell Qingnian is doing there, eating soft tofu. The zombies leap toward his residence but are gunned down by the oak archers, defeating absolutely all the zombies trying to approach. The boy gets excited, asking for more zombies to come since first place will be his. Hanwoo comments that he didn't expect to see a guy who is an idiot, but Qin Shuang asks if, by any chance, that's envy or jealousy, and he replies that if he loses, she will continue to be bothered by that idiot Shuti. At this moment, the dancer zombie approaches and summons 2 others to assist. Now, the 3 head toward the mansion, making the MC comment that the level 4 zombie has crossed that idiot's defense line. The zombie walks calmly, but does not notice something on the ground. Therefore, he steps on it and is thrown far away since it was a spring bean trap. The MC's eyes widen as that plant threw the zombie into their territory. In desperation, he shouts for the pea shooters to attack the dancing zombie with full power. They obey and start shooting, but the zombie just laughs as the attacks are too weak against someone of his level. Shuang suggests they retreat inside the mansion since the current plants cannot handle level 4 zombies. However, the MC refuses because if they retreat, they will definitely lose. Deciding to handle the situation personally, he transforms into his draconic form. He charges forward and lands a solid punch, but notices it has almost no effect. Taking it seriously since his punch was useless, he asks to prove himself in the name of his idol Ralph. He says this and launches his machine gun combo, causing the zombie's head to detach and fall to the ground immediately. A notification appears, informing him that he defeated a level 4 dancer and dropped a seed of the same level, along with a pair of crocodile shoes, a tap dance record, and 500 points. Hanwoo is concerned as that level 4 dancing zombie was extremely difficult to defeat and nearly dislocated his shoulder, earning only 500 points. At the same time, someone is observing him from afar with binoculars. It is Yelling, noting that she can see well, but cannot view the player's rankings. Her friend asks for the binoculars and comments that the view is indeed good, also noticing that Hanwoo has really joined the famous Goddess of the Reserve class, liking his style. The girl asks him not to chatter, wanting to know only if Hanwoo will be able to find the fruit they requested, as this solely depends on his progress in exploring the zombie city. If the boy thinks the city is just a place to grow plants and kill zombies to earn points, he will probably not obtain high-level resources like the Fruit of Wisdom. But then, she smiles, curious to see if he will get first place, wanting to beat Lena and earn viewing rights. Suddenly, the teacher appears, asking if she really thinks she's that violent and who the three are betting on. They, startled, reply that it's Hanwoo. Lena finds it interesting and asks them to follow her, as she will give them viewing rights. They go to the office, and she summons the big screen, broadcasting the journey inside the zombie city, saying they will now have a better view of the events. The MC continues fighting in his draconic form, also asking the explosive pea shooters to attack non-stop. The plants obey and start firing, while he flies away to avoid getting hit amid the gunfire. Mung comments that the firepower of those plants is comparable to second-order plants, which is an incredible feat. The girl understands why her friend Mammoth lost a battle against Hanwoo since the boy is really strong, but she remains curious, not understanding why a third-level zombie would attack his territory, as the configuration should not attract third-level or higher zombies according to logic. Once again, the spring plants catch the zombies and throw them into the MC's territory. Observing this, they question whether it's a bit dishonest to do something like that, since it's clearly intimidation, wanting to know who is sponsoring those reserve students to have such strong power. The teacher informs them that the student in question is named Qingnian and is not sponsored by anyone, surprising the three as it seems impossible to be that strong without third-party resources. Yelling gets annoyed seeing this, thinking that boy is a fool, and finds that year messy, filled with all kinds of reserve students who don't even care about their own dignity. He also asks who the hell this Sudi is, not understanding how he is ranked so much higher than Qingnian and even Hanwoo, requesting to see what kind of setup this person has. The camera shifts to this student, whose draconic plant is decimating all the zombies, looking content and challenging Hanwoo to surpass that. They can't believe they're seeing the fire dragon plant, concluding that Zudi is being sponsored by their mortal enemy, Shengjun, who has previously killed many others in the zombie city and obtained valuable items, now aiming to profit from the reserve students. Lena confirms that Zudi and Shengjun indeed signed a private agreement, revealing that in exchange for the sponsorship, Zudi will give 70% of the resources he acquires. They can't believe such a despicable human being exists. At that moment, Sheng Jun approaches, asking how they can talk behind someone's back, and deduces they are there to watch a reserve student. Because of this, he asks if they want to place a bet to see which sponsored student will achieve a better ranking. Mung responds that such a bet is pointless since they found out about the sponsorship Sudi received from him. This makes him furious, asking if the trash there is truly cowardly, given that they joined one of the best universities of divine civilization and are still sticking together to form a useless club. lamenting being in the same class as them. The mammoth man gets angry hearing this and charges forward, but his friend holds him back, aware that this provocation is being done right in front of a teacher. Then, she mentions that this so-called useless club is precisely to help students from poor families raise resources, accepting the bet to see which preparatory student will have the best score. He agrees, wanting only to know if she will bet 10 divinity points. Yelling accepts without hesitation. He notes that Lena is the witness to this bet and doesn't want to see anyone crying over the result. Meng, worried, asks if they can really do this, being aware of the sponsorship Shudi received that made him extremely powerful. She says she knows but cannot back down, and the sponsorship they gave Hanwoo is very good. The teacher warns that if Hanwoo is the first to understand the truth behind the zombie city, he will have a huge chance to win. After that, the second day of survival arrives, and another 2,000 points are added. The MC lies down, barely able to move due to exhaustion. Qin Shuang admits he is doing well and says she will clean up the battlefield, thinking that fortunately, Hanwoo's skill was preserved in the estranged world, or they would have failed the previous night. He, smiling, says it's fine, calling her his dear wife. This irritates her, making her kick him and ask what the hell he thinks he's saying. The MC asks her not to act like that, as it's not cool for their relationship, but she just walks away. Suddenly, he hears someone asking how they can flirt like that. It's Qingnian mocking them, as she doesn't even need to put much effort there since Hanwoo is only in third place. She decides to check the system and is shocked as they are falling further behind first place, asking Hanwoo what they will do since the point difference is already over 200,000. He says everything is under control as he has a few tricks up his sleeve, calling his enemy limp, saying that thing between his legs is about to break. She finds him disgusting for saying such things. The boy gets furious at the insult, warning he will leave several gifts in his mansion that night. The MC says he can do whatever he wants until something catches his attention, noticing a level 4 seed dropped on the ground. It is the level 4 enchanted mushroom. It releases an energy gas bomb with hypnotic properties, and any zombie it hits will be controlled by the mushroom for a certain period and turn against its companions, undergoing brainwashing. Additionally, any zombie that ingests it will be completely subjected to this brainwashing. The other item is the 4th order corn cannon. This cannon can kill 3rd level zombies in seconds and cause area damage. Hanwoo is surprised, as the effects of these plants are incredible, practically a way to create puppets to fight. Additionally, the cannons are like mortars, making them great tools for earning points. Next, Qin Shuang suggests going to the store to sell the loot they acquired and buy new high-level seeds. He agrees, calling her wife, but changes his mind and decides to call her by her name. She gets embarrassed, wondering why he doesn't just call her wife since it's on the tip of his tongue. An hour passes, and they leave the store. Hanwoo comments that he thought the tap dance record dropped by the level 4 zombie was a treasure, but the store didn't even accept it. She explains that last night's harvest yielded 243 gold coins, which isn't bad. Moreover, the shop owner mentioned that the mayor is a collector of melee weapons and might exchange that pole for an excellent weapon. He replies that whatever the lady of the Han family says goes. She retorts that it's the Qin family, as they will inherit her name, but he says that's not right, for if it were at the Qin mansion, he would become a son-in-law as well. She gets angry because he is clearly taking advantage of the situation, but the MC just shouts that there can't be domestic violence there. Shortly after, they go to the mayor's house. Schwarzenegger comments that their pole is indeed rare and that he's interested in the trade, asking which weapon they want, as they will be able to choose. Hanwoo looks around and sees a beautiful sword that catches his attention because, upon holding it, he feels as if his dragon blood is resonating throughout his body, stating he will keep that sword. The mayor says it was indeed an excellent choice, but explains that the pole is not enough for the trade, wanting to know what else he has to offer. He mentions that he has a tap dance record and 3rd level seeds, and that this is all of value he possesses. Schwarzenegger comments that the tap dance is completely useless to him, but is interested in the 2 3rd level seeds, giving a friendly reminder afterward, saying that the tap dance record is useless to him as mayor, but that the former dance queen of the city, his neighbor, would be very interested. The MC thanks him for the information and suggests they go visit Qingnian's mother. After walking a bit, they pass in front of Sudi's residence, admitting it is indeed stylish and extravagant. He approaches, stating that the difference between the two is growing and that it is even more humiliating to have fallen to third place, suggesting he admit defeat once and for all. And if he does, he might allow him and the goddess of the study hall to study together. Hanwoo mocks, calling Qin Shuang wife and asking if that idiot is her friend. She replies that she has no idea who he is. Sudi becomes furious upon hearing him call her wife, warning that now he will be crushed. The two pay no attention and walk away hand in hand. Seeing this makes him even angrier, making it clear that he will not just beat Hanwoo, but will cut off his hands. After walking a bit, the MC and Qin Shuang go to the landlady Hana's house. She comes out accompanied by Qingnian, asking if it's student Hanwoo there. She asks if he is the new neighbor next door since she heard from her dear one about last night's events, warning that if he is there to demand compensation for what happened, it's better to leave because she will never pay for incompetence. The blonde boy just asks not to cause trouble, but the MC says she misunderstood, as he is actually there just to admire her elegance, as he heard from the mayor that she was the dance queen of the city, so she must have an extraordinary temperament, revealing that he received an item that only she deserved to receive. She makes it clear that she will not change her yard arrangements just for receiving these compliments, but the MC shows the item he received, asking if she could reconsider. Qingnian sees this and asks if he really thinks he will make peace using an old, tattered book. However, the woman immediately recognizes that it is the lost dance step of the King of Dance, and, because of this, asks him to name any price, as she is willing to pay whatever he wants. This makes the blonde boy desperate, since if Hanwoo asked for something like expelling him from there, it would be over. With this in mind, he tries to convince him by saying that they have been long-time friends. However, the MC simply hands the book to Hannah, saying he will send her more records if he finds them. She thanks him for his generosity, apologizing for her earlier rudeness, and saying she would love to be a closer neighbor. With that, they say their goodbyes, and a notification appears, stating that friendly relations have been established with the city's resident, the Queen of Dance Hannah, and the friendship value is 99, thus increasing 30,000 points. Reading this surprises him, as 30,000 points is absurd, being far more effective than going around killing random zombies, which makes him consider that this is the real way to win in the city. Qin Shuang asks what happened and what he just did, as she received a notification of a friendly relationship with Hannah, in addition to unlocking her personal shop and earning 10,000 points. He ponders this, as apparently, because they are a couple, his wife also earns points, and this is a great deal, considering he was just being a good husband. She becomes embarrassed by this, walking ahead and calling him shameless. Hanwoo pauses for a moment, deciding to see what treats Miss Hannah's shop has, and notices that, with 10 friendship points, he can buy level 3 clover seeds. With 20 points, he can take a dance class. With 35, he can get a divine dance outfit, and finally, with 90 points, he can obtain the Fruit of Wisdom. He finds the shop's items amazing, as the last item is precisely what his seniors requested, but it will cost 90 friendship points, so he decides to buy it after the exam. Night falls, and he prepares with his new level 4 plants, which have undergone targeted mutation, so he is confident he will accumulate many points. Next, the zombies appear and head toward the mansion, but the plants don't even give them time to react, exploding all of them instantly. The MC finds this very strange, as high-level zombies are not appearing that night, so his points won't increase much if it continues this way, until he notices something on the other side of the residence, seeing Hannah waving her arm and saying she removed the beans the first time, as a small symbol of friendship between them. This leaves him upset, as without high-level zombies being thrown onto his property, he decides to use his draconic form to scout the region. As he flies around the city, he notices the presence of some zombies and charges at them with his new sword, striking several direct hits that cause gold coins to spill from the monsters. He finds it interesting, but decides to search for level 4 prey, as it is not worth wasting energy on small fry. After 4 hours, he stops at the top of a tower and opens the leaderboard, noticing that now, Qingnian is in first place with 831,000 points. Zudi is in second with 757,000 points, while he himself is in third with 723,000 points. Seeing this makes him happy, as the point difference between them has drastically reduced. By morning, Hanwoo returns to his mansion and notices someone in front of it. The man introduces himself, saying his name is Rick Grimes. He is a city resident and captain of the city guard, revealing that he saw him fighting bravely against the zombies last night and, for that reason, decided to invite him to join the city guard. The MC is intrigued, commenting that he has only heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy, so he does not know what the city guard does. Rick explains that they basically protect the city from zombie hordes, preventing level 5s or higher from invading the city. He gets excited upon hearing that they will face such powerful zombies, as he will earn many points from it, and asks please to be allowed to join the city guard. He is pleased to see such an ambitious young man, welcoming him to the group. At that moment, a notification arrives, stating that a friendly relationship with Rick Grimes has been established, unlocking the personal shop and awarding 60,000 points. The merit shop is also unlocked for joining the city guard, earning an additional 50,000 points. All of this leaves him surprised, as he suddenly jumps to first place. Rick bids farewell, asking to meet again at night, and then Qin Shuang comes running, saying it's amazing to see him in first place and hugging him. However, Hanwoo barely has time to respond when he notices someone knocking at his door, prompting him to open it and ask who it could be so early. It was a blonde girl, blushing, saying he was amazing last night. He is confused and asks who she is. The blonde tells him that the way he was last night really excited her, and Qin Shuang finds this very strange, asking what the hell he's been doing since various people are showing up at their door. Jessica asks who the girl in pink is, but she immediately responds that she's Hanwoo's wife. The blonde approaches the MC, asking if he isn't bored being married so young, and proposes to be his mistress if he doesn't mind, then says goodbye, mentioning that they will meet again at night at the city guard meeting. He, with a big smile on his face, also says goodbye, but Qin Shuang doesn't like it at all, saying his expression looks like someone reluctant to leave that city, instantly becoming furious, calling him a scoundrel and accusing him of spending the whole night having fun with other girls, which must be why his points rose so fast, apparently following Qingnian's example. Hanwoo panics, as it seems there is a misunderstanding, explaining that he doesn't even know that girl and only went out at night to hunt zombies, which the guard witnessed, and that's why he showed up at the mansion to invite him to join the city guard. She feels embarrassed, having made a mistake, but asks why he didn't say anything earlier, since a girl showed up at their door all excited, making her think wrong things. He asks her not to make false accusations out of jealousy, as he's only doing all this to try to catch up with Zudi and help her win the bet. She retorts, shouting that she's not jealous, and, in fact, it's none of her business what he does or doesn't do. After this confusion, he warns that he will kill high-level zombies with the city guard, and for this reason will leave the courtyard with her, handing over some high-level seeds to assist. She says it's fine and asks him to be careful that night, but Hanwoo asks her not to worry since he tested the black sword the previous night and is managing to handle level 4 zombies with ease. She shouts for him not to let those sly foxes seduce him. Later that night, in the city, the MC gathers with the city guard, and Jessica immediately clings to his arm, asking if he already missed her during that short period. Johnson introduces himself and tells Jessica to settle down since Hanwoo already has a wife. Another squad member approaches and asks what his combat specialty is. Hanwoo immediately transforms into his draconic form and flies away, explaining that he can transform twice. The girl becomes even more infatuated, saying that this man is definitely her type, and asks the captain to let her lead him since she loves working with handsome young men. Rick agrees, asking her to guide Hanwoo, but makes it clear that battles against zombies are extremely dangerous and asks them to be careful. She draws her 2 pistols, declaring that she's more than ready for battle, leaving the MC surprised since those are level 5 plants. One is a flame shooter, and the other is an ice shooter. Johnson also gets ready, using fusion with a level 5 giant walnut. With that, his body begins to transform, becoming extremely muscular. The blonde swordsman also uses his Sentinel Tower pine tree to fuse. However, someone else approaches. It's Rick in his final form, announcing that the zombies are already there and immediately charging into action. Jessica, excited, starts shooting, telling the monsters to try her bullets as she hits all those in front of her. Johnson doesn't waste time either and charges at the zombies, attacking with his hammer, but notices something strange as vines start emerging from the monster's head and move toward him. Rick helps him, asking him to retreat. David appears, announcing that he will handle that side. Hanwoo watches in amazement, as it's the first time he's witnessing high-level combat in this city, and he definitely can't just stand there. He attacks the monsters and announces that he is the god of massacre. While claiming he can relax, something catches his attention, and he notices Jessica running toward him, jumping onto his body while complaining that she can't breathe, wanting to know what's happening. She starts shooting at the zombie approaching him and warns that the resistance of a 5th-order zombie is several times higher than that of a 4th-order zombie, so even if it's injured by the attacks, it won't lose its offensive capabilities. Hanwoo is surprised to learn all this, and thanks her for saving his skin. She asks him not to be stubborn, requesting him to provide support first while staying close to her, attacking the zombies around again. The MC obeys, finishing off the nearby monsters, earning 3,000 points for each kill and obtaining items in the process. After 3 hours of battle, he returns to his normal form, feeling quite exhausted, and notices that the guard members are still going strong, asking if they're on some kind of stimulant. Jessica jokes about it, asking if he's really exhausted when the battle has barely started and teasing that if that's the case, he's not even fit to be her lover. He can only imagine that if he were in his divine physique, it would be impossible to feel tired, but in his human form, it's complicated. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head, asking if the host can guess who it is. Hanwoo immediately recognizes it as the source of mutation and asks if it finally has time for him. Kamigawa comments that it smelled a woman and heard that his body isn't good enough, then asks how a woman could ever say no to his host. For this reason, he decided to grant permission to dominate that voluptuous female creature with a prominent backside, revealing that this permission is called genetic lock. So, just hold tight, as they are about to embark on a new journey. With that, the lock that restrained his power opens, and a powerful energy surges throughout his body. He finds it great since he's feeling limitless energy. The source of mutation informs him that now it can induce temporary mutations in his body by consuming any type of powerful biological cell. The MC imagines that he could merge with plants to become strong and resilient, so he decides to try. Swallowing one of the pills, his body begins to overflow with power, and with that, he leaps, emanating a strong light throughout the area, which begins to disintegrate all the zombies nearby. Jessica is impressed since Hanwoo is radiant. Nearby, Rick urges them to stay focused as the zombie hordes are growing larger, attacking several of them at once. Suddenly, a new colossal zombie approaches, attacking Hanwoo, and Rick immediately orders them to protect him. Johnson rushes to help but takes a blow that leaves him dazed. They grow concerned seeing this, as the defense of the 6th Order zombie is too powerful, ordering them to run. The MC simply observes the monster's punch coming toward him, telling it to come closer already. He opens his arms, and the glow from his body grows stronger, disintegrating even the colossal zombie. The group celebrates, saying the MC was truly amazing, and starts tossing him into the air. With that, the system announces that friendly relations were established with Jessica, who is a city resident, along with earning 50,000 points. A friendship with Johnson was also established, earning another 50,000 merit points, along with a friendship with David. Additionally, a personalized store was unlocked with all three. Moreover, he obtained 23,000 points for defeating a level 6 zombie. The source of mutation asks the host how it felt to unlock that power. The MC admits it was truly incredible, but soon grows worried as the slime warns it has bad news to share. This makes him furious, wanting to know what that bad news is since he has nothing else to offer. besides the fact that his divinity was earned with great effort. The source says it doesn't want that, and that the bad news is merely that the ability has side effects. He feels relieved since his divinity won't be stolen, but still shouts, as he wasn't warned earlier that such damn power would have side effects, wanting to know if he'll end up crippled or something like that. Kamigawa asks how the host of the supreme source of mutation could be so timid, explaining that the side effects won't threaten his physical body, revealing that the genetic lock simply cannot be used continuously, so he'll just need some time to cool down. The MC finds this very suspicious, as it apparently just requires waiting for a certain cooldown, which is good if you think about it, asking next what could happen if he tries to use it again before the cooldown ends. The slime warns that his physical body is fragile, so currently, he can use that ability once every 10 days, and if used frequently, the genes will fall into disorder, and permanent mutations will occur. The MC says he understands and doesn't want more details since this is bizarre. At this moment, Rick shouts, asking him if he's feeling discomfort. Hanwoo turns and says he's fine. Jessica runs to him, excited, as she found his performance incredible, qualifying him to be her lover, and asking if he'd like to spend a wonderful night with her. He feels embarrassed by this proposal until Johnson interrupts, asking her to stop bothering him since Hanwoo spent a lot of energy and is probably tired, suggesting that he go rest while Johnson handles the remaining zombies alone. The MC admits that he's really tired and will rest a bit. Saying this, he starts walking through the city, imagining that he won't be able to use the genetic lock for the next 10 days, so he needs to improve his basic combat skills until he remembers the personal store of the city guards, wondering what interesting things it might have. He opens the system and quickly notices the plant fusion technique, as it is perfect for filling the cooldown gap of the genetic lock. The mutation source becomes intrigued and asks if that pile of junk will be enough to satisfy him, since plant fusion is nothing more than a rudimentary method of transplanting different life forms. This leaves Hanwoo disheartened, as it costs 70 friendship points, and the slime is making it seem useless, but he can't help it, as the genetic lock takes so long to recharge. Kamigawa says that's not the case, explaining that the culprit here is his weak body, then asks if he believes that, with a slight modification, he could take the plant fusion technique to a higher level, and mentions it would only cost 2 divinity points, but it's no use as he admits he's out of money. Then he says goodbye. This frustrates him as he hates stingy people, and he lowers the price to 1 divinity point, saying he can't go any cheaper. The MC feels proud inside, considering himself the king of bargaining, and agrees to the deal at that price. The slime snaps its fingers, and the MC's head explodes with information, realizing the plant fusion technique has been improved and can now fuse up to 3 plants at once, with an additional quota for level 6 seeds, which is undeniably amazing. Kamigawa, however, warns that he will want the divinity point later. The MC tells him not to worry about it and begins tinkering with his system, remembering his attribute is dark. So he places the level 5 Death King Adalia in the first slot. After that, the 4th day of survival arrives, and another 4,000 points are credited. The MC looks up and notices the points are expanding, also realizing Qin Shuang has appeared in the rankings and could defeat Su Tie in less than 2 days. He is in first place with 1,400,000 points. Qing Nian is second with 1,200,000, Su Ti third with almost 1 million, and Qin Shuang fourth with 736,000 points. Afterward, he returns to the mansion and, happy with all the results, asks if his dear wife is busy. She, sitting on the floor, notices he's all cheerful and asks if he had fun with that hot girl. He replies that his mood has nothing to do with that, but she throws several items into his hands, saying they're all his, and he could sell them. The MC says he doesn't need them anymore and asks her to keep the items, wondering why she's being so formal since they are a couple. Qin Shuang, annoyed, starts hitting his head, reminding him that they agreed to split everything equally, so he should take his share, because she's not a girl who likes taking advantage of others. She leaves shortly after, saying she'll go learn to dance with landlady Hannah. He says it's fine, just asking her to come back early. Internally, He thinks she's truly a smart girl, as she knows how to earn points by befriending the city's residents, and for that, he's proud. Afterward, 9 days pass, and Hanwoo meets once again with the city guard squad. He notices something strange and asks if something happened, as everyone seems worried. Jessica responds that there will be a lunar eclipse that night, which happens once a month. With it, the zombie invasion will be much stronger than usual, and during last month's invasion, a girl named Jasmine was lost forever due to the difficulty. Rick then shares that Jasmine's death was his responsibility and promises that no member will die tonight. Everyone shouts at him not to say that, and the girl grabs the MC's hand, warning that it's likely she won't be able to protect him that night and asking him to promise to run if he's in danger. This makes Hanwoo reflect, as he is currently the weakest in the city guard and will definitely be the first to die if he encounters danger. That must be why she's worried. With this in mind, he responds that he's a man and that, in fact, he should be the one protecting her. Jessica is pleased with this response and asks him to be careful. He, aware of the dangers that will arise that night, runs to the point shop to see if there is any useful equipment. The shop offers the following items: artifact armor, which costs 12,000 points, night vision fruit, 2,000 points, vigorous flower, 1,500 points, physique herb, 1,000 points, level 5, golden dragon herb, 120,000 points, and finally, man devourer, costing 5,000 points. His current points are 95,000. He spends all the points he has and begins slotting them into his ability, which he acquired from the mutation source to fuse the plants. The MC imagines that the golden dragon herb also contains dragon genes and is starting to attract the blood of the black dragon. Screenwriter's note: we don't know how he purchased this 120,000 point herb with 95,000 points, but it's fine. His body begins to transform until it enters his even more powerful draconic form, exuding a sinister aura. Rick looks up and warns that time is up since the eclipse has begun and the hordes will start appearing. The zombies begin to feel the power of the eclipse and, as a result, transform, becoming extremely more powerful. Rick warns that the zombies have mutated and their levels will continue to increase, so everyone must prepare, as the battle will be tough. Jessica says she is more than ready, as are Johnson and David, with the entire squad taking their points positions. The monsters charge, and the captain retaliates, shouting for everyone to attack. The zombie starts tanking all the shots Jessica fires. While they try to defeat the enemy, Johnson yells for the two to focus on long-range shots while forming the defensive line. Hanwoo imagines he can't lag behind and delivers a powerful slash to the colossal zombie. As soon as he does, he is pursued by other zombies, forcing him to defeat them one by one, and Rick praises him for doing an excellent job. An hour passes, and the fight continues frantically, with zombies appearing constantly. At this moment, the captain shouts for Jessica to look for the mayor to request reinforcements. She immediately complies, asking them to hold their ground. As soon as she says this, David takes a hit to his armor, and his comrade protects him, asking him to be careful. Rick approaches, noticing his team struggle, and begins shooting at the zombie, also attacking with melee strikes. Subsequently, a notification arrives for the MC, informing him that the 10-day cooldown has expired. He is pleased with this and flies to the front of his squad, announcing that he will buy time for everyone. But Rick asks him not to push himself too hard and to run immediately if necessary. He explains that he is also a member of the city guard, so he has a duty to protect all inhabitants. He says this and activates his ability, unlocking the genetic lock. His body immediately starts overflowing with immense power, and several giant vines sprout from his body, heading toward the zombies. The squad is astonished, as they hadn't imagined such great power within the city guard. Time passes, and Hanwoo grows tired after defeating countless enemies. However, he becomes alarmed, seeing more zombies still standing and attacking him. But Jessica appears, shouting that reinforcements have arrived. Schwarzenegger yells for them to end this once and for all, but Rick tells everyone to stop because he has spotted something ahead. The mayor decides to grab his binoculars to see what it is, but the fog is obstructing his view. Rick warns that the fog is an issue and asks him to use some plant to remove it. He agrees and presents a level 4 wind-blowing seed. Then, he places it in a pot, and it soon begins to sprout, growing into a plant. The MC is surprised by this, as it all happened very quickly. Immediately, the plant leaps and starts spinning, pushing the fog away and revealing the zombies in the area. Hanwoo decides to see what it is. The system informs that it is a ceramic flower pot, a container used for planting seeds, which can increase the growth rate of the seeds planted in it by 100 times. At this moment, the mayor notices that he liked the pot and comments that he might give some more later, as Rick said good things about him, especially that night of the eclipse, so it could be considered a gift from the city. He thanks him, and then a notification appears saying that he has established friendly relations with Arnold Schwarzenegger, unlocking the personal shop and earning 100,000 points. Immediately, the MC opens the mayor's shop, as it must have many valuable treasures, and quickly spots a plant of interest. He uses it, and poisonous mushrooms begin to grow on the bodies of zombies. He approaches to see what's happening and feels pleased, as the Black Plague mushrooms spread fast enough. Because of this, Hanwoo flies high and begins using life sacrifice on the mushrooms embedded in the monsters. Immediately, an aura takes over the entire area, and several colossal explosions start to emerge. As a result of the life sacrifice, the system presents 3 options for him to choose which to redeem. The first is a level 9 seed of the Tree of Wisdom. Planting it in the Divine Realm can maintain the stability of the Divine Realm, extend the clan's lifespan, and produce fruits of wisdom after reaching adulthood. The second option is a golden flower pot, and a special plant planted in it will gain immortality. Lastly, the third option is a level 4 building, Botanical Museum. If constructed in the Divine Domain, a special seed will be randomly produced every 24 hours. The probability of a level 1 seed is 50%, level 2 is 40%, and it decreases progressively until level 9, whose chances are less than 0.0000009%. The MC admits it's a tough choice, but decides to take the pot of immortality since, combined with his mutation, infinite possibilities may arise, and eventually, he will also obtain level 9 seeds. Then Rick shouts that they are surrounded, and Hanwoo becomes worried, as he didn't expect the power of the Black Plague to be so weak as to have already dissipated. Because of this, he decides to use directional mutation on the mushroom. His possible beneficial mutations are significant spore dispersion increase, spore activity boost, and spore growth acceleration. He orders all 3 directional mutations to be activated simultaneously, making the wind flower more powerful and completely dissipating the fog. With that, Rick celebrates, as the speed of the zombie horde has decreased and everyone present cheers. However, the mayor warns that things will get complicated at that moment since the eclipse is entering its final stage, making the zombie hordes more ferocious. The MC is not pleased with this, as the eclipse is indeed at its peak. A zombie begins to mutate, growing colossally, with 2 enormous horns emerging from it. The mayor shouts for everyone to retreat, and people start running, wondering if they are about to die. The MC observes the chaos and concludes they will lose if the city's morale falls, so he needs to lift everyone's spirits. He takes flight and shouts for no one to fear the zombies, as they will definitely win. Saying this, he charges full force against the monsters. The people feel confident, making Hanwoo happy that it worked. However, a giant vine comes toward him and grabs him, leaving him scared. Jessica panics upon seeing this and starts running toward him, but Rick stops her, as it would be certain death if she went unprepared, and they must focus their strength on advancing layer by layer. He shouts to Hanwoo that he will save him soon. However, the MC loses patience and breaks all the vines around him, flying away from the zombies. Nonetheless, he notices he is too exhausted and theoretically just needs to return the way he flew to reach the city again. Half an hour later, he is still flying, unable to understand what is happening, as none of the directions seem right. At this moment, the source of the mutation says that, in case he hasn't realized, he is trapped. Hanwoo dislikes this and asks if there is a way to help him. The slime responds that it wouldn't be a problem, but will cost 1 divinity point to guarantee a safe exit. The MC replies that he has no more divinity points, but does have a life, and it can take it if it wants. Kamigawa replies that things don't work like that and that he is on his own. However, as a good super gene, it offers free advice, warning him not to wait until morning to leave, as time stopped for him the moment he entered the fog. Hanwoo dislikes this, as if it's true, he is in grave danger, but he doesn't understand, as none of the directions, north, south, east, or west, are correct, leaving only the sky or the ground. Thinking about this gives him an idea, and he decides to fly straight up, as he doesn't believe the fog has no end. After flying for a minute, he notices something strange. An enormous barrier is there. This infuriates him, and he draws his sword, questioning if they really think a barrier like this will trap him like a turtle in a jar. Even one of his strongest attacks creates only a small crack. Because of this, he decides to launch numerous attacks simultaneously, eager to see how long it will hold. As a result, the crack grows until a massive hole appears in the barrier. He is startled to find a colossal tree before him that shouldn't be there. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head, welcoming the outsider. This startles the MC, trying to figure out if it was the tree that created all this, and not understanding how it knows who he is, and that he is still a foreigner, wondering if his simulation test identity was exposed and that he is probably screwed. The tree asks him not to be nervous, as it won't kill him, and warns that it will simply need a favor to save that world. This intrigues him, making him wonder if the favor is to kill all the zombies. But the ancient tree responds no, as the real task is to expel the residents. He finds this perplexing, suspecting there is a deeper story behind it, so he sits down and asks her to explain further. She says she is the Tree of Wisdom, the guardian of that secret realm, living for 10,000 years, and that it had always been a peaceful place until an outsider discovered the secret realm and occupied it by force. This person also sent a large number of followers to collect seeds from the special plants she cultivated, selling them as rare resources, which is why she couldn't stand seeing her descendants sold as merchandise. In fact, there had been peace in that realm for over 10,000 years, as she has no combat abilities and could not fight the invaders. Because of this, he had no choice but to seek the god of death and, at the cost of worshipping him, asked for power and vengeance. From that moment, he gained the ability to transform living bodies into zombies. After that, the war between zombies and humans began. For 1,000 years, the number of zombies grew, and humans gradually failed to resist. Then, 30 years ago, he led a general offensive. Until then, they imagined victory was certain until a powerful figure descended like a comet. Somehow, this being had cultivated powerful level 4 plants, such as fire dragon grass, which prevented them from taking the city. With this outcome, years later, she was able to realize that the mysterious person might be an outsider, as he possessed different abilities. And, as she launched a new attack on the city, she could see that he is one of those people with extraordinary powers. The MC says he understands, and if he's not mistaken, she wants him to betray the city to help her. The ancient tree responds that if he helps her, she will give him 10 fruits of wisdom. He remains silent for a moment, imagining that 10 fruits of wisdom are nothing less than 10 points of divinity, and that's insane. Furthermore, she emphasizes that she can offer 3 divine bodies that, although dead for 1,000 years, are still active. This makes his eyes shine, as the proposal is too tempting, but he feels frustrated inside, as he could easily deal with the humans. However, that zombie city is a treasure of the Imperial Academy, and the god behind it is most likely a high-ranking leader of the Imperial Academy. In other words, if he helps her, he could face great trouble with this being, and that would indeed be a major problem. With this in mind, he asks for her forgiveness, as he will have to refuse. However, before he can finish his sentence, she emphasizes that if he is willing to help, she can recommend him to the great Lord of Death. He can't believe what he just heard, as it is a chance to obtain the powerful level 5 divine position of death, and if he truly achieves it, he would be worshipped by all gods. The ancient tree asks if he is willing to accept with all these offers, and he responds that he will do his best to try, but first, he will need to contact the realm of God to seek his followers, as otherwise, he won't be able to do much with just his own strength. She thinks about this and responds that it is not impossible, but he will need to make an oath to the god of death as if he dares to violate the oath, the Xiaxun clan will be subjected to the oath of death until its extinction. The MC imagines that the tree is truly afraid that he will dominate the entire secret realm once he gains power, and is definitely underestimating the appeal of the level 5 divine position of death. Because of this, he begins to make his oath as he is willing to do so. Immediately, a magical seal appears on his hand, leaving him startled as it was too fast. Then, some vines emerge, forming a passage, and his locusts come through the portal that directly connected to his divine realm. Seeing his kin again makes him happy, as by that point, he should have reached a lordly form of life. The tree comments that she has fulfilled her part, so she expects the outsider to fulfill his part of the agreement as soon as possible. She barely finishes speaking and opens a portal, throwing him through it, making him fall to the ground. He gets irritated as the damn tree was rude, throwing him out like that without even offering a coffee first. But his bigger concern is how he could get rid of all the city's inhabitants. He decides to fly over the city until Rick spots him, as does Jessica, who immediately runs toward him, hugging him and feeling happy to see him well. The MC feels embarrassed by this reception. At this moment, the mayor approaches, saying he will be given the year's prize for his great contribution. Hanwoo responds that it's unnecessary and that they could convert it to money. Then, the sun appears, and all remaining zombies are eradicated. The ranking table is updated with Hanwoo in first place, with 12,030,000 points, and Qin Shuang in second place, with 8,720,000 points. Qingnian with 7,920,000 points, and in fourth place, Suti with 7,890,000 points. Zudi, seeing this, is inconsolable about the points gap and has no idea how he will catch up. Imagining that now he will have to resort to dirty tricks, he grabs his bag of gold and leaves his house, heading to another residence. There, he asks if that person is the most powerful assassin in the city, offering 8,000 gold coins to help kill Hanwoo. The masked man accepts the proposal, asking him to wait for good news. However, a grasshopper was flying over the area, and the MC sees this, finding it amusing that his rival cannot win head-on and is now taking the dirty path, making it clear that he cannot blame him if he dies because of it. He then orders his familiars to invade his rival's entire mansion, attacking his plants and destroying them one by one until devouring them all. Elsewhere, Qin Shuang asks if those are not his grasshoppers and how he managed to summon them there, also wanting to know what on earth he is doing. Hanwoo responds that it is a secret and that if he told her, he would have to kill her. This makes her furious, asking how he dares to say such absurdities, and she starts pulling his ear. Then someone shouts for Hanwoo to come out of the house. It was Zudi, demanding that he not deny that everything happening is his fault. The MC is pleased to see him, wanting to know if his luck is not holding up. His rival asks if he is not ashamed, as he knows perfectly well that the grasshoppers were ordered to destroy all the special plants. He asks him not to talk nonsense, as there is no way the familiars of the divine realm could enter that city, so this is slander. Moreover, he mocks him by saying that he now has 12 million points, which is almost double 7 million, asking how he plans to react with only a motorcycle. Zudi becomes extremely furious with these provocations, imagining that he will ensure Hanwoo does not see the next light of day. After that, all the citizens of the city go to a store to buy insecticide, since the entire city has been invaded by grasshoppers. The merchant informs them that, unfortunately, the store's stock ran out quickly, so he asks them all to return to work, as they can check again the next day. They ask what they are going to do since the plants are dying, including level 4 plants. At this moment, Schwarzenegger appears, announcing that the city is activating the emergency shelter plan, and that they only need to endure the trial of that night. The MC keeps watching as his plan is working, because if the residents are not in their homes, the grasshoppers will be more effective in devouring the plants to the point where they will have devoured them all, and the residents will no longer be able to resist the zombies. So, even if they don't want to move, they will be forced to. Night falls, and Hanwoo meets with the city guard. Rick sees him and says that the task that day will be relatively easy, explaining that the zombie army suffered many losses the previous night, so they can rest peacefully. Jessica runs to him, saying that if he wants to join her to stay by her side, she would love it, but he responds that actually, he needs to take a walk as he is going to buy some things. As he leaves the place, a grasshopper reports that Zudi and the assassin are about to act, and he replies that it's fine since he wants to find a deserted place to wait for them. After waiting for a while, the MC sees the two and says they are finally there, commenting that he didn't enjoy waiting so long. The student gets furious, asking if the assassin leaked the information, but he responds that he would never do that, as they can insult his character but never his professionalism. That said, Sudi declares that Hanwoo will not survive that night as he must die. The MC asks if he is sure he will dare to do this, as the entire lecture is being recorded by the Academy, so he wants to know what explanation he will give about this. He responds that the killer is the one who will kill him, so it has nothing to do with him. The masked man asks them to stop chatting since he needs to work. He summons his thorny vines and draws his sword from them, attacking with his ghostly shadow. However, his weapon immediately breaks in half as it's not strong enough to pierce the MC's draconic form, who mocks him, asking if 8,000 gold coins were really worth it. The student retreats instantly, asking how he knew about the 8,000. The killer notices this and asks if he will really betray him like that. However, Hanwoo summons his locust men since it's his turn to play. Zudi panics upon seeing the familiars, as it should have been impossible to summon them there. Before he has time to think, Hanwoo orders his familiars to kill the killer, and all the locusts charge. He then flies towards Zudi, wanting to entertain him personally. This scares him, and he warns that he can't kill him because the Academy is definitely recording what's happening in the city. So if he does, he'll have to explain it to the administration. He agrees, saying it's fine to cripple him and then throw him into a pile of zombies, as if the monsters devour him, it won't have anything to do with him. Zudi immediately runs, begging him not to get closer, but it's useless as the MC, in his draconic form, approaches instantly and slams him into the ground. The student begs him to stop hitting him because if he continues, his family won't take it lightly. Hanwoo doesn't care, as he isn't a coward, throwing the boy straight into the zombies. He then checks what's left and admits it was brutal since almost nothing remains. He says this and flies off, asking his familiars to take a break and rest. The day goes by, and all the citizens gather with the mayor, outraged that their plants are being devoured, and worried that if this continues, it will be impossible to keep living in the city. They also note that the church shelter isn't large enough for everyone. Schwarzenegger grows concerned as he doesn't know what to do until the MC catches attention, saying he has an idea. He suggests that all the residents move to another world. They ask if he's serious because they really can't take living there anymore, as the zombie attacks are so frequent they can hardly sleep. The mayor responds that they would even be willing to go, but the portal was destroyed in the war against the monsters, so they don't know how they could do it. He mentions that in fact, he was worried they wouldn't agree, but if that's the problem, it's easy to solve since Duolong City is perfect for them, and there's a way to rebuild the portal to the other worlds. He just asks for some time. Schwarzenegger is happy about this, saying he'll provide full support. With this resolution, Hanwoo flies to the ancient tree and explains the situation, asking only for the portal to be repaired since, with that, he'll be able to get everyone out of the city, leaving the place free of humans. She is pleased to hear this and thanks him, saying she'll keep her part of the promise and asking him to enter the dense forest at night when the moon is full. At nightfall, Hanwoo takes everyone to the forest, and the mayor asks if he's sure a portal will appear just because it's a full moon. Then Jessica screams, asking them to look ahead, questioning if that enormous tree is really the tree of wisdom. Near them, a portal appears, and everyone begins passing through it. Hanwoo bids them farewell, saying they'll meet again soon. The residents cry with joy as they can now live in peace thanks to a benefactor. Jessica kisses him on the cheek, asking him to please remember her, and then crosses the portal. He feels pleased that the evaluation is finally over until Lena contacts all the students, informing them that the evaluation in the zombie city is complete. With that, everyone is teleported back to the classroom. She congratulates everyone who successfully returned, informing them that 2 students perished in the secret realm during the survival assessment, wishing these individuals greater strength in facing future assessments in their next lives. Hanwoo becomes thoughtful, realizing that apparently perishing in the secret realm causes the same to happen in the real world, which is undeniably cruel. However, he is startled to see Sudi safe and sound and asks how on earth that guy survived. The teacher requests everyone's attention as she announces the assessment results, starting with Hanwoo, who earned 16 million points. In second place was Qin Shuang with 12 million, and in third, Qing Nian with 10 million points. Before she finishes the rankings, Sudi stands up and shouts, accusing Hanwoo of cheating. The MC turns and asks what evidence he has for that. He responds that he saw the locust swarm in the zombie city and even saw him personally summon it. Other students also accuse him, claiming they saw it too. However, Lena explains that the theme of this assessment was a simulation of survival in another world, and there was no mention of being unable to summon familiars. Therefore, if student Hanwoo managed to summon his familiars, it was due to his own power or luck. Sudi does not like what he hears, asking if she is really going to cover for Hanwoo, and, if so, threatens to report it to the higher authorities. The teacher becomes irritated, explaining that he can report whatever he wants to whoever he wants. However, as a teacher, she has the right to punish him for disrespecting a school staff member, and his punishment will be 1 year of forced labor in the black prison plane, throwing him into the prison portal as he screams desperately. She then asks the other students if anyone else would like to join Sudi. They both feel intimidated and apologize to Lena, admitting she is right since no one has the right to disrespect a teacher. She says it is fine and resumes her explanation. After class, the MC walks through the school until he meets his seniors, telling them he managed to obtain the wisdom fruit they requested, apologizing immediately afterwards since his abilities were limited, so he only acquired 9 divinity points. Internally, he imagines that he exchanged all his friendship points for wisdom fruits, including the ones given by the tree, so he ended up with a total of 12. The students are surprised since he still managed to get 9. Yelling reveals that, thanks to him, they managed to get 10 divinity points from the most annoying guy at school, Sheng Jun. Because of that, he asks the MC to keep the 9 points since he wants him to enjoy the good life with them. Then, someone approaches, asking who they think will enjoy a good life. It is Sheng Jun, asking if the guy standing there is the so-called Hanwoo who made him lose 10 divinity points. Suddenly, Mr. Mammoth steps in front, asking what the hell Firehair is trying to do. Hanwoo is confused, trying to understand what's happening, while the girl explains that someone there is desperate after losing to them. With that, Xiaqian explains that the guy's name is Sheng Jun, and that he was provoking them before the evaluation. Because of this, everyone bet on who would take first place in the evaluation, and that's how they managed to extract 10 divinity points from him. The MC is surprised, asking the senior who he's supporting in that evaluation. His colleague responds that it was Sudi, and this excites him, wondering if he's blind to bet on that person. Everyone starts provoking, wanting to know what he'll do about it. Firehair feels intimidated and runs off, telling the MC to be careful since the next battles will be against veterans, and if he offends him, he'll send them to hell. With that outcome, Meng apologizes, as that bet caused Hanwoo to make an enemy, and unfortunately, they won't be able to protect him during the lecture. He smiles and says it's fine since he's used to all of this. After all, he's always receiving threats wherever he goes, but in the end, he ends up stronger. Besides, he gained a lot from that lesson and will return to focusing on improving himself. They reply that it's fine, but ask him to come to them if he needs anything, as they'll definitely support him. After that, in another location, someone informs His Majesty that a demigod has requested an audience. The king orders the person to be brought in. Upon seeing him, he asks why he's seeking this audience. The man greets him, saying his name is Gang, and that he's there only to report a lead related to the divine river he suspects. The king orders him to speak immediately, since, if the information is true, he'll be generously rewarded. Gang opens his box and shows that he found this locust corpse in the ruins of the divine river and knows someone named Hanwoo, who he believes is related to it. as he possesses such familiars. He then reports that this mentioned person is a high school student without parents and is currently at the Imperial University as a preparatory student. Connor yells, wanting to know how a mere divine creature could enter the ruins of the divine river and defeat the 6 demigods he sent. Gang immediately bows, asking His Majesty to calm down, as he too initially couldn't believe that Hanwoo, someone only at the divine level, could be responsible for the events at the divine river. However, he thoroughly investigated the traces and definitely concluded that this child is responsible. He reveals that he discovered through a radiation ore merchant that Hanwoo had made a purchase at that place and also had a login record in the divine domain of the inn. With this, the king yells that he understands and makes it clear that everything better be true, as if he's providing false information, he won't spare him. He orders him to take the reward and leave. Then, he orders one of his subordinates to retrieve the signal device to test it on Hanwoo, since he needs to confirm if he's responsible for stealing his treasure or not. And if he is, he warns he'll turn him to ashes. Shortly after, the MC sneezes, commenting that it's apparently getting cold and that he needs to prepare for the next lesson to level up quickly. Then, he grabs a container he received from Professor Lena and finds it incredible. This vase can bind to a special seed of jade flowers, and in doing so, he'll receive the corresponding seed of the plant with each growth cycle. The cycle is related to the plant's classification. The higher the classification, the longer the cycle. Knowing this, he decides to test the level 6 Shadow Ghost Vine, combined with the plant fusion technique, as it will release a powerful Phantom Flash ability. Additionally, by linking it to the vase, he'll have that high-level seed forever. After that, Hanwoo looks at the corpses of God, as they can be refined into divine energy of flesh and blood. Moreover, the catalyst works well on the grasshoppers, and if given the fruit of wisdom, their combat power will grow exponentially. Suddenly, Lena calls, and he answers, asking if something happened. She replies that unfortunately, she has bad news, explaining that the zombie city was donated to the Academy by Mr. Shuhai, one of the 3 leading professors of the Imperial Academy and incidentally, someone at the god level. However, the city is now lost because the coordinates were destroyed, and this professor discovered that he was responsible. For this reason, he is angry. The MC panics, asking if he will be expelled for this, but she replies no, as the events do not violate the school rules. The only issue is that this professor is upset and will therefore want to challenge him to a duel the following day. With her acting as the referee, Hanwoo feels relieved, commenting that he is not worried about being beaten to death if she is present. The professor asks him not to say that, emphasizing that he must do his best against this professor. Afterward, he lies on the bed, imagining that he cannot avoid this in any way, so all that remains is to have a good night's sleep for the fight of his life the next day. After the night's sleep, at the training field, the seniors cheer for the MC, urging him to do his best and to surrender as quickly as possible if he sees it's impossible. Suddenly, Professor Lena appears, asking Hanwoo to greet the professor who issued the challenge. The two face each other, and Shuhai states that he will not use any skills, divine arts, or other measures in the battle, but will deploy only 1,000,000 members of his divine realm for combat, stressing that regardless of victory or defeat, he wants to make it clear that all this is because of the destruction of the secret realm he owned, asking if there is any objection. He responds that he would not dare, and will definitely fight with all his might, not to disappoint a professor. With that, Lena asks for the duel to begin, stating that the terrain will be mountainous and both parties can summon their familiars, shouting for the match to start immediately. Shuhai summons his army, invoking thousands of puppets. Mong is surprised by the professor's familiars and asks what the hell they are, as they definitely have a powerful aura. Xiaqian explains that they are sapiens, a subspecies of humans, an ultra-rare affiliated race that are extraordinary life forms naturally born with extremely high intelligence and great potential, and with a bit of effort in adulthood, they can ascend to a heroic life form. And, although there are no heroic life forms summoned there, they still emanate an aura just as powerful. The mammoth, knowing this, shouts at Hanwoo to surrender immediately, as the opponent is too strong and even conceding half of the army is still a profit. However, the professor yells for him to shut up, then asks Hanwoo if he is not going to summon his familiars for battle. The MC replies that he will, opening a portal and summoning his grasshoppers, which take over the entire arena with their colossal numbers. Shuhai cannot hide his surprise, as that absurd number of grasshoppers are extraordinary life forms. He is even more impressed since, besides them, there is a Lord-level life form. Additionally, he observes that behind the grasshoppers, there is an army of red dwarf goblins, whose leader is also a Lord-level life form, and the Minotaur race also has one at this same absurd level. Then, Jian Feng appears, leaving the professor speechless, as a Lord-level life form from the Sword Clan is present. For this reason, he asks how many races the MC possesses, as he is at a loss for words. No sooner does he say this than the Skeleton Clan appears, leaving him perplexed, as 5 Lord-level life forms and a bone controller with the combat power of a top-tier heroic life form emerge. This should be impossible, as not even someone at the level of a demigod could assemble an army like this, making him question whether the boy is really only at the divine level. Mang, observing the army, says he thought he narrowly lost his fight against Hanwoo. However, upon seeing the full army, he realizes he never had a chance. His friend agrees, as there aren't many freshmen in their class who could gather such an imposing army. Yelling, on the other hand, feels proud to see such a powerful army and says that if the MC officially joins the university, he will achieve great things. The 3 then begin cheering for him, asking him to show what he's capable of. The MC decides to start attacking, commanding his army of grasshoppers to strike. His kin charge forward, but the humanoids clasp their hands together, creating a powerful barrier over them that blocks all external attacks. Seeing this leaves him stunned, wondering what the hell just happened. The puppets counterattack with fireballs, and the MC quickly realizes this isn't good, commanding his grasshoppers to retreat or provide cover. They choose to create a defensive barrier, but the professor shouts that it's far from enough to withstand the attack from his army. Shouting for them to rise, they create a giant energy sphere. Hanwoo is left speechless at the sight of such power, noting it's a colossal spiritual bomb, and asks if the professor has been watching too much Dragon Ball Asterisk. Shuhai orders them to fire, and the energy charges toward the MC's army. He yells that it won't work, calling for the Divine Hammer to join the battle. The Red Goblin leaps toward the power, preparing to strike, and smashes his hammer against the spiritual bomb, causing enormous cracks to form in it. Following this, Hanwoo orders his grasshoppers to attack, as a breach has been created and the swarm flies toward the army. The veterans are pleased with the battle's progression, wondering if Hanwoo really stands a chance to win. However, the professor remarks that the game has only just begun. The grasshoppers advance, and the MC, observing, comments that their combat power is extremely low despite their numbers. Even if they could take down some sapiens at a ratio of 1 to 10,000, he might still have a small chance, as his trump card was right there. With this, he commands his skeletal lord to join the battle. He notes that the sapiens are definitely powerful, and that their independent combat skills are all maxed out. This worries him, as he notices that the number of fallen puppets is far too low, so he decides to boost the grasshopper's power using the mutation source. Kamigawa contacts him telepathically, warning that this opponent has an extremely high level, and that, to avoid being detected, she'll need to remain hidden. For this reason, directional mutation and genetic blocking are temporarily disabled. The MC can't believe this nonsense, asking if this is a joke, as it implies she only intimidates the weak but flees when facing someone strong. He grows frustrated, realizing directional mutation is out of the question, and commands his skeletons to do their best since everything depends on them. Following this, the giant bone controller begins to emerge in battle, exciting Meng as the decisive move is finally arriving, and with this, the skeleton starts materializing. However, several explosions occur in the arena, and the MC doesn't quite understand what's happening. The professor then explains that the undead race has a significant advantage with the invasion method fight to survive, and that it was definitely a nightmare for all civilizations tens of thousands of years ago. However, That's history, as countless player researches in the realm of the gods have developed numerous ways to combat this race, giving the example that, above the true god, almost everyone has a trump card unaffected by the undead. For this reason, he tells Hanwoo that if this is truly his ultimate move, he has a tough path ahead. The MC comments that the grasshopper's attacks are ineffective since they cause minimal damage. Skeletons cannot be summoned. The small skeleton and the bone controller are completely nullified, and the thousands of minotaurs and dwarves are not enough for the battle. For this reason, it is truly debated whether to just surrender, as he sees Jian Feng and his Minotaur Lord fighting almost alone, and, as time passes, both are becoming increasingly cornered, worrying him because, if it continues like this, they will fight to the death. Because of this, he shouts for the black locusts to attack, and they prepare their arrows, launching them high, piercing through the shield due to their dark, corrosive properties. And some sapiens are definitely affected, leading the MC to conclude that the fruit of wisdom is extraordinary, as the black locusts ate only a little and already evolved so much. Jian Feng and the Minotaur Lord do not give up and keep attacking with everything, defeating all enemies in their path. However, the puppets rise again, leaving Hanwoo concerned because this race recovers too quickly. Then, he notices something and sees that his great black dragon friend, Elphys, has appeared to assist, accompanied by all his dragon familiars. Yelling cannot believe he is seeing a pure-blooded black dragon, and it seems Hanwoo hid such a precious treasure from them, as it is something with the potential to ascend to the level of a king in the future. Seeing this makes Meng upset, because the more he sees the MC's army, the more he is certain it would have been impossible to defeat him in the duel they had in the past. The professor imagines that Hanwoo has immense attack power even in the preparatory phase, as his army seems limitless, possessing all the most powerful races. Aware of how impressive the combat power is, and how even greater the recovery ability is, without knowing who will be the victor, the professor asks Hanwoo if they should make a truce. He reflects on this, wondering if he really wants to cease fire. However, Elphys shouts that he refuses the offer. The veterans are shocked by this request, as they never imagined that God Shuhai would ask for a ceasefire, considering whether even he is afraid of Hanwoo. Yelling feels pleased, wondering what Hanwoo will decide. However, Lena makes it clear they know nothing, as Professor Shuhai is actually holding back, because if he went all out, Hanwoo wouldn't stand a chance and is only showing mercy. She explains that, indeed, Hanwoo's displayed strength earned the professor's acknowledgement, and he will definitely not let such a good seed slip away. Inside the arena, he approaches the MC, saying he has calmed down, and explains that continuing to fight will only cause unnecessary casualties, adding that he intends to give the remaining Sapien Legion as a gift. The Black Dragon tries to roar to keep fighting, but the MC silences him, asking if the professor is serious. He replies that he will indeed gift the Sapiens, but under one condition. When officially entering the university, he must become his disciple. Hanwoo is left speechless, but Lena appears, urging him to thank the professor immediately, as this person is one of the 3 most renowned mentors of the Imperial University, someone extremely powerful, revealing that every year, an enormous queue of about 500 meters forms with students wanting to become his disciples. The MC finds this strange because, if it is 500 meters, it would mean about 1,000 people, assuming 2 per meter, and she says that is exactly the case, explaining that the Imperial Academy enrolls only 2,500 students a year. This leaves him surprised, running and bowing to the professor, willing to become a student and, if necessary, a disciple at that very moment. Shuhai says he will understand this as agreeing to the conditions he laid out, asking that the 820,000 sapiens that remain be taken to his divine kingdom, considering it a small symbol of his support. However, regarding the learning, he will have to wait until he officially enters the academy. He makes it clear that he doesn't care about the others, but he needs to maintain a high standard in case he becomes his disciple, and following this line, it is necessary to ascend to the level of a perfect demigod. Hanwoo says he understands, since he knows that in order to do this, he will need to reach the maximum value of 10 divine points. The teacher emphasizes that in addition to all of this, he will need to obtain clues about the authority of the god of death from the god of death himself, which can be considered an extra test. If he completes these 2 points he just mentioned, he can become an official disciple. Then, the veterans appear, congratulating Hanwoo on the beautiful battle. Shuhai asks if they enjoyed the show, warning them that none of what they heard should leave that place, especially to the other teachers. Xiachen asks him not to worry, as he must know well what their teacher's temperament is, so there's no chance they'll reveal anything. The teacher, to ensure this, throws some gifts at them, and the 3 are even happier, promising that nothing will leave their mouths, even if they're beaten to death. Lena calls them audacious, saying they're really crazy to extort even a teacher of the god level. The next day, Qin Shuang calls for Hanwoo as she needs a favor. They walk, and she tells him that her family is planning to arrange a marriage with Suti's family, and unfortunately, she is the poor sacrifice. He is surprised by this, asking if they still do that nowadays, and if her parents really agree with it. She explains that her parents have just gained the authority of the gods of light and can't change her great-grandfather's mind, as he is the only true god in the family. So, his decision is a divine decree within the family. She also mentions that originally, the arranged marriage would have been with Suti, but since he was failed from the class, the partner changed to the older brother of the family, Shugang. He says he understands and that, apparently, the Shu family is determined to marry her, asking how he could help her, as he will do everything within his power. After all, they were husband and wife for a while. This embarrasses her to the point that she slaps his face while asking him to shut up. After that, the MC smiles, as that reaction is the most like her, and that if it's her wish, he can accompany her to cancel the marriage. Qin Shuang smiles and thanks him for this. 3 days later, in Qin Shuang City, the MC arrives with her and shouts, not believing her family has a city like that, asking if she's a princess by any chance. She explains that it's not as big as the imperial capital, but it has a population of 10 million inhabitants. Suddenly, someone approaches, announcing that the master and madam sent him to pick them up specifically, as they are waiting at the residence. She thanks her uncle Zhang and introduces Hanwoo. The butler is pleased to finally meet his niece's classmate, having heard that he is a genius from the preparatory class, and apologizes for any inconvenience. With introductions done, they get into the car to head to their destination. Inside, Qin Shuang is restless, and the MC, noticing this, tells her not to worry, since he will protect her if anything happens. She thanks him for this, and as she looks back, she announces that they've arrived. Once inside, they approach the door and hear someone asking the 3rd brother which of his children hasn't benefited from the family's resources since childhood, adding that his daughter used resources and connections to join the reserve class, and is therefore the most suitable for marriage. Hanwoo comments that these families are truly a mess, treating their children like commodities. No sooner does he say this, than Qin Shuang knocks on the door, opens it, and shouts that she refuses to marry into the Suti family. The man in red tells her not to speak nonsense, since she shouldn't even interrupt her elders. The bespectacled man makes it clear that she must contribute to the family, pointing out that the Suti family has a true god as well as abundant wealth, and all she needs to do is marry the young man from that family. He says this, and orders the guards to take her to a room to rest. They move toward her, but her father steps in, demanding to see who dares lay a finger on his daughter. Her brother rises and claims that pampering her this way is only harming her. He shouts that he loves his daughter and only wants to see her happy as a future student at the Capital Academy, with the potential to become a true goddess in the future. The mustached man calls this absurd, asking if he expects the ancestral true god to personally beg before agreeing. Still furious, he argues that while Qin Shuang may be excellent, she isn't even a semi-goddess yet, and becoming a true goddess might not happen in the next century. He warns that if the Qin family loses its true god, everyone there knows very well what the consequences will be. The MC, hearing the shouting from outside, asks the butler if this marriage has anything to do with the only true god. He responds that the family's only true god caused trouble while traveling to a foreign civilization, being forcibly detained and awaiting execution, and that only a true god is qualified to negotiate with that civilization. Since the Qin family searched everywhere, they managed to find a god of that level in the Shu family. This leaves the MC thoughtful, as it's clear Qin Shuang has the potential to become a true goddess in the future, and the Shu family wants to exploit that by taking her to their side until he realizes something, as apparently Yuan Zhong isn't exposed and odd. He immediately makes a call. His contact answers, asking if he is again speaking in the tone of a deity. Hanwu replies that it's not the case, and that he actually wants to ask for a favor, requesting him to go to a foreign civilization to rescue a divine domain player detained by a true god. Before revealing the location, the contact remarks that he's already heard of this foreign civilization and knows about the true god in question, who is powerful but slightly weaker than himself. Hanwu is delighted to hear this and asks if he will agree. He asks first about the reward, stating that if it's too little, he won't bother. The MC assumes that hiring a true god certainly won't come cheap, and the Qin family paying such a reward would be a significant expense, but ultimately worthwhile. With this in mind, he responds that the reward will be paid in the form of a divine artifact and asks how much the man thinks will be sufficient. The man gets excited and answers that repairing his spear will cost 30,000 units of divine artifact source, so he accepts that amount as payment. Hanwu says it's a deal and informs him that he will send the coordinates to finalize the contract. Meanwhile, inside the house, the family member continues yelling, saying that Shuang can't be so selfish. Suddenly, everyone is startled as someone appears, asking them to wait a minute. It was the MC grabbing their attention. The family asks who the hell is there in the old Qin residence and demands that the guy be removed immediately. But Qin Shuang steps in front to stop them, saying that the person is her classmate who is there to help. The mustached man gets furious, assuming the boy looks more like a school boyfriend, and concludes that's the reason she doesn't want to accept this marriage with the Shu family. She asks him not to talk nonsense, but her uncle warns that she is a descendant of a true god and therefore should find a man of equal standing. That said, he asks Hanwu if there is a true god in his family. Smiling, Hanwu replies that his family has only him, so there is no true god, not even a semi-god, but they do have plenty of bottles of water. The man comments that marrying someone whose family doesn't even have a true god is asking to starve, and he shows a card, announcing that it holds 500 million divine powers, which is enough to live comfortably. With that, he asks her to take the card but leave Qin Shuang alone. The MC, smiling, responds that he will accept, since he can use it as funds to hire a true god to rescue their great family ancestor. The man comments once again that the amount could make him live very well until he is shocked, wondering if he heard correctly. The mustached man asks if this is some kind of joke, saying a true god isn't a cabbage on the street you can summon whenever you want, and assumes the boy is just stalling them from getting what they want. Qin Shuang's father admits he's glad to see a boy defending her like that, but doesn't believe in such an absurdity. She responds that they can trust Hanwu, and if he says he can hire a true god with 500 million divine powers, she will believe him to the end. The old man lets it slide, as a boy claims he can hire such a powerful being for such a paltry sum, wondering how he plans to hire the Shu family's true god this way. Hanwu interrupts, asking who said he was going to hire this being from the Shu family. After all, there are many other true gods. Hearing this infuriates the man, saying he's spouting too much nonsense and telling him to leave. However, his brother asks him to calm down until suddenly they are startled, asking if the aura they are feeling belongs to a true god. With that, the MC announces that he invited an even stronger being, and apparently, the person has arrived. They ask him not to talk nonsense at such a critical moment where the patriarch is in trouble, and certainly, when this true god appears, all these lies will be exposed. He says that's fine, and even suggests they ask the person directly. He says this, and goes outside, where his contact is already waiting. Wenzhong, flying, finally descends, and a member of the Qin family runs desperately, welcoming him and asking if he is there to help find their ancestor. He notices that a semi-god is addressing him and deems it unworthy of his attention. The MC bursts into laughter as the guy had been bragging just a moment ago. Then, the true god asks who the Hanwoo is among them. Qin Shuang and her father, observing from a distance, wonder if the boy really managed to invite someone important, just like the rest of the family, as they can't believe such a feat. After the MC responds that he is Han Wu, Yuanzhong approaches, asking if it's true, thinking that the boy is just a child and not even a demigod. Yet he was calling him brother. Han Wu, embarrassed, confirms it and asks if he doesn't recognize the source of the artifact he's holding. He becomes pleased to see it's true and comments that he didn't expect him to be so young. Then, everyone goes inside, and he asks if they are members of his family. The MC replies no, as those people have nothing to do with him. This makes the old man worried, thinking that he might hold a grudge against them for being mistreated, and he quickly runs to his brother, informing him that the boy is there because of his daughter, so he needs to persuade him to help them. Everyone does the same, begging the sixth brother to help the family, as if they can secure the help of a true god, they won't need to marry off his daughter. This makes him look at Qin Shuang until he decides to speak with her, commenting that she has a good eye for boyfriends, definitely found a good guy, and should take this opportunity to save her great-grandfather so no one can manipulate her with marriage. She becomes embarrassed, asking what he means, as they are not like that. He says it's just a matter of time, and asks if she would take him home if she were interested in him, as he seems like a good person. Qin Shuang, still embarrassed, watches Han Wu until she decides to go talk to him. However, the MC interrupts, saying she arrived at the perfect time, as the true god agreed to save her great-grandfather, only asking for her family to share information so he can help. She asks if it was that fast, as there's still the payment. Before she could finish, he places his hand over her mouth, asking her not to mention the payment, as she doesn't need to worry about it because it's already resolved. This makes her blush even more, imagining that 500 million can't possibly be enough, and that he likely contributed out of his own pocket, meaning her friend is truly too good for her. Guanzhong turns around and tells the old man he wants the reward he was promised, then flies off to fulfill his part of the deal. The whole family thanks him for what he's done, but he pulls Qin Shuang aside, telling her the credit is all hers since she worked hard to try and solve the problem. The sixth brother bursts into laughter, commenting that the boy is truly interesting. After this, at the Imperial Academy, 2 days have passed, and Shudi is asking all the students if they have seen Han Wu and Qin Shuang. They reply they haven't seen them anywhere. This makes him furious, as if they are nowhere to be found. They must be at the Qin family's house, and he warns that he won't let this slide. Because of this, he decides to return to the family's fortress and informs his grandfather that some guy named Han Wu is involved with Qin Shuang, which is a disrespect to the family. Knowing this, he asks his 2 grandsons to accompany him, as they will head straight to their house because this cannot go unpunished. Shudi agrees, imagining that this time Han Wu won't escape alive. Elsewhere, Han Wu and Qin Shuang are meditating. He imagines that, with 500 million divine power, he managed to trade for 103,000 artifact units. 30,000 will go to Yuanzhong, and the rest he will use to evolve gluttony to level 4, and he will definitely have a powerful army soon. Thinking about this makes him look foolish, and she notices, to the point of asking what on earth he's thinking to the extent of drooling. Suddenly, Zheng appears running, shouting that it's bad. The 2 get up, asking what happened. He says the true god of the Shu family is there with his 2 grandsons, and the 6th master sent him to hide the 2. Meanwhile, at the Qin family residence, everyone is having a meeting, and Qin Shan asks to annul his daughter's marriage since the ancestor will return. His brother responds that, unfortunately, it's too simplistic a way of thinking, as the true god of the Shu family is not someone to mess with, and if he discovers the truth, he could use it as an excuse to turn the entire property upside down. He says that if that's the problem, they simply shouldn't tell the truth, stalling the elder until the patriarch returns. Qin Dong comments that it's easier said than done since a true god isn't foolish enough to fall for such an excuse and must have calculated all of this by now. The restless Four Eyes says that without a true god in the family, there's nothing to be done, and therefore, it's better to invest in the marriage. Otherwise, If they anger such a powerful being, it will cost the suffering of millions. Her father shouts that this is all nonsense, as they also have Hanwoo, reminding them not to forget what the boy did for the family, hiring a true god to save the ancestor, making him a benefactor to the family. Qindong says he understands, but unfortunately, everyone there will suffer because of his daughter if they continue, which makes him furious, asking if everything is now his daughter's fault and saying he's tired of everyone blaming her. Suddenly, Jerome shouts for everyone to be quiet since they all have children and emphasizes that they can't afford to offend either side, suggesting they hold a martial arts competition for Qin Shuang's hand so they can fight among themselves and decide who will marry her. Qin Shan gets irritated with this proposal, as they are treating his daughter like merchandise, but the other family members agree with the idea, as it's a good way to avoid offending anyone and protect everyone. Suddenly, they all hear someone asking why they haven't greeted the true god. Immediately they rush out, as they didn't intend to ignore him. Shulong orders them to stop the nonsense, as he's there to arrange his grandson's marriage before leaving to save their true god, and therefore he asks for Qing Shuang's presence. Jerome informs him that her classmate has already hired someone of that level to rescue the family patriarch and pleads for mercy on the Qin family. Hearing this irritates him, wanting to know how a demigod dares to challenge him. His power is so devastating that the entire area turns into a wave of energy. Immediately, everyone kneels, begging for mercy. At this moment, Qin Shuang appears, asking him not to destroy her home. Instantly, Sudi informs his brother that the boy is Hanwoo. He says this is great since that person will not live another day. The ancestor asks the girl if she wants him to spare her family and says that for that, she must obediently marry his grandson. She asks if he's gone insane, as that will never happen. Jerome, desperate, runs and pleads with Shulong for mercy, saying the little girl is still innocent and definitely needs a lesson to demonstrate respect. The true god starts talking to the MC, asking if he is the supposed benefactor of the Qin family, and apparently the one responsible for ruining the marriage, warning that if he doesn't provide a good explanation, he can be sure he won't leave alive. Hanwoo makes it clear that he is there to help a colleague and doesn't need to explain himself to any true god, wanting to know if there is some rule in civilization that forbids friends from helping each other. Sudi becomes furious, demanding to know how he dares to disrespect his grandfather. Hanwoo says it was just a few honest words, and that this isn't disrespect, or is the almighty true god so petty? Shugang gives a final warning, saying that if he leaves now, they will pretend nothing happened, but if he refuses, they will take it as a challenge to the Shu family. He responds that he doesn't care and will not leave. With that response, Shugang charges at him, declaring he will die in that room. Qinshan sees things spiraling out of control and rushes to plead for them to stop, but the true god steps in, stating that this is his grandson's battle to defend the Shu family's honor, so they should be careful not to interfere. As Shugang charges at Hanwoo, he opens his divine portal, revealing his army of armored soldiers. All of them are extraordinary creatures. Hanwoo ponders this, noting that they are powerful familiars with steel armor, definitely stronger than Sudi's familiars. The man shouts for his familiars to crush everything in their path. The MC wastes no time and summons his locust men, and as the army of soldiers approaches, they prepare their arrows while the soldiers ready their swords. At the very start of the clash, the locusts gain the upper hand, winning the battle both with their swords and through melee attacks. Shugang becomes enraged, having clearly underestimated his opponent, but knowing this is his limit, he commands his divine armored soldiers to attack. A hand begins to emerge from the portal, and a giant steel soldier appears. Immediately it charges toward the locust men. He notices the approach, but, being too fast, fails to dodge properly and gets his arm cut off. The MC feels upset since that was the high-level locust lord who had eaten the fruit of wisdom and had infinite potential in the future. Shugang mocks him, saying that even a locust lord is so weak, as they are nothing but trash. Hanwoo gets excited, asking if he really thinks the locusts are trash, and activates their mutation. As a result, his familiars grow significantly stronger, leaving his opponent stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. the MC orders the swarm to advance, and the entire army moves toward the divine soldier. Shu Gang shouts for his familiar to activate the protective armor, and with that command, a divine shield is created. Hanwoo warns that the counterattack is just beginning, as the real show is about to start, and commanding his locusts, he calls for the mutation source to activate targeted mutation. Because of this, the locusts evolve tremendously, and their attacks become so powerful they easily pierce through the divine soldier's defense. He demands they repeat that insects are weak, but as his enemy remains silent, Hanwoo decides to show something else. He throws 1,000 poison crystals at his locust lord and orders him to seek vengeance. Immediately, his arm regenerates, and his body overflows with immense power. As a result, he gains the ability of highly corrosive venom. Wasting no time, the locust flies toward the soldier and unleashes his corrosive attack, destroying the shield in an instant. Shu Gang panics, asking what the hell that is, and commands his familiar to retreat and return to his divine realm. However, the MC points out it's not that simple to leave, as he can't just do as he pleases. His opponent asks what he wants and becomes desperate upon seeing the absurd number of supreme warriors Hanwoo has, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to comprehend how so many powerful monsters are still there. And it doesn't stop, as while he looks at the portal, he sees a black dragon emerging from it, forced to witness his entire army being defeated and transformed into a skeletal army, making the MC even stronger. Shu Gang screams that he surrenders and will immediately withdraw from Hanwoo's divine realm. However, the MC states that it won't be that simple, as it's now his turn to invade, ordering his entire army to invade Shu Gang's divine realm. Zuden despairs, as he can't wait any longer because if things continue as they are, the familiars will attack his divine realm. He grits his teeth and shouts for the portal to be closed immediately. The soldiers hear this command, but the locusts are already passing through at full speed. Finally, the portal closes, leaving him quite relieved since he feared the worst would happen. However, the divine portal suddenly opens again, leaving him desperate. The MC warns that there are some low-level locusts, and, although they are not very strong, they can build a bridge connecting to the divine domain, which the opponent cannot disconnect. In other words, the destruction of his divine realm is inevitable. Zuden falls to his knees on the ground, pleading for this battle to end once and for all, as well as asking the familiars to return. But he has other plans. After all, it was his opponent who invaded his own realm, so he cannot complain about receiving a counterattack. Hearing this makes him furious, arguing that he is offering a way out by withdrawing the familiars from the divine realm. He also emphasizes that his grandfather is outside and is still a true god, so no matter how talented he is, he stands no chance against this being. Hanwoo states that he is no fool. After all, he knows that by disconnecting the divine realms, the brat will make his grandfather obliterate him with divine power. Therefore, he needs a hostage as a bargaining chip, so his grandfather won't be able to kill him. Otherwise, the grandson will be taken along. This makes him desperate to the point of promising to tell his grandfather not to do anything if he spares him. But it's no use, as the MC simply demands silence because the locusts are searching for the core at this very moment until they finally find it. Outside, an hour has already passed, and the true god is restless, trying to understand why his grandson hasn't come out yet and whether something might have happened. Barely does he say this when the spectator screen appears, leaving everyone in the Chin family surprised, asking to see what is happening. Everyone in that house is in shock because the screen shows Shuden being completely overpowered. They don't understand exactly what is happening, but Jerome explains that Suden's divine core is probably in Hanwoo's hands at this exact moment and could be destroyed at any time. After all, they are witnessing a locust man standing on top of the divine core, which could be destroyed at any moment. At this moment, Sulong's hologram enters the divine realm and goes to talk to Hanwoo, asking him to release his grandson's divine core. The MC states that he was startled by a hologram suddenly appearing, and this made him unhappy. Because of this, he orders his locusts to accelerate the slaughter of the steel-armored soldiers. The old man becomes irritated upon seeing that he is being ignored and asks what the MC would like in return for sparing him. The MC states that there must be a misunderstanding because in reality, they should now be discussing what the old man should do to be allowed to leave. Hearing this makes the true god extremely irritated, imagining that as soon as his grandson is free, he will torture that brat for 3 days and 3 nights before finishing him off. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes, and the true god Yuan Zhong appears. Seeing this makes Hanru happy as his colleague has finally returned, apparently accompanied by another true god. The entire Qin family is pleased to see the patriarch back, and Jerome tells Shulong that it is an auspicious day as the ancestor has returned, and the Qin family will hold a great banquet. Asking if he would like to stay for some drinks, he responds that there is no need, and within the divine realm, Hanwu states that their true god has arrived, so he can release his grandson. The MC states that he will only let him go when his friend is by his side. After all, there's no telling what a smiling person might do, as they could obliterate him while he's vulnerable. Suddenly, a hologram of Yuan Zhong also appears within the divine realm, stating that he is back, and that no one will touch his friend while he is there. Furthermore, the Qin family's true god is also back, shouting and demanding to know what is happening there. The MC notices that he already has the necessary protection, and therefore asks the venomous grasshoppers to release Zudan's divine core, as well as his entire army. The boy warns that he will remember Hanwu the next time they meet, and it's best to make sure one of them doesn't walk away. He advises that he should be worried about restoring the steel-armored soldiers first, as they were obliterated. Otherwise, he won't even qualify for a new fight. Upon leaving the realm, the boy gets slapped by his grandfather, who asks if he hasn't embarrassed himself enough and is still talking nonsense. Saying that, he grabs his 2 grandchildren and flies away at full speed. The true god of the Qin family starts calling him a scoundrel, since he dared to intimidate the family while he was away, making it clear that all ties between the 2 families were severed from that moment on, as well as the alliance between Qin Shuang and the boy being cancelled. Everyone just stays silent, watching them flee. He turns and throws an item to Hanwu, thanking him for asking Master Yuan Zhong for help to save him, and because of that, he is giving this resource as a token of his gratitude. He notices it's an original slate that helps any living being return to the original bloodline of their ancestors. Reading this makes him imagine that he could basically transform the grasshoppers into their most ferocious prehistoric form, because if that's the case, they would be terrifyingly strong. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, his veteran friends show up calling for him. Hanwu is happy to see them and asks what good news they have to share. Meng explains that the next big class is about to begin, and that Sheng Jun will definitely target him, so they prepared a detailed intelligence manual to deal with this person. Although no one there likes to admit it, that guy is the best first-year student, and for that reason, Meng asks him to be extremely careful. The MC reads the instruction manual and is surprised to see that Sheng Jun's relatives are actually ordinary goblins, and that, to have achieved everything he did, he is definitely a super genius. The girl asks if it's just her impression, but apparently, the grasshoppers are even stronger now, which is amazing. Ziation agrees, noting that his opponent's army is composed of hundreds of Lord-class life forms, 3 King-class life forms, and 3 high-ranking priests, so there's nothing to fear. Hanwu gets worried since, in reality, those are all things to fear, and his friends just laugh. After that, at the MC's residence, he continues meditating, imagining that Sheng Jun will definitely target the 3 Lord-level grasshoppers, and that he can't lose them at all costs. He also imagines that he could use the super regeneration ability created with a large amount of radiation crystals when he forged it before, but it probably won't be enough to withstand the attacks. At that moment, he sees the Black Death Mushroom, and as far as he remembers, it demonstrated a debuff effect when fighting against the zombie army before, and if it also inflicts significant damage to the goblins, it would be interesting. He decides to look for something in the system shop until he shouts that he found what he was looking for. With that, he uses his magic to combine the new resource with the mushrooms. The next day, at the university, Lena explains the important anti-invasion evaluation class, and first-year veterans will act by examining that class. They will then be able to use full force against them, but she makes it clear that students who successfully defend the divine domains will be greatly rewarded. On the other hand, those who fail to resist the veterans' invasion will spend some time in the Black Prison, so she asks everyone to be prepared. The MC begins, and, upon crossing the portal and arriving at the Divine Realm, encounters Sheng-jun, who immediately warns that he will give a free sample of hell. Hanwoo doesn't hide his surprise at the size of the army he sees, as there are all kinds of life forms, starting with melee combat goblins, followed by goblin archers, attacking from long range, as well as fire-focused mage squads, ice squads, and mounted goblins. He imagines that he cannot fall behind, so he will also form his squad of grasshoppers. With that said, he opens the portal and asks his swarm to position themselves by unit. All the grasshoppers line up based on their type of power, leaving the 3 Lord Grasshoppers behind him. The flame-haired one admits to being impressed since, to have climbed so much with trash familiars, Hanwoo must be truly skilled, and for that reason, he will take things seriously, ordering his squad of goblin mages to attack. Immediately, both unleash their fire and ice powers, hitting the grasshoppers one by one. The MC quickly realizes that his opponent is trying to suppress him right away and shouts for the subjugation grasshoppers to prepare their defenses, in addition to the celestial demon grasshoppers attacking the rear group. With that, the army prepares its defense while the others fly over to the goblin archers. His opponent shouts for the melee goblins to retreat, but Hanwoo says that will only happen in his dreams, asking his familiars to intercept. With that, they surround the enemies while he shouts for them to seize the opportunity to annihilate the ranged attack group. Sheng-jun doesn't like this at all, but warns that he is not Mang or even Xiaxin, and for that reason, he will show his true strength. Then, he shouts for his army to form a 3-sided formation with concentrated fire, and the fire and ice army starts firing again, hitting Hanwoo's barrier head-on. He becomes worried since the defense is about to break. The attacks continue fiercely, and all the grasshoppers holding the barrier begin to be hit. Sheng-jun gets excited and announces that now he will pay the price for offending him earlier, and with that, he calls for the Goblin Lord to appear. The giant monsters show up, ready to annihilate the Grasshopper Lords. The MC imagines that there are 2 Goblin Lords, and that his hero Grasshoppers will not withstand it, since they cannot deal any damage. However, he considers the possibility of separating them, which would be convenient. For this reason, he orders his army to lure the Goblin Lords away. They obey and start fleeing while being chased at full speed. He immediately commands the rest of his army to load the spores of the Black Plague Mushroom to infest the enemy formation entirely. A black glow starts to fall from the sky, and black mushrooms begin to grow on the goblins' bodies, leaving Firehair confused, not understanding what the hell is happening. Hanwoo knows the time is almost right, so he can enjoy a good show. Several explosions start appearing in the enemy army, leaving the goblins clueless about what is going on. Sheng-jun bursts into laughter as he was worried for a moment, but apparently, the explosion spell is barely tickling his army. The MC explains that this is called a sustainable regeneration chain cannon, and that it will explode continuously. Each time it happens, the explosion will be bigger. For this reason, he wants to know how many rounds these goblins can endure. No sooner does he say this, than more powerful explosions occur in the battle, defeating more goblins. Sheng-jun becomes furious and activates his divine technique, which begins healing his injured goblins. The MC finds what he's seeing interesting and asks if the armies are all friends. Sheng-jun notices the provocation and asks if Hanwoo is scared by any chance. After all, with each explosion, his army will heal, so the attacks won't lead anywhere. No sooner does he say this than a colossal explosion appears, leaving him startled to see that part of his army has been decimated. Startled by what happened, he asks how this is possible, since he was told that with each explosion, the power only increases slightly. Hanwoo says it's true, but apparently, this divine healing technique further helped the bombs to develop. This makes him notice that the mushrooms are already gigantic on the goblins' bodies. The MC warns that this is not good, as if it keeps developing at this rate, the entire army might be wiped out in the next explosion. This situation leaves Firehair worried, as the lesson is supposed to be a demonstration of strength for the rookies, and if he fails to defeat one, he won't be able to walk away with his head held high. He considers that he will have to use all his trump cards to get out of this. With this in mind, he admits to Hanwoo that he is quite strong, but still not strong enough. For this reason, he uses a new ability that increases his army's fighting will, improves physical mobility, and reduces pain perception. Then, he uses his God of War technique, putting everyone into a state of rage. Now, by killing enemies, they can absorb 25% of the damage dealt to recover injuries. In addition, he decides to apply the God of Earth technique. This provides a layer of film that absorbs damage to protect himself and continuously absorbs the power of the earth. Exhausted from using so many powerful techniques, he announces that now it's time to attack. The mushrooms begin to fall off the goblins' bodies due to so many divine techniques. This leaves the MC shocked, since his move was so easily countered. The Goblin Lord shouts for his brothers to massacre all the insects, and they charge forward at full speed. The MC immediately shouts for his army to fight to the death. Meanwhile, outside the divine realm, Lena asks the other teachers what their suggestions are for the classification of the trainees. The first professor admits to being impressed by Qin Shuang's relatives, and that definitely she is more than qualified to enter the university division of the Imperial Institute. The blonde professor says that Shuti's Tin Army is also very strong, and that the entire Shu family is quite powerful and could definitely enter the Imperial University directly. Lastly, the professor says that Qingnian's relatives have average strength but are extremely intelligent and definitely have great potential. Lena says she wants to know what they think of the student Hanwoo. The room falls silent for a moment, and the professor responds that he is a typical example of a failed battle strategy, and this only proves that the student's strength is lacking. The bald professor does not fully agree after all. The battle was against Sheng Jun, who is the best freshman of the year and was forced to use his best skills within the permitted rules, and this proves the strength that Hanwoo possesses. With these statements, Lena asks them not to forget that Hanwoo still has 5 powerful relatives who did not participate in the battle, so everything he has shown so far was only with the grasshoppers, and even losing, he deserves an excellent grade. They agree. Meanwhile, in the battle, Sheng Jun once again orders his goblin army to annihilate the grasshoppers. The buffed-up army approaches the grasshopper lords to finish them off until a voice echoes in their minds, announcing that the evaluation has been concluded. This irritates him, as he was so close, and he ended up bringing 100 million goblins into the battle, more than half of whom died, in addition to losing several goblin heroes and a goblin lord, while all the grasshopper lords survived. After that, in the classroom, the professor explains that students who fail the evaluation will be expelled from the school, and those who receive an excellent evaluation will have the opportunity to personally participate in an extraterritorial war. She announces that the students who received excellent grades were Qin Shuang, Sutia, Qingnian, Qianlili, and Niu Fang. While the professor is saying the names, the MC becomes pensive as he probably scored terribly and is likely to be expelled this time. Shuti beside him bursts out laughing, asking if that was all he had. Qin Shuang next to him asks him not to worry, as everyone saw how powerful he is. After all, he was up against the best veteran in the university. Sudi responds that it doesn't matter, as a loss is a loss. He barely says this, and the professor announces the last student with an excellent grade, who is Hanwoo, congratulating all those who achieve such grades. Zudi cannot believe how this is possible, and raises his hand, as he has something to ask. She gives him permission, and he asks what the criteria for the great evaluation were, as some students were defeated by veterans and still received excellent evaluations. Lena explains that all the grades for all the students were determined together by several official university professors, and that, although Hanwoo was defeated in the evaluation against Sheng Jun, his performance was praiseworthy among the professors, and because of this, everyone agreed to give him an excellent grade. She says this, and with her terrifying aura, asks if Sudi is satisfied with this explanation. Intimidated, he replies that he is, as he has no further doubts. She continues, saying that the grades have been finalized, and the students with excellent grades must prepare, as in one day, the university will send them to an outer realm to participate in a real extraterritorial war. She says this and leaves the room, slamming the door so hard that it breaks a table. The students are impressed with the professor, as that was a table made from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree, and they expected nothing less from a goddess of war. Zudi gets up to leave, and before departing, warns Hanwoo not to get too happy, as they will still meet in the outer realm. Then Qingnian runs to the MC and asks to share some gossip, as he knows that Sudi is partnering with Sheng Jun again, and they are trying to figure out a way to deal with him. Says this and leaves the room, as he needs to find a crown to have some fun. At that moment, Qin Shuang approaches and asks if he is, by any chance, jealous, because if he is, he can just go along with the blonde guy. He gets up and asks what the hell she means by that. At that moment, Meng appears at the door, asking his colleague to take a quick break. They go outside to a private place, and the seniors explain that there are 3 suitable realms that will be invaded by the university, being the Runa civilization, totem, and biochemistry. They also emphasize that they cannot reveal everything, but some things can be shared. Yelling hands over 3 bags, and inside them are information about the 3 mentioned civilizations, as well as some support, but he makes it clear that they can only be opened after entering the respective realm. The MC receives the bags and becomes thoughtful. As to officially become a disciple of Professor Shu Hai, it will be necessary to ascend to a perfect semi-god as a primary condition, and for that to be possible, excellent performance in this war test is required. He barely thinks about it, and the 3 start wishing him good luck. After that, he and Qin Shuang meet Lina. She hands over the simple realm login device, which will help preparatory students who are not yet divine beings communicate within the divine realm, and asks them to go to the top floor since everyone is waiting. They go up to the highest place in the university and board a ship, which starts flying into space. After landing at the destination, the MC opens the door, and with that, the Outer Realm War officially begins. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks. Already in the new location, the MC decides to see what is in the bag he received from the veterans, but does not understand how only 1 is left since he had received 3. He opens the small bag but feels confused, as he does not fully understand what it is. Upon reading the instructions, he notices they are dry cards that store a type of energy called Dimensional Origin, a power source that can help increase the will of the plane. The more dimensional origin the user possesses, the higher the level of life forms that can be created. In the War of the Outer Domain, dimensional origin is a consumable used to communicate with the realm of God, and the most common way to obtain this origin is by hunting and exploring native life forms. Knowing this, he throws all the cards into the air, and with a sinister look, orders the massacre to begin. 1 hour later, he is laughing to himself as, even after 60 minutes, he has only accumulated 5-dimensional units and does not understand the purpose of it, considering it will be necessary to increase his investment. He summons his grasshoppers, of which 5 cards still remain. He spots a camp and yells for his familiars to destroy it completely. Meanwhile, in another location, Shuti is pleased with the gift he received from veteran Sheng Jun, since it truly seems powerful, as it holds a demonic force of Lord level that will definitely be strong enough to finish off Hanwoo. He also comments that apparently the requirement is to place the MC's hair inside the jar and then simply aim at the target to put an end to him. Because of this, he puts the strand of Hanwoo's hair inside, and a demonic aura begins to overflow from the container. In desperation, he orders one of his familiars to break the jar since something feels off. No sooner said than done, as a colossal monster emerges from the container, screaming like mad. After leaving the container, the demonic monster runs off, making Sudi believe that this time, there is no way Hanwoo can escape alive. Meanwhile, the MC is channeling an item in his hand and imagines that it is time to update the unlocking of the Black Dragon transformation. He asks to use 5-dimensional units to summon 5 powerful warriors. At this moment, his wolf approaches, joining his army with its powerful aura. Hanwoo then commands his strongest monsters to attack, and the camp is completely defeated. After this, in the Wolf King's cave, the MC is checking the rewards he received until he notices a scroll. Upon opening it, he is surprised because it is written in a runic language. After arranging the runes in a row in the correct manner, the system notifies that the effects are a 10% increase in strength, a 20% improvement in physical defense, as well as a 20% boost in wound recovery speed. There are also effects on blade-type weapons, with a 20% increase in the chance of causing bleeding, a 15% increase in attack speed, and a 10% life steal effect. Knowing this, he removes his shirt and asks for the rune's effects to be applied to his body, and after receiving them, he immediately notices that his body feels different. Suddenly, he senses something strange and flies off in his draconic form. Upon arriving at the location, he notices that his familiars are being attacked by a kind of wild cat that, incidentally, was managing to finish off a grasshopper with just one strike. The MC grows concerned as these monsters are Lord-level life forms, the demonic cats. His army continues advancing but is easily decimated until one of them draws the cat's attention, as it was a fake body. They turn to Hanwoo, irritated by this, and charge at him, which he finds excellent, as he was eager for a fight. The demonic cat comes at him with full force as he prepares, gathering his power, and lands a punch squarely on the enemy's cheek, finishing it off with just that blow. The system announces that a Lord-level lifeform has been successfully eliminated, and that as a result, 2 units of origin of the plane were obtained. The MC finds this interesting, as if it continues like this, he will be able to summon the small skeletons, and if it remains that way, he could soon become a demigod in the outer domain. 3 days later, while exploring the surroundings, a grasshopper appears, informing him that there is a fire crystal mine cave just ahead of them. He immediately asks his familiars to advance toward the cave. As they approach the place, Hanwoo becomes concerned, as the aura coming from inside the cave is a human aura, meaning someone discovered that place before him. Even so, he decides to enter, but soon after, he already feels immense heat coming from the cave's depths. Then, he spots a giant lion coming at him, forcing him to transform into his draconic form while provoking the monster. However, out of nowhere, the lion is held back by something, and only then does the MC notice someone pulling the monster's tail. A horned woman begins yelling at the lion, asking why the hell it is running like that. At that moment, Hanwoo realizes who the girl is, and asks if she is Nufeng. She, without much talk, orders him to leave, as it is her territory. He replies that regardless of whose territory it is, he could simply take it and still provokes her by asking what she's going to do about it. Hearing this irritates her to the point where she lets go of the lion's tail and charges at Hanwoo, ordering him to leave now or he will die. Suddenly, green energy begins enveloping his body until a vine starts wrapping around him. The girl looks confused, trying to understand what kind of power that is, and he simply replies that it is specifically made to kill her. She pays no attention to this and lands a full punch on the ground, exploding the entire place. However, she gets startled as something is coming toward her. It is the MC's sword, which cuts off one of her horns, and he warns that the next attack will be at her neck. This paralyzes her to the point where she surrenders, knowing she cannot defeat him, and she says the flaming lion is his. But the MC is not interested in this lion, as it is merely a Lord-class life form, so killing it will not yield much origin from the plane. He then says that, in fact, he wants all the fire crystal ore. Nufeng thinks it is a great deal, as she can keep the flaming lion, and even suggests they cooperate later, but the MC does not pay much attention and only asks the skeleton army to enter the cave to mine the fire crystals. Suddenly, a black cloud appears, and a portal emerges at the cave's entrance. The girl is surprised and asks if this is also one of his tricks, but he denies it, as he almost wet his pants from the size of the portal that appeared. A monster emerges and starts walking, exuding a terrifying aura. This is the demon created by Zuti. Anu, the giant monster, smells Hanwoo and shouts that he will use his blood to wash away the shame. The MC, not understanding anything, simply uses his plant fusion ability, Golden Dragon, and attacks with all his might, but the demon not only defends but completely nullifies the power. He becomes worried and decides to use another ability, this time the Ghostly Flash. At the same time, Nufeng also uses her Fireball. Hanwoo becomes thoughtful, considering that maybe the destruction attribute could counter the demon, so he decides to summon the Warhammer, the Crimson Forged Dwarf. He then orders it to tear the demon apart. The Warhammer replies that it will obey immediately and begins gathering all the power in its body. The monster calls him a pathetic worm and tells him to die already, launching several spikes. But the Crimson Dwarf counters with the discharge of its serpents, which create several holes in the demon. Then it leaps with full force, preparing its giant hammer, and lands a direct blow, causing a devastating explosion in the area. The MC celebrates as things are going very well, but asks not to give the monster any chance to recover. Because of this, the Warhammer continues delivering several attacks, one after the other, leaving Hanwoo surprised at how brutal the fight is. After some time attacking, the demon ended up turning into spaghetti. The MC approaches and notices that the soul remains in the demon, so it is definitely an immortal. But he considers that if he leaves things as they are, that monster will one day return for revenge. Because of this, he says he will let the bone controller devour the soul of that monster. Anu despairs upon hearing this and says he surrenders, even willing to become his slave, and in exchange, only asks to spare his soul. The MC says he does not trust mere words unless he agrees to sign a contract. The demon says there is no problem, and then Hanwoo begins to draft the contract. Newfang starts reading the contract he is writing and cannot believe how someone can be more cunning than the most terrifying merchant in existence. With everything settled, the two seal the contract, and only then does the MC decide to ask what abilities that monster has. Anu replies that he is an iron rust demon and has the ability to transform his body into rust, as well as corrode metal objects and living beings. Hanwoo admits it is a good ability, but there are many players in God's domain with fire abilities, and fire completely counters an iron rust demon, so his weakness is a problem. The demon despairs and says that if it pleases his master, he can act only as a bloodline weapon of iron rust, as he will be able to corrode any weapon he touches. This suggestion pleases him, and he says he will take it as suggested. Because of this, Anu transforms into a sword. He picks it up and says that his combat power will increase significantly, and his chances of ascending to a perfect demigod have greatly increased, and his new goal is to return to hunting creatures to collect origins and thus expand his squad. Several days later, in a forest, a man is walking stealthily until he despairs, as in front of him, there is a massive legion of undead, probably reaching 500,000 soldiers, and for this reason, he must urgently report to the lord of the city. He heads to the castle and immediately reports everything he saw. The king asks if he's absolutely sure that there are 500,000 soldiers in the undead legion. His subordinate, who is bowing, assures that his count is not wrong and also informs that this army is in an area dozens of miles from the castle. Hearing this worries the king, as the city has only 50,000 guards, and even adding the mercenaries, it would at most reach 100,000 soldiers for the battle. Thus, if the undead army attacks the city, it will be total annihilation. Because of this, he orders that a request for help be sent to his neighbors immediately. One day later, on the walls, the subordinate reports that neighboring cities have already sent reinforcements, and now the army has 300,000 soldiers, in addition to 50,000 clerics sent by the church. The king is pleased with this information, as the clerics are extremely strong against the undead, and for this reason, he shouts to everyone to fight to the death against the enemies, asking his army to march and completely annihilate the undead. In another place, the MC is resting with Newfang until one of his grasshoppers approaches, reporting that there are 350,000 human troops approaching. Hanwoo immediately gets up, excited, as it seems the humans there want to fight him. She is startled, asking what that means, and he explains that one of his spies informed him that the human army is on its way to exterminate them. He asks if she wants to fight and gain more sources of resources. She asks if he thinks she is stupid because it is clear he wants to use her as a weapon. The MC then hides in the bushes and notices her presence, which makes him ask if she didn't say she didn't want to get involved. Newfang replies that she is just curious, and it's not like she wants to help. He is happy to hear this excuse and praises her, as he likes her bandit spirit, which makes her irritated, asking him not to touch her and to pay attention since the enemies are approaching. In front of them, there is a huge line of knights accompanied by a massive army. Hanwoo immediately orders his skeleton army to ambush the enemy army, and they obey, leaving them with no way out. The men start shouting that they have been ambushed and begin to pray as they want to return home. However, it is too late as the colossal skeleton army charges at them and begins finishing them off one by one until the skeleton lord appears, using his magic and summoning new skeletons for the army from the bodies on the ground. The human army commander shouts for his holy knights to use purification and they all begin gathering energy, then launch it toward the skeletons. The MC doesn't like this at all since the Holy Knights have an advantage over skeleton types, so he knows he needs to eliminate this troop first. Barely does he say this when Nufang runs off to attack. He notices this and transforms into his draconic form, warning that he won't be left behind. She reaches the battlefield, trampling everyone, just like Hanwoo with his absurd speed through the air. The two regroup, and the MC shouts for all his forces to attack. His skeletons once again charge at the soldiers, finishing them off one by one. A guard at the castle runs to the king and reports that they were defeated by the undead army. He realizes they are facing several skeletons and orders everyone to retreat as they are surrounded. Several hours after conquering the castle, Hanwoo admits to being disappointed as, despite having gained 350,000 skeleton soldiers, there were only thousands of resources in return. Nufang can't hide her excited face, as now they are truly rich. He asks her to forget about it, since the runes are more important, and they should divide them. She continues checking her system, while Hanwoo notices that his rune is a low-level extreme form. It acts on the body. Its effect is an increase in muscle strength, with strength increased by 40%. It acts on hammer-type equipment, and the additional effect is crushing. He realizes the effects are quite low, and therefore plans to leave it with his relatives. In contrast, Nufang is excited about what she obtained, as she is now one step closer to becoming a monarch-level life form, and she thanks her companion. Hanwoo gives a slight wink and says it was no big deal. She notices his charm and thinks she now understands why Qin Shuang likes him so much. After that, in another castle, the king of that place receives the report of what happened and asks if it is really true that an undead army captured the city of Lingdong. The soldier informs him that the news is accurate and that not only the city of Lingdong, but also 4 neighboring cities were completely destroyed, and the skeleton army now has nearly 10 million soldiers. He immediately gets up hearing this and shouts to summon the archbishop and the kings of the Elf Kingdom, the Minotaur Kingdom, and the Werewolf Kingdom. After that, everyone gathers in the conference room, and the king of the werewolves shouts that they must unite to fight the enemy and that his army is already ready. The leader of the elves says the same. The human king then declares that the alliance between the 4 nations is formed to annihilate the undead. In a mansion, a girl says that her father will unite the Sacred Order, the elves, the Tauren, and the werewolves against the skeleton army. Qingnian, who is with her, becomes thoughtful about this, wondering who could be controlling such a large skeleton army other than Hanwoo. He has no idea who else it could be, and concludes that it really is him. Feeling surprised, as only a few days have passed since the invasion, and his strength has already become so powerful that it requires the union of 4 great kingdoms. Because of this, he truly admires him as a friend. Furthermore, after spending so much time with this princess, he has finally obtained some clues to ascend to demigod, discovering that, in the civilization of the domain of God, becoming a demigod only requires divinity, but in the outer domains, it is also necessary to meet the requirements of the current civilization. In this runic civilization, to ascend to the demigod level, it is necessary to possess a special runic word. However, he faces a dilemma since not even the royal family has obtained this type of runic word, showing how difficult it is. He begins to imagine that he must ally himself with the MC, providing clues while his friend provides the army, and, with this cooperation, they will definitely obtain the special rune word. Therefore, he cannot allow him to get into trouble and needs to think of a way to protect him. Suddenly, the princess starts talking to him, asking why he is so distracted, and also informs him that the Elven Queen will visit his father the next day. Qingnian takes the opportunity to charm her even more, saying that there is no one more beautiful than her. He feels happy knowing that the queen will be there, and, for this reason, they are safe since there is no woman he cannot connect with. Still near the castle, Nufang asks Hanwoo what he is afraid of since he has a giant skeleton army. He responds that the skeletons are very weak, so against a well-trained force, they will be completely useless, and therefore he is aware that he has big problems. At this moment, the source of mutation asks if he understood, as in critical moments, it is the one who can help. The MC asks if it has any good ideas. It responds affirmatively, but the payment of 1 divinity point must be made in advance. Hanwoo does not like this talk, wanting it to first reveal what it knows. Otherwise, he will not know if it is really worth a divinity point. The green slime says it has heard about a runic civilization and knows that one of its words can lead to some very good mutations and promptly asks for the payment. The MC, frustrated, makes the payment, and then the source of mutation tells him everything he needs to do. Hanwoo finds it very interesting and thinks that divinity point was definitely not wasted. Niufang, curious, asks why his expression suddenly changed and if he thought of a way out of this stalemate. He, excited, asks her to wait, as she will see. After that, the army arrives to attack the locusts and skeletons together. They begin to attack and are happy to be able to defeat them. However, he notices something strange happening with the locusts and realizes that mushrooms are growing on their bodies. The soldiers remove the mushrooms, and a dark aura begins to emerge from them. The skeletons appear, leaving everyone frightened. Hanwoo just watches, thinking that these black plague mushroom spores were really effective and that it was definitely worth spending thousands of divine power. After all, the black plague mushroom spores can be transformed into a virus, combined with the catalytic plague rune word. The mushrooms have effects on the body, turning the host into a plague carrier, with each cell carrying the plague virus. He declares that he will finish this once and for all and orders his skeletons to finish everyone. With the blessing of the plague rune, Hanwoo defeated all enemy forces in just 3 days, successfully conquering 10 neighboring cities. 5 special undead heroes were born in the army. Meanwhile, in the castle, the king asks if anyone has a solution, or else the kingdom will perish. And now, only a ceasefire remains to negotiate. His allies ask who the hell they should negotiate with, since they did not see the leader of the army in the battle. At this moment, Qingnian enters the hall accompanied by the princess and the queen, asking to leave the negotiation to him. The leader of the werewolves asks if this is some kind of joke since the kid wasn't even on the battlefield and now wants to negotiate with someone behind the skeleton army. Another high-ranking figure says the same, telling him to get lost since he's just a pretty boy. Qingnian just smiles as these big shots judge him so soon. The princess runs to her father and tells him that her partner is more than capable of fulfilling his promise, and the boy asks if His Majesty really doesn't trust his own daughter's judgment. The elf says she can prove that the boy is smarter than everyone present, and both the king and the human princess agree to let him try. His Majesty stands up and says that there are no other methods anyway, so he asks for everyone's approval to let him try. Then the blonde boy arrives in MC's territory, and he immediately notices his presence, feeling pleased to see him in the outer domain territory. Qingnian says it's a long story and that he will tell everything later, explaining that he is representing the allied forces of the 4 kingdoms and a church, and that's why he is there for a negotiation. Hanwoo comments that he has no problem with a truce depending on the price they have to offer. Qingnian asks him to define what he wants as a reward, and he replies that he wants gold, silver, and treasures, as well as runic words since they will be necessary. He also says that common ones are not enough, as they must be precious, and the runic stones should be in the 5-digit range. The blonde boy asks to let the king compensate with 20 runic words, since among them there should be at least 1 high-level runic word, as well as 200,000 runic stones. He says this while imagining that, having accompanied the princess for so long, he must have obtained a lot of important information from her. He also suggests that the elves, werewolves, minotaurs, and priests should contribute double the mentioned amount. He further imagines that he ended up sleeping with the elf queen and maybe shouldn't make her lose too much, splitting the profits later. MC thanks his friend for making this special trip and assures him that he won't disappoint him. Qingnian asks him not to be so formal, after all, they are friends. And he explains that the only reason he got involved with humans was to find clues on how to become a demigod in that runic civilization, and that he is finally getting some leads. The two agree on what they must do, and the blonde boy says he will return to relay the conditions to the big shots. MC says it's fine, as long as they understand that if they don't accept the terms, a legion of undead will trample their cities and turn everyone into undead as well. Back in the kingdom, the leaders hear Hanwoo's demand and say they don't have many high-level runic words. Qingnian says that if they don't have high-level runic words, they should use information about ancient miracles or imaginations if that doesn't work. The elf queen, standing next to the boy, explains that the compensation from them has exceeded even her expectations, so she doesn't understand why the humans are paying so little. The blonde boy says that many humans have been turned into undead, and for that reason, the king wouldn't want the same to happen to the elves. The princess, also with the boy, says that her father will have no objections to the request. Qingnian comments that the negotiations went very well thanks to him, and therefore, he wants to know if there won't be a reward. She, embarrassed, says there obviously will be. At that moment, the door opens and the Pope enters, shouting that these conditions are nothing short of armed robbery, and that even so, everyone is agreeing, making it clear that the church will never bow to undead creatures. The blonde boy tells them to do as they wish. The Minotaur and the wolf imagine that it will be interesting to let the church fight this battle, since if they end up winning, they won't have to pay this reward. In fact, they could even help exterminate the Skeleton Legion, and if they still lose, they can figure something out later. Then, the entire undead army stands before the kingdom's gates. The Pope imagines that in the previous war with the Allied forces, although they sent a large number of priests, the church's central force was not involved. However, things are different now since he has summoned elite priests to participate in the Holy War. He stands before his 3 elite legions, knowing that the combat power of these commanders is close to that of demigods, and that they have never been defeated. That is the church's domain, so who wins and who loses is still unknown. Meanwhile, Hanwoo is looking at the place and notices that all the buildings are made of light crystal ore, and the power of light is everywhere, which is highly effective in suppressing his undead. He also realizes that the Pope has summoned the elite troops, but fortunately, Qingnian had already provided information that this could happen. However, he does not hide his surprise since the combat power he is witnessing is incredible. He begins to reflect that Brightport, at that moment, is like an iron wall, but fortunately, he only ordered his skeleton soldiers to surround the city and not attack rashly. As to attack, he must first find a gap where Brightport will be disorganized. With this in mind, he takes a purple crystal and puts it in his mouth. Immediately, the genetic lock is released from his body. The vines keep appearing, coming from his chest. He concentrates the power in his hand to test what he is capable of, and delivers a blow that destroys the crystals instantly. Seeing this excites him, since the Phantom Shadow Vine has exceeded his expectations. That is why he charges forward with everything he has, as he needs to take down the clerics first, who are caught off guard, asking who the hell is there. Hanwoo raises his sword and attacks with everything, aided by the vines. The priest notices that he has been cursed where the attack landed, and therefore asks one of his friends to purify the wound immediately. The elite soldiers, seeing this, shout for everyone to attack and leap forward, eager to see how their enemy will escape this time. The axe gets closer and closer until the MC disappears completely, causing the elite soldier to strike the ground, confused since he is sure he had managed to hit his target. Suddenly, the MC appears, landing a direct strike with his sword on the soldier, who starts complaining of pain, trying to cover the wound, but it is useless as he falls straight to the ground. At this moment, another elite soldier seizes the opportunity to attack, but once again, Hanwoo moves at an incredible speed, appearing behind the enemy, who with just one curse strike is brought to his knees. He then turns, stating that only one remains, but it is clear that the last elite soldier is different from the others. The MC is concerned since his last high-level opponent possesses a sacred light that restricts the aura of his undead. At this moment, the priests see an opening and shout to immobilize the invader immediately. He is not intimidated by this, deciding to attack first since he will not be able to do much against the elite soldier. However, this one does not waste time and attacks. Missing by a very small margin, Hanwoo manages to land his curse on the priests and then retreats using his giant vine, ordering a skeleton army to attack. The undead obey, and a deadly battle begins. While some are destroyed, others rise again from the bodies of the clerics. In this battle, more than 2 million clerics were defeated, and the 3 trump card legions were destroyed. The number of skeleton soldiers was also greatly reduced, with 15 million soldiers permanently defeated. The Pope laments this result, wondering if he was truly wrong, since if he had agreed to the compensation from the beginning, he would not have suffered such a heavy loss, and he is unsure of what to do now, as his options are to keep resisting and fail epically, or surrender once and for all. At this moment, he is startled by a voice telling the Pope that he can help repel the army. He asks who the person is. It was Sudi. Meanwhile, the remaining healers desperately try to heal the wounded army, but they scream that the undead army is approaching once again. Hanwoo, already tired of all this, orders them to attack with full force. His army begins to mobilize at high speed, defeating every soldier they encounter along the way. Suddenly, a projection appears in front of them. It was the Pope, ordering those monsters to stop and leave the Port of Light immediately if they still wanted to remain intact, or the gods would deliver rightful judgment. Then, the undead become startled as some lights start to appear, and several tin men emerge on the battlefield, with the Pope ordering them to crush all the undead with the fist of justice. The MC is surprised by what he is seeing and, looking to the side, sees the Pope and wonders if Sudi is colluding with the humans. The tin men begin crushing skeleton after skeleton, while the priests take advantage of the situation to use their powers, which have an advantage against this type of monster. The MC, irritated, orders his giant skeleton to come out. A crystal begins to materialize in the sky, and the giant skeleton appears, defeating the tin men around him. However, something strange begins to appear in front of him, and suddenly, a giant cyborg emerges, attacking the giant skeleton. The Pope likes what he is seeing, and therefore asks Sudi to keep releasing the tin men, assuring him that no matter how much origin plan he wants, the church will provide as much as possible. The boy agrees and continues supplying more and more tin soldiers. Before all this happened, during the meeting between Sudi and the Pope, he had said that his army of tin men could contain the skeleton army, but in exchange, he wanted origins. The Pope asks why he should trust him. Sudi responds that he will allow an inspection of the troops if desired, warning that Hanwoo will surround the kingdom and nothing will be left after that if he refuses the offer. The battle continues with the clerics successfully neutralizing the skeletons due to the huge advantage they possess. The MC does not like this at all, and therefore orders his army to retreat, as they can deal with the church later, and thus, the entire army obeys this command. He joins Niufang, and she asks what he will do now that the Port of Light is completely protected by the Tin Men. The MC is simply furious with Sudi, saying that he should have put an end to that guy a long time ago. She asks him not to talk about that brat, since now the Minotaurs and werewolves have realized that the church has the advantage. So they will flatter the Pope again, declaring that they are on the church's side to fight against the skeleton army. He replies that it is not worth bothering with those indecisive ones since he can deal with them later. At that moment, one of his skeletons appears, informing him that the human king has sent someone who is there to talk. The MC orders the passage to be cleared, imagining that at this moment, the humans are there to kick them while they are down, or it could be something else. It was Qingnian, reporting that the king asked to say that he accepts all the conditions that had been requested before, as long as war is no longer waged in human territory. Hanwoo admits that the king is very intelligent since he will have no trouble accepting this proposal. However, his colleague wants to know how he plans to deal with the church. He says that he will let the Pope be proud of the outcome for a few days, since he will have to deal with his subordinates first. Qingnian says he will accompany him, since he has found a divine relic, so when he is ready, he just has to say the word. After replenishing, Hanwoo led the remaining legion to the land of the werewolves. The entire battle lasted 5 days and 5 nights. The werewolves, without effective countermeasures against resurrection and the infection of the Black Death mushroom virus, were completely defeated. 12 million elite werewolves became members of the Legion, and their kingdom was completely annihilated. As for the Minotaur kingdom, upon witnessing the tragic fate of the werewolf kingdom, they became so frightened that they no longer clung to the church and surrendered directly to the Skeleton Legion. The MC asks if he's afraid, since it's too late for that, and says that unless he's willing to double the compensation as agreed earlier, there will be no mercy against the Minotaur kingdom. The king immediately responds that he agrees with absolutely everything, only asking to be spared. He says this and starts wondering that he shouldn't have supported the church along with the werewolves, since they were completely exterminated and the church did absolutely nothing to help. After that, the MC observes the high-level runes he received, and, Although aware that they're very precious, he knows his own abilities are limited and thus must choose the most useful ones. So, he begins choosing them. The first one makes the power of all the mastered abilities increase by 100%. Applied to the body of fire, he comprehends the rune word of the skill Emperor. The levels are raised to the Emperor's dominant aura. The higher the increase in physical strength, the crazier the battle will be. This is the maniac of battle. The more life forms are eliminated, the more the high-level passive skill will be comprehended. Comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Applied to the eyes. When seeing red, his level increases up to 500%. He can communicate with any life form through consciousness. His power is of nature, also of high level. After reciting all the high-level runes he chose, a huge power, like a tornado, bursts from his body, making him feel much more powerful. Because of this, he shouts to his army to attack the Shining Port once again, to avenge the humiliation he suffered, also making it clear that he won't let Zudi escape this time. However, when they reach the port, they are confused because the clergymen were already on the ground, defeated. Qingnian also can't believe what he's seeing, as there isn't a single survivor left there. Hanwu runs to a clergyman on the ground and notices that the marks of their wounds were caused by an enormous fist. The two come to the conclusion that the ones responsible for this massacre were the Tin Men. Suddenly, they hear a voice and run to find out who was saying it, and they find the Pope. As they approach, Hanwu asks where Zudi is. He replies that the boy is gone after emptying the church's origin plan, as well as finishing off all the clergymen in the city. Qingnian warns that the fault is his own for letting a stranger in so easily, but it's too late now, as the Pope is no longer in this life. The MC comments that now it makes sense why the church didn't care at all when the werewolves were being massacred, as the same thing happened there a long time ago at Zudi's hands. The little blondie asks them to forget about them, since they should find the divine relic as quickly as possible, because that place has already turned into a ruin. He says that they will leave, yes, but not before collecting all the crystal ores, as it would be a huge waste to leave them behind. After that, they speculate about what kind of ancient divine relic might be in the region, besides the possibility of numerous traps. So they think it's a good idea to explore the region first. A marking is made at each region they pass, and Qingnian explains that he made his foxman mark all the places to avoid problems. They continue entering the forest until suddenly they encounter a giant monster, getting startled as it appeared very quickly. The cyborg prepares and strikes with his pincer, but misses. The MC recites his high-level rune to maximize all the abilities he has, and this makes the giant monster kneel immediately. Qingnian praises him, as the rune word he used made his companion much more powerful. The MC asks him not to talk nonsense, and the two continue entering the forest. He realizes there are more modified Tin Men and decides it's time to use the runes again. He concentrates for a moment and leaps, gathering energy into his fist until he lands a punch, defeating one of them and telling the others to come at him. The more they defeat, the more monsters appear, until they begin to feel cornered, as there seems to be no end. Hanwu decides to start the fun, summoning a skeleton army. The little blonde also wants to join the fun and summons his foxmen, and the battle between them begins. The two take this opportunity to invade the place while imagining that it was really a good idea to bring the runic stones with them, because if not, they would be screwed. After entering the cave, they come across several colorful portals. Qingnian comments that they are the trial fields, and passing the trial not only allows promotion to demigod, but also grants the corresponding special runic word. At this moment, the passage they came through is completely blocked. The MC comments that they won't be able to go back now, but his friend just moves at high speed and runs straight for the portal he thinks suits him best. While crossing, he asks Hanwu to be careful when choosing one of them. The MC is surprised at how quickly the little blonde disappeared from there, and then goes to the portal he thinks suits him best. After reaching the location, the system warns that this is the realm of hunger, and that it is necessary to constantly consume food to survive. He immediately notices his stomach growling, and wasn't expecting less from a realm called Realm of Hunger, since he barely arrived and is already hungry, but he feels happy because he is connected to his divine realm. However, he becomes frustrated when he tries to test something, not understanding why his communication with the divine realm was cut off. To make matters worse, he notices something approaching, and when he turns around, he sees it is the miserable Hungry Ones, an undead creature, formerly a human who died from starvation. The participants of the trial must resist the attacks of the Hungry Ones while making sure they don't starve to death. He worries since his situation only gets worse and wonders if, to survive, he will have to resort to extreme measures to get something to eat. The monster prepares to attack, but is easily defeated by one of the skeletons. Hanwoo throws his sprouts on the ground, and soon a flower begins to grow, becoming absolutely large compared to him. He comments that he might even need to finish someone off, but he will never eat people. Therefore, he plans to first use the 3 types of plants to absorb nutrients from the surface and sustain himself that way. Then, he will make his soldiers resist the attacks of the Hungry Ones and protect their safety. While thinking about this, he decides to close his eyes, imagining that he will only be able to put his body into hibernation, minimizing energy consumption as much as possible, and after 30 days, he will win. Meanwhile, in another place, the city is destroyed by the invasion of the Tin Men. Shuati watches all the destruction he caused while celebrating that the real city is now his, as he conquered everything from the church to the Minotaur Kingdom. Since everything was destroyed by his Tin Men, he observes that the Elf Kingdom is relying on the protection of a magical circle, but is aware that this protection will not last long. At this moment, Niu Fang is captured. Shuetai admits that this is an unexpected encounter and asks if she really ran to the Minotaur Kingdom and is now trying to be queen. She first insults him, saying that she wants to see how long his arrogance will last, and asks him to wait until Hanwoo returns. The boy, with an evil look on his face, responds that her darling won't return and warns that he already knows about Qingnian, who helped the MC by taking him to find the ancient relics, and he knows that in places like this, a person loses a layer of skin even if they don't die, besides knowing that Hanwoo can't even defeat the rusty demon, so there's no way he'll leave alive from a place like this. He says this and orders his army to lock her in the dungeon. The robot reports that Lily surrounded Qin Shuang in a valley, as ordered. He gets excited upon hearing this since, although he knows Lily is quite greedy when it comes to money, at least she's a girl who gets things done when paid. He celebrates, saying that this time, Qin Shuang won't escape his hands. In another location, an explosion happens. Some stone golems are battling the Tin Men. Qin Shuang wonders if that army isn't from Shueti and doesn't know why. Out of nowhere, they started fighting Lily, but she feels happy since this will give her an opportunity to escape. She then looks up and hears a voice coming from behind her. As she turns around, she realizes that Sudi is there. He says that he received the news that Lily wanted to ambush her and, therefore, rushed there, feeling happy that she is safe. She thanks him for his concern, but he calls her cute, saying it was just a small favor. However, she starts to climb onto her bird, making him ask if she is leaving and approach, questioning why she doesn't join him to unite the native forces of the runic civilization, since they could split the profits 50-50. He says this while thinking that he spent a lot of money on Lily to put on this show, so he couldn't let her leave so easily. Before that, Lily had met with Zudi, informing him that she forced the girl to go to the valley as requested, and therefore asks him to pay the last installment of the deal. He says she really did well, but tells her that he still needs to conclude the assistance before making the final payment. She asks what kind of help he needs this time, and he simply replies that her army must perish at the hands of the Tin Men. Lily finds this absurd, asking if it is some kind of bad joke since she summoned 2 million stone giant troops and spent a lot on the origin plan. But Sudi doesn't care about that, stating that he will summon an army of 30 million Tin Men to have a proper conversation with her. The girl pleads to at least keep 5 million stone giants, in addition to the payment being at least doubled for the loss she will suffer. She says this while thinking that she cannot fall out with this guy because, even though she knows her stone giants are powerful, the Tin Men have a numerical advantage, and if they really fight, not only will no giant survive, but she also won't receive her payment. Sudi, with his sinister gaze, says that he liked her accepting the proposal. Back in the present, Qin Shuang says that she appreciates the help she received, but states that she still has things to do and is, therefore, saying goodbye. Zudi asks if what she wants to do is meet with Hanwoo, informing her that this guy has already been defeated by the Rust Demon. She turns around and says that her colleague is far too strong and would not lose to the Rust Demon since he possesses a devastating army like the Army of Skeletons. He retorts, saying that this army of undead is incapable of withstanding a single blow from the Tin Men, let alone the Rust Demon. Qin Shuang states that she is tired of giving explanations and therefore is just leaving. However, she is startled when she sees the Tin Men holding her bird, and with that, she asks what he thinks he is doing. Zudi responds that it is only natural that he wants her to stay there to keep him company, stating once again that he is the strongest now and, therefore, she must do everything he says, or else she won't even be able to leave that valley. Zudi grabs her by the neck, asking where she thinks she's running to. She starts crying, screaming for Hanwoo to save her, until he wakes up shouting her name and realizes he is amidst the flowers, wondering if that was a dream since he has been in isolation for so long that he questions how Qin Shuang must be doing at this moment. Then he gets startled upon seeing his hand, as well as his entire body, since he has become much thinner. Soon after, he notices the monsters defeating his skeleton army and feels pleased that 30 days have passed so quickly. Then he uses his special rune word Foma, which is applied to his body. The effect allows the host to control the digestive abilities of living beings. He feels pleased seeing this power in his hand and focuses on his forehead, feeling happy since apparently everything went well as he managed to reach the demigod realm. Beside him, a portal appears, making him think it is the exit, so he decides to cross it since he will only know afterward. Then the MC and his army head toward the portal. After crossing, he decides to check his progress after ascending. His wallet now indicates that he is a demigod in the outer domain, as well as a 3rd-level super gene warrior. Now he possesses diverse divine abilities, along with a significant increase in all his abilities. His faith power, his divine power, and his core is at level 10, among other information. Although he enjoys having evolved into a demigod, he admits feeling disappointed for obtaining only one new ability by doing so, and the only good thing he noticed is that his mutation was upgraded to level 2, granting him the genetic block ability. However, he doesn't care much about that since he ascended to demigod, and after returning, he will be able to fully absorb the divinity and reach the perfect demigod, and that alone will be incredible. Suddenly, a portal opens behind him, and his friend is expelled from it, startling him since he falls straight into his lap. Qingnian, despite being dizzy, says he has finally become a demigod. Hanwoo removes him from his lap, telling him to sleep a bit since he looks terrible. Suddenly, an explosion occurs outside, catching the MC's attention since, apparently, someone is there. Upon leaving, he comes across Lily and asks why the hell she is there. She responds that she is aware of the relationship he has with Qin Shuang, and for that reason, she has news about that girl, which concerns her life or death, and all she will ask for is 10,000 dimensional origin. The MC immediately transfers the amount and tells her to speak quickly. Lily can't believe she received the payment so fast, realizing she could have asked for more, and replies that Qin Shuang was trapped in the valley by Shuti and was afraid she wouldn't be able to escape. Hanwoo is shocked by this news and immediately transforms into his draconic form, flying out of the place. He flies over the region, shouting for Qin Shuang until he finally lands in the valley where he was informed. He closes his eyes, trying to focus solely on her scent, but grows frustrated since he can't sense it at all, as if she isn't there. No sooner does he think that than he gets startled because something powerful is heading his way. He wonders if it's the thunder from the Golden Crown, and gets furious since several Tin Men are holding the bird. He launches an attack and one of the robots transforms to counterattack. He gets irritated by this and uses his skill to finish the fight since he's out of time. The bird takes advantage of the situation and attacks the remaining Tin Men until it looks back and sees the MC angry, yelling to hurry up and take him to Qin Shuang since it will be too late if they keep stalling there. They fly off until they finally reach the cave. Inside, Qin Shuang is desperate, begging to be let go, but Sudi keeps trying at all costs to take her clothes off, claiming no one will come to save her. Hanwoo gets angry seeing this and kicks a stone that flies straight to Zudi's head, who who turns and asks who the hell is there. He says this and gets shocked, asking how the hell the MC is still alive. He, furious seeing what's happening, runs and punches the student in the face. Zuri, slightly hurt, assures that today he will finish him once and for all. He laughs hearing this and asks if he's sure about that. Then he uses his ability directly on Zuri's body, who starts trembling, saying he's starving and doesn't know why. He looks ahead, asking if it was the MC who did this, and gets scared upon seeing a powerful red aura that makes him vomit immediately. Still terrified, he looks ahead once more and asks if by any chance he became a demigod. Hanwoo says that the rust demon he sent to eliminate him was useless and instead just became a slave. With that, he strikes an attack, wanting his opponent to feel a bit of what rust corrosion tastes like. He says this and drives his sword deep into Suri's body and then goes to Qin Shuang to see if she's okay. She asks him not to worry since she's fine in a way. After that, he carries her outside and notices that the Tin Men are disoriented outside the cave. The MC comments that Suri already lost his life and now the followers can no longer feel his presence, so no one can control them anymore. He says that and jumps onto the thunder of the golden crown for them to leave. While they're flying, she asks if he really became a demigod in that short period of time. Hanwoo answers that he indeed did, and explains that he knows the location of the ancient divine relic, and they will gather more origin of the plane, and once she accumulates enough followers, she'll be able to ascend too. Qin Shuang says that of the 4 kingdoms and the church, only the half-dead elven kingdom remained after the chaos caused by Zuri, so she asks where they could find more origin of the plane. He smiles and says, that's not a problem since they can go to desolate areas to try their luck. They fly to a place full of precious stones, and he says it's full of iron ore, and they can use it as a component to break the golden crystal. Suddenly, he gets her attention, since near the crystals, there's a powerful bear roaring at them. Hanwoo points his finger and says that exactly there is origin of the plane. He asks her to wait there, but she doesn't want to just watch. So she snaps her finger, calling her divine birds who fly straight toward the bears, engaging in battle with them. At the same time, the skeletons also attack the monsters, who begin to roar but have their life energy drained until nothing remains. Now the bears are attacking each other due to the magic that affected them. Basically, the battlefield turns into chaos, with them attacking each other, and the two celebrate since they did a great job as a team. Their army stands ready, and he approaches, suggesting they rest a bit there to collect the origins of the plane. She, embarrassed, agrees with the idea. Time goes by, and their followers remain constantly gathering resources. Qin Shuang doesn't waste time and starts saying that 10 days have already passed, and they've almost gathered enough, so she wants to go to the ancient relic. He just smiles and asks her not to rush since her wounds have just healed, and she needs to rest a little more. Suddenly, Qingnian appears, shouting that he had a great night of sleep. The MC gets startled since the guy showed up out of nowhere. Qin Shuang greets him and says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The blonde guy looks around confused, as he doesn't know where he is or how they even met. The MC doesn't like any of this, since that guy could have woken up earlier or later, but chose to become a nuisance at that exact moment. Then he asks if there's really time to be relaxing like this, since his beloved Emerald Princess was taken down by Zuri and the Elf Queen also lost her life. He gets scared, not understanding why all this is happening, and immediately imagines Zuri devastating all the kingdoms. Thinking about it makes him furious, since he only slept for a few days, and a bastard like Zuri destroyed the 4 kingdoms and the church altogether. He says the princess might not be saved, but he needs to help the Elf Queen since after all, they slept together, and because of that, he flies off at full speed. Qin Shuang, seeing that, admits she didn't expect the blonde guy to be so loyal. Hanwoo theorizes that the guy is probably just horny and tells them to ignore those things because he needs to rest for a few more days. However, she says there's more to worry about. Since he finished off Suri and when they return to school, his family will definitely cause problems because of that fatality. The MC responds that he's not afraid of the Shu family and is only really concerned if the academy will punish him for it. He barely says that, and the teacher joins the call with them, asking both to return to the school immediately since there are important matters to address. They reply that they'll do so as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the university, someone slams the table. It was Suti's father and mother, both outraged, telling the teacher they want the boy named Hanwoo to pay with his life for killing their son. Back at the hills, the MC says her scars have healed, and she doesn't need to worry about him since he's not afraid of the Shu family. She responds that it's not about him, because even before becoming a student of the Imperial Academy, her dream was already to ascend to demigod. He is surprised to hear that until she puts her finger on his lips and says, not to worry, since he gave her all the maps and information about the relics. So she will definitely manage to ascend. She says that and walks toward the portal, while he says he'll wait so they can return to school together. He also summons some skeletons and orders them to protect her at all costs. After that, 30 days passed and the MC remains in front of the portal, but admits he's worried since Qin Shuang still hasn't come out. His concern grows more and more, as there's also no news from the skeleton soldiers he sent, which could mean she's in danger. So he decides to go through the portal and immediately comes face to face with several monsters blocking the path. He instantly transforms into his draconic form and, with his dragon power, attacks all the monsters around him. He moves through the cave and notices a sphere emitting some kind of power. After placing his hand on the magic stone, he comments that the gate to the trial realm is closed and can't be opened from the outside. Because of that, he starts attacking it, but it's useless, making him wonder if maybe those who have already passed through can't enter again. He decides to change his strategy and begins channeling his demigod energy and unleashes all his power toward the magic stone, which is obliterated instantly, thus opening the path to the trial area. Upon entering, he sees countless portals, which had also happened during his turn, and tries to figure out which one Qin Shuang chose, as it's probably the one with the strongest aura. He concludes it's the blue portal, and right after thinking that, the girl is thrown out for having completed the trial. He's surprised to see her okay, and runs to catch her, since falling from that height could hurt her. Hanwoo smiles, seeing everything is fine, and asks if she's hurt. Because of the distraction, he bumps into a small rock and falls hard to the ground, almost kissing her with how close their mouths got. She, dying of embarrassment, pushes him to the side, asking what he thinks he's doing. She shows the power she gained, and now her thunder ability is at the special grade. The power of all lightning-type abilities increased by 500%. He admits to being surprised, since her current energy is about to surpass the highest level entity to the point of reaching the monarch level. At that moment, the teacher calls him once again, informing him that the school is demanding his immediate return. She says this and ends the call without even waiting for a response, since the order was given. A portal opens in front of them, and Qingnian says she will return with him to the school. On the other side, there are 3 people waiting, and one of them yells for Hanwoo to be arrested immediately. Qin Shuang steps forward and shouts to the director that Suti tried to assault her, and Hanwoo only protected her. The boy's parents argue, asking not to say nonsense since it's clearly just an attempt to protect him. She, desperate, asks the director to read her memories, since that's something that can't be faked. He agrees, and raising his hand, begins using his mind-reading magic. Thus, he sees the moment Suti was harassing her, and Hanwoo appeared to save her. The boy's parents continue saying that it's impossible, but the director orders them to leave the room since everything has been clarified. Then he turns to the MC and says that although he was eager to save a classmate, he went way too far since he took a life, and for that, he must be severely punished, and the punishment will be suspension from classes starting from that moment until the day of the college entrance exam. The girl goes to him, saying she's sorry since the punishment was very harsh, but he asks her not to worry since he was already thinking about taking a break anyway, and will use this time to absorb the divinity so he can ascend to the state of demigod in the Divine Realm civilization as well. After that, he goes to the ascension site and tells the statue that he completed the absorption of the divinity, reaching the 10 required points, and would like to ascend to the perfect version of demigod in the Divine Realm civilization. The statue changes its color, shining brightly until the light envelops his body, making him happy since that means his application was approved. He stands up and asks if he really ascended, feeling pleased since the aura really feels the same as when he transforms into his draconic form, and his strength can definitely reach the level of monarch-class life forms. Suddenly, something starts glowing and catches his attention. It was the system screen showing his name, now stating that his level is demigod, also displaying all his abilities, divine techniques, blessing of life, among other information. Only then does he realize that after ascending to demigod, he gained the divinity of rebellion and awakened the soul-devouring gaze, and his soul energy now floats freely in space. However, one of the pieces of information leaves him confused, which is about the fusion, and he isn't sure whether it's related to his divine energy. He decides to cast all the abilities he received at once, and a dense energy ball with all the colors of his powers begins to form until he emerges in his draconic form with all the upgrades from the other abilities. His first test is to make a single movement with his hand that easily causes a crack in the temple, even without using any power. He realizes that his powers have increased drastically because of the fusion with his draconic form. After returning to normal, he calls for a grasshopper, since he also wants to test his fusion ability with his followers. And after a dark aura forms around the insect, the grasshopper becomes incredibly larger and much more powerful. He is surprised since that is the heroic life form, and could instantly finish the heroic life form of the Minotaur. Hanwoo is pleased since his abilities have definitely improved, and he realized that the fusion consumes a lot of divine power. But even after all that, he still has several million of that power left. He summons some fire crystals he collected, and says that one crystal can be sold for almost 2 million divine power and a fusion for Dioa. And in a year, he could earn more than 100 million, which would be enough to trade for a point of divinity. Thinking about all of this makes him happy since he found another way to make money, and with that, he will get more and more fusions. Meanwhile, outside the university, the security guard is blocking someone, warning that it is forbidden for people who are not staff or students to enter, and he even asks not to be arrogant since, even being a true god, there are many true gods at that university, as well as lords of gods and even divine kings, so being arrogant won't help. Hu-hai is frustrated since he is sure that the frequency of the return signal was fast, which means he is getting closer and closer to the thief who stole the king god's treasure, and he is certain that the thief was Hanwoo, who studies at that university, so he needs to find a way to enter. At that moment, Zudi's parents appear, outraged, shouting that the school is terrible for protecting Hanwoo, and they guarantee they will seek revenge. This catches Hu-hai's attention, who calls out to the two of them, asking if they could do him a favor, and saying he is even willing to pay a handsome reward since his target is also the MC. With this company, the three of them re-enter the university, and Zudi's father begins accusing the school of protecting a criminal. Lena responds that they have already investigated this thoroughly, and any more complaints about it will be completely useless. Meanwhile, Hu-hai is standing next to them holding a cell phone and, with the camera, takes a picture of the MC, feeling happy, since, as expected, it really is the person who stole the king god's treasure, and if he captured him there, he would definitely receive a great reward, but he has no idea how he will get him out of there. Zudi's father continues furious, saying he won't let Hanwoo get away with this, but the teacher asks him to leave immediately, as the university is not a place for someone with irrational behavior. The true god places his hand on his shoulder and asks him to leave. After they do so, the grassy-haired person says he placed him inside the university as requested and asks if they are really going to let Hanwoo escape so easily. Hu-hai asks him to leave it to him since he will get a satisfactory result, but for that, they must not interfere. They hear this and leave angrily. The true god remains near the door to listen to the conversation between the teacher and the MC. She asks him to take people's words seriously, but she knows that the reason Shu-ti lost his life was his own fault, since everything Hanwoo did was to protect Qin Shuang. He responds that everything is fine since he has no weight on his conscience for what he did. She is happy since he is fine, and now he is a perfect semigod. She suggests that he pursue divinities and tells him about the evaluation he will have at the Imperial Academy, and if he doesn't pass, he will be expelled. She then shows him a ticket she has for the ancient battlefield of the Outer Kingdom and says he could try his luck there. She smiles, saying it will be very beneficial for his future to adapt to the competitive environment of a semi-deity in advance. The MC thanks her and says he will not disappoint her expectations. Hu-hai, overhearing from outside, is pleased since he heard about the ancient battlefield, and seeing Han-woo leaving, imagines they will meet at that location, even if his target doesn't know it. As he walks through the city, Han-woo realizes that each ticket is valid for 2 people, and it would be a waste to go alone. He grabs his communicator and calls his teacher, who upon answering, asks how life as a student at the Imperial Academy is going. The MC responds that he ascended as a perfect semi-deity and now wants to invite his teacher to join him in exploring the ancient battlefield of the Outer Kingdom, so he wants to know if his teacher will be free. Tianwen gets excited with all the new information and says he is in on the idea since he wants to see how strong his former student has become. Han-woo tells him it will be the next day at 8 o'clock, and they can meet at the teleport station in the Imperial capital. After this, he returns to his home and starts reflecting that he needs to choose some relics to take the next day. He raises his hand and notices that he has quite an interesting one, and this time, he is determined to win. Then, he starts remembering that Qin Shuang will be absent for a few months and wonders if she will be in seclusion absorbing divinity all this time. Because of this, they meet, and she asks why he is there. The MC answers that the next day he will go to the ancient battlefield of the Outer Realm to train, and that's why he came there to say goodbye, as he was worried about her being in seclusion and that he wouldn't be able to see her later. She is surprised to hear this and asks if he is leaving so early. He replies yes, and that, when he returns, she will probably have ascended to a demigod. He barely says this, and she grabs his arm, calling him to walk, as she won't enter seclusion until the next day, having almost missed his farewell, and asks if he is really prepared since the battlefield is very dangerous. He tells her not to worry, as he is indeed ready. Qin Shuang invokes a seal and tells him that it has many restrictions, but it will probably be useful to him. This is the level 4 relic, the Infernal Seal. After being charged in the core of the Divine Realm, it can transform main subordinates into souls at the moment of death. He is surprised to see the Infernal Seal, as his rebellion divinity needs to devour souls through divine techniques. And the more soul energy is absorbed, the faster the improvement, and this will definitely be useful. For this reason, he thanks her, as it will be extremely useful, and she hugs him, lamenting that she can't go with him, and thus asks him to be careful. The MC doesn't think twice, puts his hand on her shoulder, and kisses Qin Shuang on the mouth instantly. He feels happy as he was not rejected, and they both stay hugged, embarrassed, with him upon asking her to wait for his return, while she asks him to be careful. The next day, Han-woo meets with the professor and is surprised that he is there so early. Tianwen admits that he couldn't sleep well and thus showed up earlier. The MC invokes the token and bites his finger. The professor does the same, and both drip a few drops onto the talisman, which disintegrates instantly to open the portal that leads to the Outer Realm. They arrive at the ancient battlefield and are soon instructed on where their temporary residence is. The employee mentions that if they need anything in the future, they can look for him, as he is there to provide services. The MC gets upset since the tent they are supposed to stay in is tiny and starts yelling for it to be replaced with something bigger. The professor laughs at the situation and asks him not to get so angry, as they should at least see the inside of the tent first. They open the door and are surprised to find that the interior is huge. Han-woo says that for now, he will settle until he sees an instruction manual on the table and is surprised, as it mentions that the tent can block the will scan of the ancient battlefield and that training field can summon subordinates, but the size of the field limits the number of summoned beings. This last piece of information makes him furious to the point of throwing the manual on the floor, as his strategy up until now was to win by numbers, and if the number is limited, then he doesn't know how he should play. The professor tells him not to panic. As the manual said, they can connect with the tent's operating system, so they can take a better look. Han-woo, still angry, decides to test it by opening the system and sees some of his details as a competitor and can choose how he will summon his army with a preset limit, as there is a limit to each species that can be summoned. He doesn't think much about it, as he only needs to choose the one that lets him summon the largest number of familiars. Tianwen also chooses the most viable option for him. The system gives a note that only main subordinates summoned inside the tent beforehand can be controlled. Main subordinates who die outside the tent cannot be replaced immediately, and it is necessary to return to the tent to replenish the lost number. Another observation is that, within the ancient battlefield, several divinity fragments are produced, with rare fragments holding greater value. They can be combined into complete divinities. Divinity fragments can be exchanged for other types of divinity fragments or for materials to improve the tent. They get excited, since after collecting a lot of divinity, they will be able to invest better in the tent. After that, they go to the battlefield along with the chosen familiars, and the professor explains that, a little earlier, he studied the divinity fragments, and they are produced by the spirits that remain in the field. So basically, they need to defeat the spirits to obtain the fragments. The spirits are also divided into different levels, and the difference is in the halo under their feet, since a white halo of a lower level only produces level 1 divinity fragments, while the blue one is level 2, and the most powerful are the spirits with red halos, which can produce level 5 fragments. Suddenly, something catches Hanwoo's attention, and he immediately asks for silence. Then he looks around the edge of the rock and sees a spirit walking towards them with a white halo. Tianwen quickly comments that, despite being a white halo, judging by the spirit's glow, it was probably a low-level being but quite powerful. He agrees and asks his shadow locust to test its strength. His familiar wastes no time and charges in with a shadow attack, but the spirit simply raises its weapon and blocks the attack, breaking one of the locust's legs. Then, the familiar gathers more shadow power and keeps attacking, but all the strikes are blocked before reaching the spirit. However, one piece of shadow falls to the ground and begins to climb up the opponent's leg until it fully wraps around them. Acting as a form of entrapment, the shadow locust takes the opportunity and unleashes one of its most powerful attacks, managing to pierce the spirit's chest, which is finally defeated and completely vanishes, leaving the fragments behind. The professor asks them to collect the fragments quickly and points out that, although they are level 1, at least there are 8 of them, so it wasn't a bad outcome. The MC picks up a fragment from his hand and wonders if that is the divinity that resides within them. Tianwen explains that the fragments form a divinity that grants divine techniques. Once collected, it will be possible to invoke those techniques. He also says that, despite being level 1, the techniques are very practical, making them more valuable than other fragments. Hanwoo gets excited by how much knowledge his professor has, and comments that the best decision he made was forming a team with them, since now their collection will be much greater. At that moment, the locusts return and go to the MC, who already understands they found a target. They go to the location to see what it's about, and the professor soon comments that, apparently, they are all low level, and the yield probably won't be as high as their previous target. Hanwoo asks if they should leave, but he replies no, since even small gains, when added up, become valuable. They both agree and decide to go on the attack, starting with the rabbits and then the shadow locusts, which were already enough to cause colossal destruction in the surroundings, to the point of wiping out all the present spirits. The professor says they got 30 fragments by eliminating more than a dozen spirits, and that's not much. Hanwoo agrees, since at this pace it will take an eternity to get a high-level fragment. Suddenly, a locust approaches to report something, and Tianwen asks if it's another discovery. He replies that there are 2 people watching them at 30 degrees. The professor assumes these people are after their divinity fragments, and therefore asks what they are going to do. He warns that if anyone tries to steal from me, he will teach them a lesson they will never forget. Meanwhile, hidden behind the rock, a man tells his brother that the 2 who are watching seem to be newbies who have just arrived there and will be easy to intimidate. Then, excited, he says that he noticed that since they've been observing, the 2 have only killed a dozen low-level spirits, so their cultivation shouldn't be high, suggesting they keep following them to finally finish them off when they have plenty of loot. His brother says, "That's a great idea." The teacher asks the MC if it wouldn't be better to return to the camp first to deal with the divinity fragments they collected. He puts his hand on the teacher's shoulder and asks him not to worry since everything is under control because the dark grasshoppers will always report the movements of the two suspects. Tianwen asks if he's serious and feels more relaxed since his student has the situation somewhat under control. Sometime later, the grasshopper returns with new information, and the MC says that his familiars found a purple-colored spirit. He is surprised to hear this since that way they managed to obtain at least one level 3 divinity fragment. Because of that, they run at full speed to the location. Arriving at the mountain right away, they can see defeated players on the ground and the imposing purple spirit standing. Hanwoo quickly deduces that the spirit had a fierce battle. The teacher agrees and also notices that the servants who lost their lives to that spirit were high level, and that it also seems to be of the wind element, but he is confident that his rabbit men should be able to fight it. The MC says that maybe it's better to fight a war of attrition. Tianwen suggests using the cloning, thunder, and self-destruction abilities of the familiars, while he himself will use the familiars to fire carrot missiles continuously until the monster is worn down. Hanwoo just smiles, saying that spirit alone is not enough to make him waste so much time. Right after saying that, he transforms into his draconic form, flying at full speed toward the attack. The spirit sees this and prepares its fan, attacking with its sandstorm. Hanwoo uses his Hungry Dead skill, which hits the purple one head-on, who didn't notice the attack coming at his body. The MC draws his sword and, without wasting time, unleashes his Black Dragon Slash, which hits the spirit directly, tearing it into pieces that fly everywhere. The two infiltrators, seeing that some fragments flew in their direction, are happy since those are level 3 divinity fragments, so they profited well. They see the MC with 8 fragments and feel outraged since they got way less. The chubby one is also irritated about it, but says there's not much they can do since they saw what the draconic form is capable of and are aware there's nothing they can do against that. They decide to leave since they got enough fragments and for free, but they notice a huge shadow approaching. It was the MC asking where the funny guys thought they were going with his fragment. The two say that this is a battlefield, and that the divinity fragments that fall on the ground belong to whoever picks them up first, and therefore ask for proof that the level 3 divinity fragments are his. The MC, with little patience, raises his arm and uses the giant dragon slash, which, upon hitting the two, causes a colossal explosion and slices them into pieces. Because of that, the fragments drop and float in the air until Hanwoo picks them up, finding it funny that such weak players dared to steal like that. The teacher approaches and, using his power, fuses the fragments and then tells Hanwoo to sell them at the camp, since they will be able to improve the tent that way. Meanwhile, at the camp, a portal opens, and teacher Letian passes through it with the gang. The man says that the demigod is incredible since he managed to get a ticket, which is a scarce resource, to attend the battlefield. Gang says that it was nothing serious since a simple ticket to the ancient battlefield is not something relevant to be mentioned. He reflects that ever since he got information to the God King, he obtained many resources as a reward. At that moment, something catches his attention. It was the MC talking to the professor, since now they can expand their tent to a radius of 2 kilometers, and because of that, they want to collect even more fragments. At that moment, the 4 of them stare at each other, and Tianwen says he didn't expect to see them there. The 4 Eyes stays quiet, while the demigod says it's lucky to find a professor and a student there, and then tells the MC that ever since they separated at the ruins of the Divine River, he has had a hard time finding him. Hanwoo smiles and replies that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but inside, he has no idea how that guy figured out it was him at the ruins of the Divine River, since he was clearly wearing a mask to disguise himself. And since he believes there's no solid evidence, he decides to deny it as much as he can. Gang asks if he's serious and says he probably mistook him for someone else, but comments that his progress is quite impressive, since he's the same age as his son, and yet has already reached the demigod level. However, inside he is furious because his son had his divine realm destroyed. and because of that is destined to a mediocre life. At that moment, Tianwen interrupts, saying that he and the MC have things to do and therefore need to leave. He reflects that they need to be quick, since if they stay there, a fight will definitely break out. As the two leave, Ledian asks Gang if he is really going to let the boy walk away like that, since in a way, he crippled his son. He asks, what's the rush, since if everyone is in that battlefield, they will eventually meet again later. The Four Eyes smiles because it's true, and says that after upgrading their tents, he will find a way to crush the two of them since he doesn't believe a newly ascended demigod is capable of anything. The MC arrives at the tent with the professor, and Tianwen immediately comments that Gang and Litian in that battlefield will certainly be a problem for them, emphasizing that the MC may have just ascended to demigod, but doesn't have divine techniques, and that's why he wants to avoid a fight against Gang. Hanwoo questions why he is raising their morale since they themselves arrived first in the battlefield, besides not seeing how strong that guy really is. The professor makes it clear that it's because he doesn't know Gang very well, and as far as he knows, before they appeared in the battlefield, the man received heavy funding from a god king who even has a monarch-level life form, and that's why he asks Hanwoo to just preserve the strength he has since he is about to take the Imperial Academy's evaluation. The MC says that such an opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield is rare, and that's why he doesn't want to miss the chance just because some annoying guy is there, and asks them to understand, and soon after runs off. Tianwen just questions how a kid can be so rebellious since everything he's doing is for his own good. To deal with Gang, the MC in just a few days relied on the soul-devouring gaze to strengthen his rebel divinity. After 6 consecutive sessions, the rebel divinity accumulated enough experience points to be promoted to the next level, and with that once again awakened a powerful divine technique of rebellion. Option 1. Divine Technique of Rebellion, Sword of Rebellion. It is a powerful weapon summoned through a divine technique, capable of converting physical damage into magical damage, and vice versa. It can be fused with other sword-type weapons, and the effect is permanent. Option 2. Divine Technique of Rebellion, Dual Pistols of Rebellion. A powerful weapon summoned through a divine technique capable of converting ranged physical damage into ranged magical damage, and vice versa. It can be fused with firearms-type weapons, and the effect is permanent. Hanwoo doesn't understand why he has to choose between the two, since he's not sure if in the future he will follow the path of a warrior or the path of a shooter. Without thinking too much, he finally makes his choice and chooses the sword, since he has many skills related to this type of weapon, and his favorite weapon is also a great sword. So he believes the Sword of Rebellion is the most suitable. The real function of the Sword of Rebellion is to increase the host's close combat capabilities. The sword form can absorb the souls of various races to obtain more weapon forms. Currently, the Divine Technique of Rebellion, Sword of Rebellion, is in the form of a longsword. He understands this entire explanation and likes knowing that as it absorbs more souls, it will eventually change form. Because of this, he decides to go outside the cabin, and holding his new sword firmly, he unleashes a powerful attack with it that easily cuts a tree in half. Hanwoo imagines that he didn't even use any attribute enhancement on that sword, and even so, it's already powerful. Then, wanting to do another test, he turns and attacks another tree again, but this time imbues power into the sword. The MC realizes that even using the corrosion effect, the attack didn't work properly. Then, he applies another effect, and this time hits a rock, completely destroying it. He realizes that the crushing effect of a heavy sword is quite interesting, besides noticing that it clearly has natural dark attributes. But it doesn't follow the rules at all, and doesn't show the effect that the dark attribute should have, and in fact, the rebel sword is truly rebellious. He has an idea, finding it interesting to use it to fool people since it will always work. At this moment, the teacher appears and says that she sold the divinity fragments, so they will be able to upgrade the tent. However, she notices that the place is destroyed and asks what the hell he did there. He replies that he developed a pretty fun life technique that suits him, and now his motto is never to play by the rules. Tianwen asks if he really wants to follow this path. He replies that now he's even more prepared in case Gang shows up causing trouble, and still excited. Calls the teacher so they can go see how the renovated tent turned out. After arriving at the camp, they are congratulated for the tent improvement, since the training ground area has now increased to 4 square kilometers. They are surprised coming from the inside, the MC even more so since 4 square kilometers is a lot, and they will be able to summon new familiars. The teacher agrees since they need to hurry. Then, after a few days of practice, the MC gained a lot of experience from the rebel divinity. Tianwen also obtained a Lord-level life form with impressive combat power. At this moment, Hu Hai crosses the portal to the training ground, certain that this time he will capture the MC to take him to the God King. With the portal still open, the parents of the deceased Sudi also cross and ask if there is indeed a way to finish Hanwu. The true god says that, naturally, he will find a way to avenge Sudi. The boy's father agrees, and at this moment, Gang and the teacher also come out of the portal. Letian says that he has been monitoring Hanwu for quite some time, and therefore wants to know when they will act. Hu Hai asks not to rush since they need to familiarize themselves with the environment first. Inside, he thinks it's a waste for himself, who is a true god. Besides having 4 more demigods to deal with, just a boy who has just ascended to demigod. However, he is aware that it was an order from a god king, and therefore has no choice but to obey. With this in mind, they are all aiming to finally finish Hanwu once and for all. Meanwhile, facing 3 high-level spirits, the MC summons his army of locusts, just like Tianwen summons his rabbit men, and without much difficulty, they finish the 3 spirits at the same time. After collecting the fragments, the MC says that eventually, they will be able to upgrade the tent once again to summon even more familiars, besides the combat power also having increased. The professor admits that the body Hanwu evolved the day before was quite effective, and in just a few days he had mastered 3 divine techniques. Suddenly, 2 people appear through a mist, and the MC says that they finally showed up. They were Zudi's furious parents. Hanwu wastes no time and advances with his rebel sword, aware that the 2 must be there for revenge, and since he doesn't need small talk, will attack with everything. Sumin immediately summons his sword and blocks the powerful attack, but soon his sword begins to crack due to the corrosion effect. He curses Hanwu, saying he lost his son because of him, and therefore promises to tear him to pieces. The MC finds it funny and says he will make the old man personally visit his son, saying that he transforms into his monarch-level draconic form. They are surprised that someone so young, who just ascended to demigod, could reach the power level of a monarch life form, and for that reason, they are even more certain they must finish him off, or else there will be endless problems in the future. Because of this, the man orders his entire army of metal men to advance. The MC just laughs at that since he can fly. Tianwen notices the situation his student is in and sends his army of rabbit men to help him. Zudi's parents waste no time, and concentrating their energies, make all the metal men fuse to create a colossal being. The MC calls one of his grasshoppers and commands it to attack. However, it is wiped out with a single blow. The 2 celebrate joyfully, also calling Hanwu an arrogant brat, but he knows everything is under control, and summoning more of his supreme grasshoppers, manages to obliterate the giant metal man. At the same time, he charges at the 2 and, with a slight smile, teleports behind Sumin, who is left clueless, and defeats him with a single strike. The woman takes advantage of his distraction and attacks, but the professor appears and drives his sword into her back, thus finishing off both of them. Tianwen knows the situation will worsen and tells him to leave immediately, but it is too late as Gang and Letian appear for battle, asking if they really think they can escape. The professor asks what the hell they want again, and seeing the destruction of the metal men, Letian is shocked and comments that they apparently improved rapidly in the last few days, since they managed to finish 2 demigods without taking any damage. Hanwu observes them and concludes that their servants are quite numerous, so for him and Tianwen, it will be very disadvantageous to enter battle as they lost many servants. Tianwen is aware that they are weaker than the enemies and need to find a way to escape, so he warns that after some time, he will use all his power to open a breach so Hanwoo can fly as high as possible until they can no longer reach him. The MC is surprised that the professor is willing to risk himself to protect him, but Tianwen tells him to stop the nonsense since there is only one chance to perform the move and asks him to make the most of it. However, the MC interrupts him, saying he hasn't reached the point of needing to sacrifice himself and guarantees he can handle the situation, asking him to trust. He replies that he trusts, but tells him to be careful. Letian finds that funny and asks exactly what he can handle, since the two have 40 million powerful servants. Gang calls Tianwen's attention, warning that their trip's sole purpose is to capture Hanwoo, and says that if he is willing not to interfere, they will not make things difficult for him. The professor responds that he will never watch a student lose their life before his eyes, and that is his final word as a teacher. Letian finds that funny and asks if he plans to act noble, since eventually resources will run out completely, and questions if he would still be willing to discuss final results then. Gang tells the professor that they could have been good friends, but asks not to blame him since he didn't appreciate the offer. He immediately orders his wolf cavalry to attack. The two waste no time and also attack since several wolves are heading their way. The wolves start finishing off rabbit by rabbit, and the professor is completely upset by this, as he doesn't understand how someone can be capable of finishing such cute animals. The MC takes advantage of the opportunity and shapes an enchanted leaf. His sword immediately changes form, turning into the Ghost Soul Scythe. He begins attacking with his new scythe and finishes all the nearby wolves. Their bodies on the ground start to root, and these roots attack the other wolves approaching. Gang begins to get irritated, as whenever he encounters Hanwoo, he faces a different trick. The Lord of the Wolf Cavalry starts destroying the roots until the MC appears behind him and with a single cut manages to obliterate the animal. He smiles and appears in front of the two enemies. Immediately, Gang activates his talisman and creates a huge protective shield. He sighs with relief, having obtained that protection artifact from the failed king. However, he is startled to see blood gushing from his side, besides Letian's head flying off. At that moment, the MC starts feeling a strange sensation in his arm and laments, as the Ghost Vine genetic lockdown time simply ended. Gang takes advantage of the situation and makes it clear it won't be cheap, since he finished many wolves from his cavalry, and thus summons Fenrir, a colossal wolf completely on another level. The giant wolf attacks both at once. The MC's transformation dissipates, and he falls to the ground feeling intense pain as his Genesis time limit ended, and he won't be able to use it again for a long time. Trembling, he looks to the side and sees his professor lying on the ground, unsure if he's alive or not. However, there's not much he can do, as he is before the colossal mouth of Fenrir. Gang looks down, imagining that if he doesn't finish Hanwoo at once, he won't have another chance. But at that moment, the true god appears, asking what he is doing, since he made it clear Hanwoo must be captured alive. Gang feels embarrassed and says he misunderstood, as he was actually about to take him alive. Hu Hai grabs Hanwoo by the clothes and tells Gang that he will be greatly rewarded by the God King. He thanks for this opportunity and looks at Tianwen, imagining that if he finishes him, since he's a demigod, he might gain other benefits. However, the MC points his power at his own neck and warns that if he kills him, he will take his own life. The blonde finds this funny, saying that in that state, he wouldn't even be able to kill himself. Hanwoo makes it clear that if he loses his life there will be nothing to gain. And so, he uses his divine hunger technique on himself, becoming weaker and weaker. Hu Hai immediately notices the problem this could cause and shouts at Gang not to touch the professor, besides following him immediately. He looks at Tianwen falling and casts a small curse, imagining that at first he won't finish him, but it depends on his own fate whether he will live or not, and they all head toward the portal to visit the God King. After passing through the portal, Gang comments that it will take a few days until they can teleport back and asks if he will be carrying a boy up and down with his hands. The true god responds obviously not, and casts a spell sealing all MC's powers, besides throwing him into a portal that makes him fall into Hu Hai's divine realm. The MC regains consciousness and realizes there is a monster in front of him. He immediately tries to use his powers, but notices he has none, and feels depressed since all his abilities were sealed, besides not being able to use any power. And it's no wonder he's trapped in the divine realm, as he is no threat without powers. Suddenly, he notices a bowl of water beside him and sees it's the wild tiger offering it, and he doesn't feel safe to drink it and doesn't know what to do. But it's useless, as the man grabs him by the shirt and shoves that water down his throat. Hu-hai communicates warning that the tiger man cannot hear or speak, and only asks to be obeyed since he will not hurt him. The MC is surprised that this servant is deaf and mute, and notes that the true god is truly cautious. At that moment, the source of mutation appears asking if his master needs any help. Hanwoo is glad to see him, but confesses he could swear he had been sealed too. Kamigawa warns that if he lets him absorb it, the stored divinity can also evolve, besides helping to recover some strength to escape from there. The MC reflects that he has leftover divinity, so he can take the risk, and only asks not to make any sound since otherwise they will be discovered and to be quick. He hears the demigod telling the true god that they will see the village in 3 days, and therefore asks the source of mutation if it will manage to do what is needed within that time. However, at the same time, his body already begins to feel the difference. Hanwoo is thoughtful about what changes his body has undergone. The source of mutation says it helped him evolve successfully, now being a level 3 genetic warrior from the Divine River civilization. He asks what benefits he has now, and the green slime replies that he acquired a new ability with this evolution, which is genetic combination, allowing him to combine various different genes to alter the target structure without damaging the original genes. He gets confused by this explanation and asks how the heck to use the ability. At that moment, the Tiger Man appears once again offering food, and the MC just accepts to disguise it. Then he decides to test it, and with his hand pulls the arm of that servant. This makes him happy since, as expected, his physique improved, and even with his power sealed, his strength is equivalent to that of a heroic life form. The Tiger Man starts to get furious. At that moment, the army commander approaches and roars for them to be quiet. The MC is surprised since that is a transcendent life form and was exactly what he needed to test his new ability. Then, holding the hands of the two familiars, he activates the gene combination. At the same instant, ears start to appear on the creature until they fully grow, but the captain's ears simply vanished in the process. They are surprised trying to understand what happened since apparently out of nowhere, one gained ears while the other lost them. The MC tries to disguise it and says that is a thank you for feeding him with water and food, so the ears are a gift of gratitude. At the same time, he starts to suck the monster's energy and realizes that even the servants of others can become his. And if it works, he might take them to the divine core of Hu-hai to break it and escape from there. The white tiger is furious, shouting to return his ears, but Hanwoo just looks aside and lands a solid kick to his belly. Then he orders the army to follow him, and they all start approaching, but he uses his power to connect with everyone who is coming closer. He begins reshaping their life forms, and the white tiger shouts warning that the boy is an evil, blasphemous god, and therefore they must capture him. However, Hanwoo just smiles, and his newest servant steps in front to help, and with a simple move, hits all enemies in front of him. Then the Tiger Man kneels and begs to be accepted as a servant. The MC answers that he accepts, but warns that he will need his help to escape from there, starting by showing where the core of that divine realm is. The familiar says he can help find it, but warns beforehand that the core is guarded by high-level guards. He smiles and says to first find the core, and only after will he know what to do. But barely have they left when several heavily armed troops approach. The leader shouts to capture the two. He smiles at the challenge, and the two immediately launch an attack, finishing off the wolf warriors instantly. One of them still survives, and without thinking twice, bows before the MC begging to spare him. The surviving warriors do the same, and all they ask is to spare their lives, and they will obey everything he commands. He uses his belief, faith of the light, and warns that they need to become servants to obey attentively, otherwise no one will be spared. Everyone stands accordingly. Hanwoo is aware that he is only accepting reluctantly since he needs people at that moment, and only for that reason is he accepting. After all this, the MC widely recruited new believers, modified them to infiltrate various corners of the divine kingdom of Huhai, finally discovering the whereabouts of the core of the divine kingdom. The Tiger Man reports that they discovered the location of the core, which is hidden in a forbidden area outside the royal city of the Tiger Men, and is guarded by dozens of monarch-level lifeforms and hundreds of lord-level lifeforms. No living being is even allowed to approach. Hanwoo responds that this is a problem, since with so many high-level warriors, he believes it will be discovered before they get close. His order, then, is for him to immediately go to the surroundings to catch some birds and moles to recombine their genes. With all that done, they finally go to the royal city of the Tiger Men. He imagines that he successfully transplanted the genes of moles and birds into the Tiger Men to learn to dig and fly, making it easier to invade undetected. The soldier draws his master's attention and reports that the divine core is right below. The MC immediately recognizes that the 3 guards are at least monarch level and already knows it will be difficult. The old man takes the opportunity to comment that the next day the royal city will hold an annual celebration, and at that time the Tiger Man King will offer sacrifices to the deities, and at that moment the elite troop will be able to go out to observe the ceremony. He finds it interesting and responds that they will act according to the situation the next day. Already on the next day near the walls, Hanwoo is standing watching and using his divine eye. He notices only 1 elite guard remains guarding the divine core and feels relieved since, whether he wants it or not, that is 2 fewer opponents. Because of that, he orders all his troops to jump and focus on the divine core to destroy it. He also rides on one of the soldiers. At that moment, something draws the guard's attention, and he looks up, shouting that there are invaders in the forbidden area. The army continues moving at high speed, and the MC coordinates the direction they should fly. After getting close enough, he orders his servant to hold the opponent, while he himself will find the core of the divine kingdom. The Tiger Man positions himself for battle, while the MC also positions himself, imagining that that pair of hands combined with mole genes will be very useful at that moment. The elite Tiger Man shouts to stop, but Hanwoo pays no attention and keeps trying to find the center of the divine core. Meanwhile, the 2 warriors continue fighting, and Hanwoo is aware he needs to be quick, since his servants won't be able to hold on much longer. After some time searching for the route leading to the core, he finally finds it, and channeling a powerful energy into his hand, he sends it all to hell. He prepares his fist, forming a shadowy claw, and raises his hand high, channeling energy to where the crystal is, causing it to crack slightly, and he is frustrated because he used the genetic modification to merge with the tiger claws, and even though they are sharp, they are not working. This sensation shakes the entire area immediately. Huhai senses that the MC has managed to break free and does not understand how he reached his core, as he was able to feel the tremors from afar. Finally, Hanwoo realizes he has achieved something and begins to laugh, leaving the true king confused. The crystal starts to crack more and more, and Huhai is inconsolable, thinking it impossible, as at that moment the MC borrowed his power. The MC knows that, although the Divine Kingdom's core has been destroyed, he can now escape. He will be teleported to where the true king is. Because of this, he starts to move, as he is still sealed and cannot handle 2 deities at the same time, so he decides to find a safe place first. He goes to his tiger and thanks it for the hard work and buying time, and imagines that the king of the Tiger Men is offering an artifact for sale that day and thinks it would be interesting to get it, as it will be easier to escape with an item of that level in hand. Then, still in the kingdom, the king of the Tiger Men announces the item. Those are the Wind-Ripping Boots, a 4-star divine artifact. At that moment, Hanwoo appears stealing the treasure, and the monster orders him to surrender immediately. However, he ignores this, and, after biting his own finger, drips his blood on the boot and activates the artifact, managing to fly effortlessly. Huhai sees the MC trying to escape, but makes it clear that it will be impossible. The MC realizes he cannot win and can only think of one way. At the same time, in the bloody arena, he is teleported to the location, finding the powerful coordinates, as he can teleport regardless of where he was. He barely arrives and is notified that he has been challenged by another heir, and is warned that if he refuses 3 challenges, his position will be revoked. But he refuses anyway. Then he says that the seal is still active, so he cannot connect to the divine kingdom nor use his abilities, and he contemplates what to do. Once again, the system announces he has been challenged by another heir, but he refuses again. But it is useless, as at the same moment another challenge arrives asking if he will accept, and he becomes furious, having received 3 requests so quickly that he is sure they are trying to kill him without explanation. He knows he has no choice but to take the risk and accepts. Something dark appears. A girl shows up saying her nickname is Knight and asks for his code name. He cannot believe a brat challenged him and says his own nickname is Locust Plague. She is pleased that the challenge was accepted and tells him to prepare to die. Hanwoo becomes excited seeing the number of bats in front of him, and it is also the first time someone challenges him in numbers. She asks if he is scared and tells him to give up, warning that otherwise he will be sucked up by all the bats she controls, and she does not want to waste time. She says this while her servants attack. However, he positions himself and instantly appears beside her, warning that small tricks will not be enough to make him give up. She notices this move and lands a solid kick to his stomach, sending him flying into the wall. Knight warns that she trained specifically for this fight and that hand-to-hand combat is asking to die. The MC knows he is not strong in hand-to-hand combat, so he will need to target the bats. But he worries because there are so many. Hardly thinking, he is bitten by one, and without hesitation, he grabs the familiar to use his gene combination and successfully bites the bat that attacked him. Seeing this startles the girl, making her question if he is crazy. Hanwoo fills with confidence, radiating power in all directions, and she worries as her opponent is absorbing energy from the bats. Because of this, she also begins to focus and summons the Lord of the Eternal Lineage. The vampire appears with his huge fangs and starts sucking the MC's vital energy. He panics, since the vampire is also trying to suck his blood, but thinking about it only excites him, and he counterattacks by biting as well, since he should be able to absorb the vampire's vital energy too. He activates his Genesis combination, and the vampire begins to disappear right in front of him, being easily defeated. He asks what the next move will be, and she becomes furious that her plan was thwarted, but she doesn't give up, summoning even more familiars, along with new vampires to attack. The knight warns that she wants to see, he tries to run, and once again, his blood is stolen. However, the power that was at full force is simply dissipated, and he remains intact, with his terrifying smile. The MC moves to suck her blood, but at that very moment, she surrenders. He is pleased to know when to stop, and she asks if he is perhaps a student of the academy. Only then does he realize about the university, and asks if the entrance has already ended, and she replies that it has. In fact, 10 days have passed. He freezes at this information, as he is completely behind, having been so focused on the old battlefield that he missed the entrance exam and the final assessment for the Capital Imperial Academy. He says goodbye, needing to hurry so as not to be expelled, and the knight gives a final warning, saying she will defeat him next time. Sometime later, he arrives at the Capital Gate but is blocked, and furiously announces that he is a preparatory academy student and asked to speak with Professor Lena. The guard is unconvinced and makes it clear that he will not let anyone pass without authorization just because they know the name of one of the professors. At that moment, Qingnian appears, asking if it is Hanwoo who is there. He admits being surprised to see his friend and asks where he has been the past few days, as everyone was frantically looking for him. The MC replies that he has something urgent to discuss with Professor Lena but cannot enter the university. The blonde boy says that is not a problem, as he can easily take him directly to the professor's office and opens a portal to make it possible. Hanwoo thanks him for the help, and the blonde boy says he will tell Qing Huang what happened. Inside the academy, he reports to the professor that on the old battlefield, Hu Hai and Gang captured him, and although he barely escaped, he could not break the seal. She slams her hand on the table and questions how 2 adults dared to intimidate a student of the Capital Imperial Academy and tells him not to worry, as the academy will ensure justice for him. She then comments on the seal, saying that even though she herself is a true goddess, she could not remove something placed by another true god, and therefore suggests that he seek Professor Shu Hai's help in this specific case. He thanks her for the help, and she immediately contacts the professor, informing him that Hanwoo needs his assistance. A portal opens and Shu Hai emerges from it. The MC remains silent, observing, and the professor says that it seems things were complicated. He then explains that returning safely after being thrown into a divine realm is an absolute miracle, and therefore he guarantees that he will speak personally with the rector about the case so that justice will be pursued. Lena agrees and adds that it was the reason Hanwoo missed the final assessment at the Imperial Academy, and thus wants to find a way for him to resume studying at that school. Shuhai agrees, stating that the academy must follow certain rules to be as fair as possible, and adds that the MC's power is not inferior to any official student of the school, but since he did not participate in the entrance exam or the final assessment, the academy cannot do much about it. However, he tells him not to worry, as he is a highly valued student and he will do his best to help. The MC thanks them for their understanding, and the professor says that they are a family and, therefore, do not need formalities, since first, they will help restore access to the divine realm before moving on to anything else. At that moment, with that light slap, Hanwoo begins to feel that he is able to communicate with his divine realm again, and Lena laughs at the situation, since the light palm strike he received directly consumed 300 million of the professor's divine power. Shuhai only asks to quickly return to the divine realm to check if everything is all right, since being away for so long might cause new problems to appear that need resolving. He thanks the two professors again and immediately enters the divine realm, which is in chaos, with various species fighting. He flies over the place and does not understand what the hell is happening and, moreover, becomes worried since he cannot see his locusts. Only then does he look to the side and realizes that the locusts are extremely weak. The MC is shocked by this, since the number of familiars is increasing, but they are becoming weaker and no longer resemble the elite forms they once had. He decides to quickly sacrifice the useless ones to keep only the useful ones, and activates his power seal. At that moment, the elite locusts appear, and he becomes concerned, since only a few of transcendent level remain. At this moment, all the other familiars notice the MC's presence and run to greet him. One of the Skeleton Kings also greets him, and the system asks if he would like to evolve into the Ice Emperor life form of Divinity Level 1. He is pleased to see this, and despite knowing it is only Divinity, which is currently scarce, he will definitely choose that skill, especially because when he updates the Rebellion Divinity, he can absorb the Destruction Divinity and still has the Death Activity introduction sheet. While making these choices, a strong light appears in his realm, and he is startled, trying to understand how someone dared to attack the core of his divine realm. Immediately, he goes to the location and shouts not to destroy the core, and sees his furious dragon, as he is facing the Supreme Skeleton, which is a monarch lifeform. The MC, confused, questions why it is trying to destroy the divine core, since he never harmed his familiar. The skeleton responds that it exists only to destroy gods' cores, and that the gods only need it, with no need to recruit other races. Hanwoo is confused since he does not understand what is happening, and states that he no longer cares about the reason, even though his familiar can no longer stay in the realm and therefore commands it to go to the city of Duran. He says this, and his familiar is forced to pass through the portal. He looks at the crystal and thinks it only happened because he trusted his servants too much, so he needs to add some protective measures to the divine realm. He surrounds his core with a barrier, which is applied throughout the castle. Then he summons the entire army and they swear eternal loyalty. After this, he thinks the issues of the divine realm have been resolved for now. However, there is still the matter of Professor Tianwen and his servants, who are in the old battlefield. At that moment, he teleports to the school, needing to speak with the teacher, and is startled to see Qin Shuang also in the room. She runs without hesitation, saying that Qing Yan passed the message that he had returned, and therefore she ran to where Lena was as she was worried. He assures her that everything is fine and both feel embarrassed, as the teacher was watching everything. She comments that she heard from a colleague that Professor Letian was killed in battle, and the MC responds that yes, and asks the teacher if she has tickets to the old battlefield, as he needs to retrieve Tianwen. Without hesitation, Qin Shuang says she will go along, as she will not abandon him again. Upon arriving at the location, they run to the cabin and find it empty. Hanwoo says that apparently the professor has not returned. Besides the fragments of divinity, there are no other supplies on the battlefield, and he knows it is impossible to survive there for long. For this reason, he summons his familiars, as he needs to find his professor at any cost. Sometime later, he feels a strong pressure and shouts that it is the resonance of the wind sword that cuts iron and that they should check it. Qin Shuang agrees, but says that the signal is coming from underground, and he asks them to take a look. The locusts attack the ground and create an opening that allows the two to enter. After a while, they come across a door, and soon MC realizes that there is a very strong special force, and therefore knows that both his sword and his family members are trapped in that place. He begins to overflow with energy, but it has little effect. Then Qin Shuang asks to try, and with her eyes overflowing with energy, she unleashes her attack to nullify the door's barrier. Hanwoo tries once more, and the door opens. The two enter. At the same moment, a scorpion monster appears attacking them, but it is useless, as it is obliterated instantly. However, the fragments are thrown in all directions, and soon MC realizes that something is wrong in that place. Hanwoo quickly notices that the monster instinctively wants them dead for some reason. Qin Shuang worries, saying that the gate has completely disappeared and they will not be able to return by the way they came. He worries, having realized that they are trying to exhaust their resistance, and knows that they may not be able to communicate with the divine realm, besides not having many supplies. And if it continues, they could die of hunger. Immediately, she summons her phoenix and decides to scout the surroundings to discover more about the place. While flying over, she comments that things are not good, as they have flown for a long time, and begins to worry that they will be trapped in that desert. However, MC senses something and says that the resonance of the wind sword that cuts iron is nearby. He barely says this, and sees the shadow of the sword right in front of him. His family rushes to help, as does MC, who immediately uses his power, freeing the spirit from that torment. Hanwoo, without wasting time, asks if by any chance he saw Professor Tianwen, and the spirit responds that they were moving together until they separated 3 days earlier near the giant mountains, where they took the professor, who will not have time to be rescued. Hanwoo says that it is fine, and only asks in which direction the professor was taken, as they will save him. The spirit points in the correct direction, and after walking for a while, they spot a small village. The two descend from the phoenix, and as they fly over the area, MC quickly comments that there are many sand giants, and therefore the professor is probably in that place. At that moment, a cactus begins to glow and grows immensely, surprising the two with its spike attacks, which are instinctively blocked by Hanwoo. At that moment, more monsters appear, and MC finds it amusing that they want to compete in numbers, so he orders his army of locusts to attack, devouring all the cacti completely. After that, he orders his family members to explore the inside, and using shared vision, he sees that there is a huge protecting the city, along with other creatures, and the professor is on their side. At the same moment, MC becomes worried, and Qin Shuang asks if something is wrong. He starts running, warning that Tianwen will be used as a sacrifice, and therefore he has no time to lose, also telling her to wait outside. All he can think is that there are many uncertainties in the city, and therefore he cannot let Qin Shuang take any risks. His first order is for his locusts to cover the entire city, but it is not so easy, as enemy family members begin to devour them one by one. At that moment, Qin Shuang's phoenix appears to help, and she makes it clear that she would not abandon them so easily. She makes it clear that she will save the professor with him, and therefore MC apologizes and asks them to go together, and with his family members, they begin to defeat all the monsters they encounter along the way, as it was full of them. Hanwoo takes a pill, since the fewer wolves remain at the altar, the greater the chances of saving the professor, and the pill he took activated his genetic lock, putting him into his transformation of the Black Dragon King of the vampiric domain, which is a monarch life form. He charges shouting to the professor, who is on site to help, and with all his strength, he begins to eliminate wolf by wolf until he slices them all into pieces. After this extermination, he frees Tianwen from the chains that held him, and disoriented, the professor asks if he was dreaming. Hanwoo says he was having nightmares and appeared there to wake him up. After that, he flies to Qin Shuang, since they need to retreat, and the three of them flee the city. After distancing themselves, the girl asks how the professor is, and he tells her not to worry, as he has recovered very well, and also congratulates the two for reaching the level of a demigod. She says she only managed to evolve thanks to Hanwoo, but quickly changes the subject, since they need to think of a way to leave that place. He says that while he was imprisoned, he learned some things from the Divine King, and knows of a mirror that can help them cross the secret realm, firmly believing it is the only way to get out of that place. MC worries, realizing that the wolves already possess the red souls of the highest rank, and he cannot even imagine how powerful the king must be. Qin Shuang admits she is worried, since if they continue, the servants who work there cultivating will all be lost. Tianwen grabs a bag and says that all his servants were killed, so he cannot help much, explaining that inside the bag are fragments of divinity he obtained, and that they are the only way he can help. Hanwoo tells her not to worry, as he also obtains some fragments, and assures them that they will find a way to leave that place together. Qin Shuang approaches and says that although they have many fragments, it is still not enough, and to make matters worse, they are in a divine realm, so they cannot sell them. He smiles, explaining that he will try to use his fusion ability to combine them, and she is surprised to see that the result of the fusion is a level 5 entity that appears. The professor is also surprised, as obtaining a level 5 is incredible. MC says he will quickly fuse some suitable divinities for them, so they must find the mirror. 2 days later, they regroup and immediately face the sand giant, and the girl admits she is excited to use her new divinity. She summons her thunder spear, eager to test it, and as the phoenixes approach, several giant sand golems appear. MC tells her not to rush throwing the thunder spears, since the divinity before them is giant and has regeneration ability, so throwing the spears all at once will have no effect. She asks what they will do, and he says he will add a bit of his divine technique called rebellion. He channels his power and fires at the sand golem, piercing its body in the middle and making it disappear completely. Then, several wolves appear and immediately attack. The professor tells them to handle the situation and attacks with multiple thorny vines. Qin Shuang says he did a good job and, with her thunder power, summons lightning from the sky that obliterates the monsters completely, leaving nothing behind. She says she is happy, since with their new divinity, they are no longer afraid of monsters. No sooner has she said this than they hear a loud noise and realize a new colossal sand creature is forming. It is the great demonic scorpion emperor. Qin Shuang is shocked by the creature's power, which, to make matters worse, attacks them while hitting all the nearby family members. Immediately, Hanwoo transforms into his draconic form, telling everyone to stay behind him, and with his divine rebellion technique, he summons the soul of the sword scythe. The Scorpion King prepares to attack, and seeing the danger, he counterattacks, and the two attacks collide, destroying everything around them. Qin Shuang worries about the outcome of the battle until MC appears unharmed, even after receiving a devastating attack. The Scorpion comments that no human has ever resisted his attack and once again strikes, this time with his stinger. He worries, since the situation is terrible, and uses his locusts to block the attack, but is forced to move as the attack is too strong. Then he bites an item and begins to move even faster, using Ghost Flash and facing the monster, which makes the Scorpion furious, since a human actually managed to dodge its attacks. He delivers his first attack, which, even with the monster noticing the blow coming close, is not enough to evade, and therefore its body must be cut in half. Another giant scorpion approaches the group and attacks Qin Shuang, who realizes the monster has no eyes and cannot see, so everyone must attack together. Immediately, the three combine their energy and strike at the same time against the Scorpion King, whose body is obliterated instantly. MC celebrates with Qin Shuang, but soon warns to be careful as more wolves approach. However, the monsters start to sweat and flee to escape. The three are left confused, deciding not to pursue, as there are too many wolves to hunt. Suddenly, Hanwoo falls to his knees from exhaustion and asks them not to worry, as he only used a lot of divine power and is tired, and asks only for her and the professor to check if the divine fragments are correct, as they might gain something useful. She examines the fragments dropped by the monsters and notices there are 4 level 5 divinity fragments: the Golden Spear, the Emperor, the Sandstorm, and the Lord of Demonic Scorpions. She draws MC's attention, as they found many treasures, and he asks if she wants to keep any. Qin Shuang replies that it's fine, as her spear is good for taking advantage of the lightning attribute. Because of this, he gives her the lightning-type divinity. She is happy and asks if she can really receive it, since it is a divine artifact, and she knows that if he chooses to fuse it with that item, her strength would definitely increase greatly. MC tells her not to worry, as he has the Rebellion Sword, which, by absorbing souls from other races, can develop many other types of weapons. Then he gives the Sandstorm divinity to the professor, as it suits him, and Tianwen simply thanks him for his generosity. After everything is settled, he asks to enter the city to find the mirror. They approach the altar, and MC wastes no time, using his power to strike the ground with full force, creating a huge crater, and at its bottom is the mirror. He immediately orders his locusts to explore the item and the familiar goes straight to the mirror, trying to enter it. Qin Shuang comments that something seems wrong with the mirror, and Hanwoo says it's not a big problem, as the threads of faith are still present, so they are safe, and says it's time to return to the main world. The three pass through the mirror until they are finally teleported back to the school. At that moment, a very loud scream passes by their ears, with the teacher saying she sensed Hanwoo's presence and they must go to the office immediately, as she has something to say. The three laugh, as Lena is very impressive, and the professor tells Hanwoo to go talk to her, as he himself will rest first to reorganize. Upon arriving at the office, Lena reports on the kidnapping he suffered by the true god, as the school investigated it. Anne says the true martial god king verbally apologized and sent an item as compensation. MC is surprised, as a gift from a true god is truly impressive. He takes the cards and asks if it isn't the bankrupt god king who invested billions of divine power to start a farm for breeding mutated animals and ended up losing everything. He notes that it is, and is pleased, as it was a great gesture. However, he is shocked to see the card's contents and says something is wrong, as the item shows Hu Hai with a dark energy and he has no idea what it means. Lena explains that the true god Marshall said that Hu Hai acted on his own and therefore must be punished. The MC agrees and says that Hu Hai really was not worth it, since he dedicated half his life only to the god king to end up as an apology gift, and finds that ironic. He questions if by any chance the divine kingdom belongs to him, and the teacher says that the corpse of a true god is very precious, and therefore asks not to waste it. He said he understood, and asks not to worry, since he only expressed his thoughts. Qin Shuang then asks if by any chance he knows how to refine a complete corpse of a true god, and the MC summons his item and politely asks the teacher to instruct him on how to use it so as not to waste such a precious corpse. She calls him an opportunist, but says she will teach a method to refine a corpse of a true god into a clone of the same level, and even guarantees that if he is willing to invest resources, the clone can be promoted. Hanwoo is moved to hear this and replies that he is indeed willing, in addition to thanking her for the help. Lena summons a scroll and says that the apology from the god king Marshall means that the matter of the kidnapping is over, but says that the academy's administration has not yet decided if he can enroll again, since some teachers are quite outraged because he caused so many problems. She throws the scroll into his hand, and the MC warns that the dissatisfied ones will have problems since he himself will use force to prove that everyone is wrong, and only asks them to watch his performance in the future. She is happy to hear this, and also says that she trusts him, and therefore asks him to refine the clone since she will be waiting for good news. After that, they go to an abandoned house, and Qin Shuang, worried, asks if he will really live in that old place. He replies that he was not admitted to the school, so he has no dormitory, and also asks her not to worry since he will be busy refining his clone. She is happy and makes it clear that she will be waiting, and he, even happier, says that he will not make her wait long. With that, he summons the clone from the scroll and, using his refining ability, summons a perfect clone with the same appearance as him. The clone kneels, and the MC says that from that day on, the name of his clone will be Hanwen, who decides to check the strength. He opens the statistics and realizes that the level is of a true god, and also notices several other important pieces of information such as divine rank, abilities he possesses, talents, development, among others. Seeing all this excites him since he expected nothing less from a true god, even more when realizing that he has 42 points of divinity, which is surreal. He then begins to use his ability to help fuse divine powers, and the system notifies that the current abilities were fused into 2 advanced abilities. 2 supreme beings are summoned, being the Holy Chaos and the true Martial Tiger. He decides to check the characteristics of the true god Martial Tiger and orders it to be launched against himself. The clone raises his hand and activates the level 3 ability, Flaming Fists. The MC asks to be attacked, and immediately the order is obeyed, attacking with everything with his new ability. Then, he uses his healing power on his summon and imagines that if he applies that ability on himself, he will be able to easily fight against Emperor life forms in the future without transforming into the Dragon King. Then he reflects that he has many Tiger Men that he could acquire with his faith, and therefore says that he will transform into the appearance of Hu Hai to enter the Divine Kingdom and subdue the relatives. After changing his appearance, he immediately jumps into the life kingdom of the True King, destroying even the ground with the impact. After teleporting, the MC makes contact asking if he is okay, and his clone responds that yes. Then the tiger men of the kingdom approach, and the clone quickly notices that Ma Xin has returned and, looking closely at the monster, imagines that he worked hard to build a relationship of trust with the other tigers and therefore cannot let him ruin it. At that moment, Ma Xin shouts that the intruder is an evil god and that everyone must capture him. Immediately, the monsters rush forward, and the MC questions if they truly dare attack a true god. However, Ma Xin responds that he is an evil god excellent at deceiving people's hearts, and therefore they cannot take his words seriously. The monsters hear this and feel even more motivated to attack. The MC asks his clone not to get directly involved with the monsters. He understands the message and, using his power, summons the Saint of Chaos. Ma Xin realizes the situation is bad since the summoned entity is powerful. Immediately, the guards surrender, apologizing to the true god, and Hanwoo orders everyone to capture the Tiger King since he must be punished. They go to the city with the Saint of Chaos, and Ma Xin shouts for his subordinates to stop the attack. But the clone remains imposing alongside his summon, intimidating all the guards except the Tiger King, who tries to counterattack by launching a powerful fire blast. However, the Saint of Chaos also charges his power, and both attacks collide. At that moment, Ma Xin appears suddenly in front of him, imagining that killing him would make him the new god of the place, and only then the MC gives permission to fight directly. Because of this, the clone activates his ability Instant Strike, which hits the tiger head-on and throws him violently against the wall. At the same moment, the other tigers swear loyalty to their god, and the MC orders him to send them all to his divine kingdom to increase his faith power. Then, channeling energy, the clone opens a portal for all the tigers to enter the divine kingdom. At that moment, a new tiger approaches, trying to understand how that person has the aura of a true god, and the clone simply smiles and points to the portal, since he must cross it to finally find who he is looking for. After doing so, he comes face to face with the MC, who is happy to see his loyal ally still alive. But without delay, the Tiger Man asks them to go to his office since they need to discuss something immediately. After that, he returns to the school and Lena greets him, saying that the academy has decided to make an exception for him, considering what he went through, and will allow enrollment. However, he must undergo a test. The MC gets excited and says that he will handle any challenge. She informs him that he will be sent to investigate information about an unknown external civilization, and if he gathers valuable information, his enrollment will be accepted. He cannot believe it, since it seems he is being used as a test subject to obtain information about an unknown entity. But the teacher warns that the difficulty of the test cannot be determined, and the privileges of the players of the Divine Kingdom will be completely sealed, so he must choose carefully whether to accept it or not. Hanwoo responds that he does not care about the dangers of the test, since he is willing to accept if it means entering the academy of the imperial capital. She makes it clear that with the resources he currently possesses, even in seclusion, and with intense training, he would not fall behind the other students, and could apply the following year without issues. But he responds that a certain person is waiting for him, and Lena immediately understands who it is, feeling happy that the girl is a motivation for him. She also wishes him success in the test, and he guarantees that he will complete it successfully. With everything settled, a meteor hits the unknown civilization, and after the stone cracks open, the MC emerges and is immediately attacked by several wolves. But he easily retaliates with his power, thinking that the beings in that place are merely ordinary, since with a single precise strike, he manages to take down several wolves at once. He feels some bubbles coming toward him, and the system appears in front of him, startling him. It was the title Wolf Slayer, which was obtained by killing 10 creatures of the wolf type, and its effect is to increase damage against wolf-type creatures by 10%. He tries to understand if that is the main strength of that civilization, and decides to equip the title in question. A power overflows throughout his body, and he finds it strange that he is sensing a different smell. The system also informs him that the title can be upgraded and that he only needs to defeat wolf-type creatures of bronze level. Hanwoo is surprised that it is so simple, and after 3 hours battling, they stop to rest since he is exhausted after defeating 300 gray wolves, but did not see any bronze-level wolf. This makes him reflect on whether that specific monster is just an improved version of the gray version. Because of this, an idea arises, and he decides to use genetic fusion on the wolves that were in front of him. All of them are enhanced, completely changing their appearance, and more powerful. Though winning, they charge forward, but the MC lands a kick wanting to know if they will really dare to rebel. With this outcome, he reached level 16 and obtained the bronze title. Sometime later, he climbs a tree and decides to observe the surroundings and notices that there are also humanoid lifeforms constantly walking toward a portal and wonders if the creatures are also hunting the wolves to increase the title level. Since he himself spent the entire night and his strength did not improve at all, he decides to be more active since he needs to find some random guy to ask. And after crossing the portal, he comes face to face with a person and notices something is wrong, as he was simply surrounded without any reason. The people rush to attack and the MC moves, which makes the guy indignant, saying he will not run away. But that was not his intention, since after focusing, he transforms into his draconic version and retreats with his enormous speed. He notices that the players did not move, and that is perfect. The three people start killing the others to steal their equipment, and Hanwoo keeps observing from afar to gather more information, such as that the guys are specialists in assassination and theft. He returns to his original form and picks up an identification on the body, concluding that they are people who go to that place to hunt and level up, and therefore, he decides to follow the players as far as he can to collect information. After some time, they arrive at a cave and the MC does not understand what the people would be doing inside. After entering a bit, he comes face to face with a giant spider that shoots its webs without thinking twice, and this irritates him as he wonders if it has any relation to the wolves and whether they are managing to sense his smell. Then, without patience, he strikes an attack and blows up the spider with ease. Now he has the new title Black Iron for eliminating the nemesis spider. At this moment, he is startled by a sound, and when he goes to see what it is, he notices that the three players were captured by a spider, and he does not like the idea of the three losing their lives before he himself finds other people, and therefore, with his firepower, he once again annihilates the spider. Now, his title has evolved to bronze level. He gets excited upon seeing this. But soon, his excitement fades, since his firepower is not coming out of his hand, and therefore he panics, as a notification informed that after using the ability, he must wait 1 minute of cooldown, and he finds this absurd since he is being chased and cannot do anything. The spider almost manages to reach him, but there was enough time for the power to charge, and therefore it was obliterated with a punch, and his title level rose to silver. And now, he possesses the ability Summon Tarantula. Hanwoo looks at the trapped people and reflects that he can even save them but cannot let them see him, and therefore, he only launches his fireball, knocking them to the ground. Soon, the dwarf looks at the wolfman with a huge sword, and therefore delivers a precise strike, since his only intention is to steal every item he finds, just like all his companions. The MC watches this from afar and concludes that he needs to teach those guys a lesson. After leaving the cave, the MC appears behind them and lands his fireball directly on the purple guy, eliminating him instantly. The other two start running, but Hanwoo gives them no chance and also takes down another player, then appears in front of the dwarf and tells him to behave or he will make sure he dies too. And the dwarf, trembling with fear, says he will listen to everything. The MC asks what place that is, and he replies that it is the domain of the civilization where one can earn titles for everything they do, and the titles level up, with the highest being Platinum and Diamond. Hanwoo then asks what the rules are to level up. The dwarf explains that creatures like spiders and wolves can help one level up just by finishing them, and that after reaching level 101 can advance. Hearing this makes Hanwoo reflect that if he can earn a diamond level title, he could return to report to the teacher. But even after much effort, he reached only level 40, and therefore is far from it. At this moment, the dwarf admits that in truth, the titles obtained by hunting monsters are not worth much, since the way to obtain high-level titles lies in the hands of great families, and common people do not have that kind of opportunity. The MC is surprised to hear this, since apparently there are celestial dragons everywhere, and asks what the metal tag on him is. The dwarf replies that it is an identification card and everyone is there to update that item. Hanwoo finally understands what it is about and imagines that if he can get someone else's badge, he may be able to go to more places. At that moment, the dwarf takes the chance to try to flee, but is taken down instantly, since Hanwoo made it clear that if he did not behave, he would lose his life. Then he takes the purple guy's badge and heads toward the portal to cross it, but is startled as several people appear asking where he stole the badge from. He starts running because there are many people, and he needs to hide his strength. He heads toward a cave and hits everyone who tries to enter with him. After thinking for a moment, all he can imagine is that he needs to quickly gather useful information so he can return, since a certain girl is waiting for him at the academy. So, determined, he assures that if he cannot leave normally, he will cause some trouble and escape amidst the chaos. With that, he returns to the desert and begins using his Genesis ability on the monsters he encounters, and all of them take on a bizarre appearance since they were modified. He orders the wolf-headed spider to advance, and it attacks the mountain with everything, opening a passage. At this moment, the system notifies him that he has been promoted to bronze level and therefore must select the next area of enhancement. He is fed up but chooses the place. With that, he is teleported to the forest of Greenland and hears a voice asking if a newcomer has appeared. He turns to see who it is, and a blonde guy appears saying that the team already has a warrior, an archer, and an assassin, and that they only needed a healer, which will be the MC. Another man approaches, inviting him to work as a team, but the MC refuses since he is not interested, imagining that he knows no one and could be used as a scapegoat. After walking a bit, he sees someone saying they sell the title of Decomposer, capable of easily breaking down a corpse into the necessary materials. Hanwoo deduces that it must be convenient to have that kind of storage since he does not possess a spatial ring, and therefore says he wants it. The man, smiling, warns that it costs 2,000 gold coins. Hearing this leaves the MC outraged, since he did not know it was so expensive, and he managed to gather only 1,000 gold coins with a team of 3 people, so he asks if he can take just one. The seller is confused since he has never sold like that, and Hanwoo tries to persuade him, encouraging him to sell the merchandise separately, since he will be able to sell it for 1,000 gold coins and will not have a loss. The seller thinks it makes sense and sells a single glove for 1,000 gold coins. After some time still in the forest, the MC hears a sound and realizes he is being surrounded by goblins. The monsters leap toward him, and he uses his aura since he finds it funny that small monsters dare to challenge him. The goblins become intimidated, and Hanwoo decides to use the new ability he obtained from the wolf spider and, with that, summons them to the battlefield, causing a complete massacre of the defenseless goblins. The system notifies that he obtained the title Goblin Slayer, and the level 1 function summons a wooden club, and the level 2 function turns the initial friendship of goblins hostile. He finds it strange that he still does not have a waist tag, and the system informs that the iron waist token is positioned, but this only makes him certain that he will not receive anything unless he asks. He then puts on the glove he bought, and uses his dismantling ability to eliminate the bodies on the ground. While using this ability, more goblins appear attacking, and he takes the opportunity to summon the wooden weapon he received, but upon doing so, he becomes frustrated since it is an insignificant stick. Even the monster laughs at the situation, and because of that, Hanwoo attacks anyway, managing to explode the monster's head, and only then realizes that it is indeed a powerful weapon. At this moment, the goblins become intimidated but are defeated one by one. Soon after, more people appear, and the warrior points his sword at the MC, telling him to leave his items and go away. Hanwoo quickly notices something and comments that the guy apparently has a spatial ring. He replies that of course he does since he is silver rank, and reveals that it has a capacity of 10 cubic meters, and probably no one has ever seen one like it. The MC becomes disappointed for being very small, but advances anyway since it is better than nothing. The warrior shouts to his team, and everyone prepares for battle. The sword collides with the stick and flies straight into the head of one of the players. They become scared, since they did not imagine that a novice would be so strong, and the leader shouts for everyone to hurry. The mage prepares his fireball and throws it toward Hanwoo, who simply jumps aside dodging and finishes off another member of the group. The redhead cannot believe that his partners are being taken down one by one, and becomes worried since he is starting to think that the MC is a traveling disciple from a prestigious family. While he was lost in thought, all his partners were finished off, and he turns trembling, immediately falling to his knees begging to be spared. Hanwoo orders him to hand over the spatial ring and all valuable objects, and the guy obeys, even while crying. The MC analyzes the items he obtained and sees that one of them is a scroll, and soon realizes that it definitely has great value. In the scroll, it is written that he must collect 10 types of materials from gold-level monsters to earn the title. He becomes excited and decides he will find monsters of that level immediately. After walking for a while, he comes across some monsters together, and one of them is the Thunder Goblin, a gold-level monster. He approaches, drawing the monster's attention, which turns furious. But Hanwoo is not in the mood and starts finishing them one by one, and after defeating them all, finds it interesting since he managed to collect materials very quickly. The system informs that his ranking is 76, and the Goblin Slayer title was promoted to silver rank. He now possesses Stone Throw and, when activated, a solid stone is quickly formed in his hand to throw. He also gained a second ability, which is Lava Throw, and when activated, a chunk of burning lava is quickly formed in his hand to throw. He decides to test his new resource and starts annihilating the monsters with his new power. However, the Thunder Goblin does not give up easily and attacks, but Hanwoo quickly notices and grabs one of the lower monsters in his hand, and the blow hits the goblin directly. Only then does he realize that the attack was electric type, reducing the target's movement speed. Elsewhere, the red head that the MC spared goes to another player, asking him to kill the new intruder of the kingdom at once. However, he only comments that he is sensing several thunder strikes, and therefore someone is fighting the Thunder Goblin. The redhead says that it is definitely the MC, and Jin, with a smile, says that the boy apparently is very arrogant, and therefore he will not even need to do anything since facing a Thunder Goblin is a death sentence. However, his joy is short-lived since he sees the MC taking a full electric shock without even reacting, and he does not understand how the hell that is possible. The Goblin is also startled since his attack was useless. All the MC can imagine is that compared to Qin Shuang's lightning, that one is insignificant as it cannot even penetrate his defense. Because of this, he picks up his stick again and starts killing the goblins once more. He imagines that besides hunting the gold-level orbs, he will also need to hunt a giant number of the common ones to accumulate progress points. After a long time hunting, his Goblin Slayer title reaches the maximum level, and the purple goblin, with his summoned weapon, tries something, but the attack hits an illusion, and Hanwoo appears beside him, calling him a loser, and hitting him on the head with a staff. The wounded monster says he does not want to die, but Hanwoo finds that funny and finishes him off without mercy, forcing all the common monsters to flee in fear. With this outcome, he manages to reach level 100 successfully, and the Goblin Slayer title evolves to gold rank. Now it is possible to summon the Thunder Blade, which can release lightning for a fixed amount of time, and the gold rank Goblin Skin material was also obtained. He is pleased since he now has a decent sword and realizes he needs 2 more pieces of golden material to improve it and will look for them immediately. Near him, the 2 guys are hiding, and Jin warns that he cannot help with revenge even in his dreams. Then they hide again as Hanwoo walks beside them until he senses someone's presence and points his sword, telling the 2 to come out. Immediately, both emerge from the bush, and the MC asks if the redhead wants to look for trouble again, and if he brought an ally to do that. Startled, he answers no, and Jin, even more frightened, begins to step back, saying he does not even know Firehair and was only passing by. Hanwoo asks if he is serious, but orders them to hand over all equipment and materials and tells them not to force him to use strength. The guy sees no options and hands over all the equipment he has. However, Hanwoo orders him to also hand over the spatial ring, and the guy responds that he cannot, since it contains his savings for the entire year, and asks to meet again soon, saying he will give everything he is being asked for. The MC, with great patience, asks for the ring and guarantees that he will not repeat himself a 3rd time. The man stays silent and does not obey. Because of this, Hanwoo moves at high speed and cuts off the guy's arm along with the ring. The blonde falls to the ground saying he gives up, and all his colleagues go to help him since he has an amputated arm. The MC takes the opportunity to pick up the item and notices that there is also another scroll. After that, in a sanctuary, Jin, together with his thugs, orders his group to gather as many members as possible immediately to discover Hanwoo's whereabouts, since he needs to recover everything he lost. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.